And what if Harry Potter was never the reckless Gryffindor hero we knew, but a Slytherin strategist shaped by shadows, politics, and survival? In this story, Harry is sorted into Slytherin, mentored by Snape, haunted by Tom Riddle's diary, and forced to outthink both Voldemort and the wizarding world itself. And instead of charging headfirst into danger, he becomes something far more terrifying. A boy who understands power secrecy and sacrifice better than anyone else. And by the end, Harry doesn't just defeat Voldemort, he reshapes magical Britain forever. And, well, I have divided this story in 13 chapters, so you can always catch up where you left. And if you are new on this channel, then please make sure to subscribe. And now let's jump right into video.
Chapter 1. The Hat's confession. The first thing Harry Potter learned about Hogwarts was that everyone had already decided what he was. They had decided it on the train, in the boat, in the torchlit scramble up the stone steps. They had decided it in whispers behind raised hands and in the widening of eyes when his fringe shifted and the scar showed. The boy who lived, the child from the story, the miracle, the weapon, the symbol. Harry had wanted, for exactly 12.5 minutes, to believe that coming to Hogwarts meant he could stop being looked at like that. Then he stepped into the entrance hall, saw the candles burning high against carved stone, heard hundreds of voices echoing from beyond the oak doors, and understood the obvious truth. At Hogwarts, people would not stop looking. They would simply look more intelligently. Professor McGonagall stood before the first years with her hands folded and her spine so straight it looked carved out of the castle itself. The hall behind her was all shadowed arches and armor polished to mirror brightness. Somewhere above them, Harry could hear a faint drip of water in the stone. Somewhere beyond the doors, the sound of the great hall swelled and receded like the sea. "The start-of-term banquet," McGonagall said crisply, "will begin shortly. Before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses." The word passed through the line of first years like a shiver. Harry glanced sideways. Ron Weasley looked pale. Hermione Granger's mouth had tightened with the expression she wore whenever she was anxious and wanted to conceal it by appearing prepared. Draco Malfoy, a few students over, stood with the effortless posture of someone entering a world he had been taught was already his. Harry still did not know what sorting meant exactly. He had heard theories on the train. Some involved tests, some involved combat. Ron had gone rather green at one point and muttered something about wrestling a troll, though he had looked doubtful even while saying it. Hermione had tried to sound certain, but had the tone of someone reciting from a book that had been annoyingly vague. Draco had not speculated at all. He had simply smirked, as if the answer was beneath discussion. Harry found himself thinking, absurdly, of cupboards, of narrow spaces and the sound of Vernon's heavy tread outside the door, of Dudley's fists hammering on the wood, of learning early that the difference between safety and pain often came down to hearing a mood in someone's breathing before they had spoken a word. He had spent 10 years learning how to read rooms before stepping into them. He did it now without meaning to. Neville Longbottom was close to tears. A dark-haired girl in pigtails was vibrating with nerves. A blond boy Harry didn't know was already trying to smile at anyone who looked his way. Draco's eyes flicked once across the group, measuring rank and usefulness with the calm speed of a child trained to do it young. Hermione was muttering under her breath. Ron kept flexing and unflexing his fingers. Harry realized, not for the first time, that he was less frightened when other people were. Fear made people obvious. Then the great hall doors opened. The first years moved as one body, drawn forward by light. Harry stepped through and stopped dead. The ceiling was night, not painted like night, not decorated to resemble it. It was night itself, deep velvet black scattered with stars, the moonlight silvering the tops of floating candles. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, crowded with students in black robes turned to watch them enter. At the far end, another table stood raised on a dais, lined with teachers. Gold plates gleamed. Hundreds of faces gleamed. The whole room seemed to inhale. Then the whispering began. "Harry Potter, is that him? Look, that's really him. Harry kept walking because there was nothing else to do. He felt the stare of the school move over him like cold water, not warm curiosity, not admiration, something more complex. Hunger, maybe, interest sharpened by rumor. A castle full of children, yes, but children raised in wizarding families who had grown up with names and wars and old stories in the walls. They looked at him the way muggles might look at a relic dug from a battlefield. Ron caught Harry's eye once across the moving line. It was not a smile exactly, but there was something companionable in the look, something that said, well, we're both in it now. Harry felt unexpectedly steadier. Professor McGonagall set a four-legged stool before the first years. On top of it she placed a pointed, patched, deeply shabby hat. For one bizarre second, nothing happened. Then the hat split open near the brim like a mouth and began to sing. Its song rolled through the hall in a voice far older than the children listening to it, full of rustle and dust and amusement. It sang of the founders, of bold Gryffindor and wise Ravenclaw, of fair Hufflepuff and cunning Slytherin. It sang of the virtues each house prized, of the talents they sought, of the school held together by their differences. Harry listened, but not entirely. Something had gone cold beneath his skin, not around the hall. Not among the students. Inside. A sensation like a draft moving through a locked room. The scar on his forehead prickled, not painfully, but with the peculiar intimacy of something noticing it had been noticed. When the song ended, applause filled the hall. The hat bowed. McGonagall stepped forward with a long scroll. "When I call your name," she said, "you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." Names began. Hannah Abbott, a girl stumbled forward and emerged a Hufflepuff to loud cheers. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff again. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The line shrank by degrees. Harry watched the houses receive their own, Hufflepuff warm and open, Gryffindor noisy and immediate, Ravenclaw politely pleased, Slytherin quieter than the rest. The Slytherin table did not erupt when a student joined them. It measured. It acknowledged. It made room without celebration. Malfoy was called and sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. A smattering of knowing laughter followed from the older Slytherins. Draco took the seat they made for him as if he had expected no other outcome. Hermione went to Gryffindor. Ron, after a pause long enough to make him sweat visibly, went to Gryffindor too, and the red-haired twins at the table nearly stood to shout for him. Harry felt something sharp and strange in his chest. Not envy exactly. Not yet. Just awareness of doors closing before he had even reached them. Then Harry Potter. The hall changed. The sound dropped away, not into silence but into the attentive shape of it. Every candle seemed suddenly brighter. Harry could hear his own footsteps as he crossed the stone he sat. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. The world vanished. It was black for half a heartbeat, and then a voice spoke directly into the dark around him. Ah, it was not the genial, theatrical voice from the song. This one was older, sharper. Startled in a way it did not seem accustomed to being. "Well, that is interesting." Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Interesting, he thought, not yet having learned whether one could speak to a hat with thoughts. "Yes, quite," said the hat. One frightened child, one marked soul, one house-shaped destiny, and it fell silent, not because it had finished speaking, because it was listening. The darkness behind Harry's eyes thickened. He had the sudden, nauseating sensation that someone was rifling through drawers inside him, not cruelly, not kindly, but thoroughly. The hat touched memories like fingers brushing papers, cupboard rain on privet drive windows, Petunia's tight mouth, Dudley's gang circling him in the schoolyard, Hagrid bursting through the hut door, a train compartment, a handshake with a pale boy who smiled too quickly and watched for reaction even while he did it, a red-haired family at King's Cross who had spoken to him as though he were simply a boy. Then the hat touched the scar and recoiled not far. Not enough to leave, but recoiled. "Oh," it said very softly. Harry felt the cold inside him again, the strange draft, the wrongness made articulate. For one impossible instant he had the sense of another presence pressing against the dark. Not awake, not fully, but there, curled like smoke in the corner of a room, the hat spoke more quietly. Two minds, not whole, not equal, but two. Harry's heartbeat began to pound. What does that mean? The hat did not answer at once. He felt it probing carefully now, with the caution of something ancient encountering something dangerous and familiar. You are not made as you should be, Harry Potter. A pause, and yet you are entirely yourself. Curious. I don't understand. No, of course you do not. The hat shifted against his hair. You have courage enough for Gryffindor. More than enough, in fact, the reflex of it. You stand when struck, which is one kind of bravery. You endure when unseen, which is another. There is loyalty in you too, though distrust has grown around it. Intelligence, yes, but not for knowledge's sake. You learn people before books, survival before theory. Quite old instincts for 11, Harry swallowed. The hole beyond the hat was impossibly far away. Then where? The hat did not answer directly. Instead it brushed the scar again, and Harry felt not pain but a flash. Stone corridors. Torchlight on wet walls. A language like hissing water. A boy with dark eyes and a smile so beautiful it was almost alarming, standing in a school corridor 50 years gone and already knowing how to wear charm like a mask. Loneliness shaped into superiority. Fear refined into ambition. Brilliance without affection to soften it. Harry jerked inwardly. What was that? The hat's voice became grim, memory by residue, echo by fracture. There is something in you that remembers another child who belonged very naturally beneath these ceilings. The name was not spoken. It did not need to be. Harry did not know enough to know, but the hat did. And in that small dark space between mind and magic, the hat made a calculation. It was old enough to know that houses did not merely reveal children. They made them. A brave child in Gryffindor might become reckless. A clever child in Ravenclaw might disappear into abstractions. A loyal child in Hufflepuff might bind himself to the wrong people forever. A cunning child in Slytherin might learn the shape of power before understanding its cost. And this boy, this odd, marked boy with another presence sleeping in his soul like poison under glass, could not simply be placed according to his loudest virtue. He had to be placed according to containment. Gryffindor would love him too quickly. Feed the legend, reward reaction, turn every wound into a banner. That road led to brightness, yes, and perhaps to fire so hot it burned away thought. Slytherin would do the opposite. Slytherin would not embrace him. It would test him, isolate him, force him to learn leverage because affection would not be offered freely. It would teach him what masks were for. It would make the dark thing inside him visible by contrast, not by indulgence. Most importantly, if the fragment was going to speak someday, the dungeons would hear the whisper before the towers did. The hat almost wished, absurdly, that it could speak with Dumbledore before choosing. But the choice had to be made now. Harry thought desperately, not Slytherin. The thought shocked him with its strength. Anyone but Slytherin, because of Hagrid's face in the hut. Because of Draco's smirk on the train. Because there wasn't a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. And Harry had clung to that sentence because the world had only just become magical, and he still needed things simple. The hat heard all this, and something like dry amusement brushed him. Children do like moral architecture. 4 houses and one must surely be the villain. It would make life easier, wouldn't it? I don't want to be bad. The answer came so fast and so fiercely it startled Harry himself. The hat went very still. Then, unexpectedly, it became gentler. No, you do not. That is exactly why Harry did not understand. He felt the hat settle lower, as if speaking to him from a great distance and very close at once. Listen carefully, Harry Potter. There are children who must be given courage. There are children who must be given kindness. There are children who must be given room to shine, a beat. And there are children who must be given resistance. A pulse throbbed at Harry's scar. You have in you the makings of a weapon and the makings of a shield. Which one survives may depend less on what the world praises in you than on what it denies. The hall outside waited. Seconds were passing, too many. At the high table, Albus Dumbledore watched with blue eyes gone sharp behind half-moon spectacles. Minerva McGonagall had noticed the pause and disliked it. At the Slytherin table, Lucius Malfoy's son sat with elegant stillness, but his fingers had curled against his goblet. Severus Snape, farther up at the teacher's table, had not moved at all. "Inside the hat," Harry whispered, "please." It was not the plea of a future hero. Not noble, not strategic. Just an 11-year-old boy asking not to be sent where he was afraid to go. The hat would have sighed if hats could. "Ah, child," it thought, "I know." Then aloud to the whole Slytherin, the word cracked through the great hall. For 1 second nothing happened. Then the Slytherin table applauded, but not with the delighted roar Gryffindor had given its own. This was stranger, scattered at first, then gathering. A rustle of approval mixed with surprise, calculation, and in a few older faces, something like disbelief. Everywhere else the whispering exploded. "Potter," in Slytherin. "That can't be right." Harry took off the hat and handed it back, because his hands knew how to move even if the rest of him did not. As he stood, he looked across the hall by instinct. Ron Weasley was staring at him with open astonishment. Hermione looked as though she were already trying to think her way through a problem that did not want solving. One of the red-haired twins had stopped clapping for the latest Gryffindor and was leaning forward, eyebrows nearly in his hairline. Harry turned before he could keep looking. He walked toward the Slytherin table. The silence he entered there was far worse than open hostility would have been. Students shifted to make room because etiquette required it, not because they wanted to. A few clapped politely as he sat. Others did not bother. No one leaned in with introductions. No one smiled. The green and silver banners overhead rippled in candlelight like submerged things. Draco Malfoy, seated 3 places away, gave him the slightest nod. It was not friendly. It was acknowledgement. A place had been made. Harry had reached it. The transaction was complete. Harry sat down between a narrow-faced boy with slick dark hair and a girl with a sharp chin who looked him over like a suspicious investment. Across the table, an older student with a prefect's badge gave Harry one long, considering look, and then turned back to his plate. At the teacher's table, Professor Snape was staring at him, not with shock, with a kind of frozen concentration so intense it almost looked like anger. For half a second, Harry had the absurd feeling that Snape looked not displeased, but interrupted, as though some internal plan had just been shattered, and he was already trying to decide whether to mourn it or adapt. Then Snape's face smoothed into its usual cold dislike. The rest of the sorting passed in a blur. Food appeared in heaped silver platters, steaming and rich, and more than Harry had ever seen at once in his life. The hall erupted into chatter, but that chatter kept bending back toward him. He heard his name everywhere now, attached to Slytherin with varying degrees of fascination and alarm. At his own table, conversation remained careful. The boy beside him finally said, "Daphne Greengrass," indicating the sharp-faced girl across from Harry rather than himself, as if he had decided social introductions were a duty and should be completed efficiently. "Theodore Nott," said the dark-haired boy at Harry's elbow without looking up. "Harry Potter," Harry said because that was apparently still necessary. A flicker, almost invisible, passed through Nott's mouth. Not amusement, recognition of a dry fact. "Yes," he said, "we had gathered." Draco arrived a moment later with the confidence of someone returning to the center of a room he meant to influence. He sat opposite Harry and folded his napkin across his lap. "My father will be interested," Draco said lightly. It was difficult to tell whether this was meant as congratulations, warning, or both. Harry, thinking suddenly of Privet Drive and Vernon's voice whenever he said things like "people will talk," felt some instinct in him steady. "About what?" Harry asked. Draco's eyebrows rose by a fraction. "That the boy who lived has taste." A few nearby students made small noises that might have been laughter. Harry understood in the same instant that Draco had not said it for Harry's benefit at all. He had said it for the students within earshot, to define the event before someone else did. To claim rhetorical ground, a political signal, Harry thought unexpectedly. He heard the phrase in his own head and almost startled at it, so this was how it worked here. Not friendship first. Position first. Harry could do position, not because he wanted to, because he had been doing it with Dudley's gang since he was 6 and no one had ever named it. He looked at Draco and said, "Then he'll be disappointed if he expects me to know what half of this food is." That got a real laugh from somewhere down the table. Small, but real. Draco blinked once, thrown off by not being answered on his chosen level, then he smiled, more genuinely this time. "Start with the roast potatoes," he said. "They're difficult to sabotage." The line moved around the cluster of first years and older students nearby. A little tension went out of the air, not acceptance, but curiosity softened into the possibility of future use. Harry filed that away. Across the hall, he could feel the Gryffindor table even without looking. Once he did glance up, and saw Ron in mid-conversation with Seamus Finnegan. Both of them laughing at something with the easy immediacy Harry had wanted all evening, and had not realized he wanted until it was unavailable. Hermione was speaking animatedly to Percy Weasley, who appeared faintly overwhelmed by the amount of information being aimed at him. Harry looked back down at his plate. The feeling in his chest this time had a name: loss. Ridiculous, really. He had known those two for less than a day. But there was a sort of grief that attached not to what had been, but to what would now never quite be. He could see the shape of it already. Shared jokes in the tower, late-night conversations, study sessions turning into arguments, turning into friendship. A ship leaving harbor, he thought suddenly, not wrecked, not sunk. Just moving away while you stood on shore, the feast ended. Dumbledore rose and gave notices. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, magic in corridors was forbidden, and Mr. Filch, the caretaker, had apparently updated the list of prohibited items, which produced groans from various students. Then prefects gathered the first years. The Slytherins descended, down moving staircases and through torchlit corridors and into the deeper, colder arteries of the castle. The air changed as they went, growing damp and mineral-rich. The walls sweated old moisture. Greenish light seeped through tall windows set below the level of the lake outside, and once Harry looked through one and saw darkness drift past in a slow aquatic sheet. The Slytherin common room lay behind a stretch of bare stone. Their prefect, a 6th-year girl named Gemma Farley, spoke the password, and a hidden door swung open. Harry stepped inside and understood at once why the Sorting Hat had shown him torchlit corridors when it touched the scar. The room felt like the interior of something watchful, low ceilings ribbed with carved stone, lamps burning green in silver brackets, black leather chairs arranged in deliberate clusters, a fire crackling beneath an elaborately carved mantel despite the dampness in the walls. Through the underwater windows, the lake pressed close and dark, occasionally disturbed by the flick of something pale swimming beyond. It was not cozy. It was beautiful in the way a knife could be beautiful. The older students dispersed quickly, finding their own circles. A few glanced back at Harry. None approached. Gemma assigned dormitories and schedules in a brisk voice. Boys to one side, girls to the other. Curfew rules, house expectations, points were not to be lost lightly. Public embarrassment was worse than private failure. If anyone disgraced Slytherin through stupidity, they would regret it. No one laughed. Harry was beginning to suspect Slytherin did not require many repeated instructions. At last, the first years broke toward their dormitories. Trunks had already been delivered. Harry found himself in a room with Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, and a broad-shouldered boy named Marcus Flint's younger cousin, Adrian, perhaps. Harry was too tired to hold all the names. The room was circular, the stone walls softened only slightly by green hangings around the four-poster beds. Waterlight shivered across the ceiling. Draco was the one who broke the silence while unpacking. Half the school will be speaking of nothing else by morning. Harry pulled Hedwig's cage closer to his bed. "I noticed," Draco glanced over. "I did tell you Slytherin wasn't what some people say." There was something probing under the casual words. Not offense, precisely. A test. Had Harry believed the stories? Would he say so? Would he lie? Harry thought of Hagrid saying there wasn't a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. He thought too of the Great Hall and how Slytherin had not embraced him, but neither had it demanded performance. It had simply watched to see whether he would survive being watched. "I don't know what Slytherin is yet," Harry said. That seemed to satisfy Theodore not more than Draco. Not, who had been unpacking books with unsettling neatness, said without looking up, "Correct answer." Draco made a face. "There are no correct answers on the first night." "In Slytherin?" Not said, "There always are." Blaise laughed softly from his bed. Harry changed in silence after that. The curtains around the beds were drawn one by one. The room dimmed. Beneath the castle, beneath the lake, Hogwarts settled around them with the groaning patience of a living thing too old to notice children except when they became interesting. Harry lay awake longer than the others. He could hear breathing in the room, water against stone. Once faintly, a distant movement in the corridor. Hedwig rustled in her sleep. He should have been exhausted. Instead, his mind kept circling the same points, the hat's voice. Two minds, the cold in the scar, Slytherin. At some point, perhaps an hour later, he slipped from bed and crossed quietly to the dormitory window. The glass there did not show the grounds or the stars. Only the black-green body of the lake pressed close, threaded with wavering light from within the room. For a long moment, Harry could see only his own reflection. Small, pale, dark-haired, eyes too old for the face they sat in. Then, behind his reflection, something immense moved in the water. Harry froze. It was only the giant squid, he realized a second later, or some vast curtain of weed passing the window, some harmless lake shape made monstrous by darkness. But the shock left him breathless. He stared at his reflection again. "I'm not bad," he whispered to the glass. The words sounded stupid the moment he said them. Childish, smaller than the fear behind them, but no one was there to hear. The water beyond the glass shifted, and his scar gave a faint pulse, not pain, recognition. Harry pressed 2 fingers to it. Far above, in a tower office full of moonlight and silver instruments, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and said, "Severus." Snape stood before him, black-robed and motionless. "The Sorting Hat has been known to surprise," Dumbledore said mildly. Snape's expression did not change. "That was not surprise." "No, no," Snape's voice was very quiet. "It paused too long." Dumbledore's fingers steepled. "You think it sensed the scar?" "I think," said Snape, with the precision of someone choosing not to say far more, "that it sensed something." For a moment the office was silent except for the soft clicking of silver instruments and the rustle of Fawkes shifting on his perch. Dumbledore looked older in stillness. "At times," he said, "the world makes moves before consulting us." Snape's eyes flashed. "And the child pays for our metaphors." Dumbledore accepted that without visible irritation. "He will need watching." He would have needed watching anywhere. "Yes," Dumbledore said, "but not in quite the same way." Snape knew that. It was precisely the problem. Had Harry been placed in Gryffindor, Severus could have despised him safely from a distance, intervened when necessary, protected him invisibly if he had to, and gone on hating James Potter's face in peace. A Slytherin, Harry destroyed every useful line. Head of house. Guardian by structure. Watcher by duty, not choice. Worse, the boy had looked at him after the sorting with open bewilderment, not arrogance, not James's casual insolence, not Lily's impossible kindness, something else, something observant, interesting, he thought with sudden resentment. The word itself felt like treachery. "What do you want me to do?" Snape asked. Dumbledore's eyes, sharp beneath the half-lowered lids, rested on him. "What you have always done best, Severus," he said. "Watch carefully, intervene rarely, tell me what matters." Snape's mouth thinned. There it was again. The old pattern, the strategic child, the distant management, the request disguised as trust. He inclined his head once because that too was an old pattern and left, back beneath the lake. Harry Potter finally returned to bed. Sleep took him badly. He dreamed of corridors he had never walked, lit by green fire. He dreamed of a boy standing at the end of them, handsome and terrible and smiling with his own face arranged differently. He dreamed of the Sorting Hat whispering not into his ear, but through the bones of his skull resistance. When Harry woke before dawn, the dream was gone. The feeling was not. He lay in the dim green half-light of the dungeon and listened to the water pressing against the glass. Somewhere above, beyond stone and lake and sleeping students, the rest of the castle still believed houses were about belonging. Harry, not 11 hours into Slytherin, was beginning to understand a harsher truth. Houses were also about pressure, about what a place would force out of you, about what survived after that. And in the dark beneath Hogwarts, with the scar cooling on his forehead and the lake murmuring at the windows, Harry Potter opened his eyes and began, without quite knowing it, to learn how power really felt when no one was cheering. Chapter 2. Vipers and Handshakes, the first bargain Harry Potter made at Hogwarts, happened before he ever saw the castle. It happened on the train, in a compartment thick with golden afternoon light, while the countryside slid past in green blurs, and the whole magical world still felt half-invented. At the time, Harry had not understood that it was a bargain. He only understood, with the instinct of someone raised around bullies and adults who smiled before being cruel, that Draco Malfoy was never alone even when no one stood beside him. There were people like Dudley, who dominated a room by sheer noise. They shoved their importance outward and expected the world to make space because it was easier than resisting them. And then there were people like Draco, people who had been taught that rooms belonged to them before they entered them. People who watched before speaking, so when they did speak, it sounded less like a question and more like a verdict everyone else had merely been waiting to hear. Harry recognized the type immediately. Dudley had never been that sort of dangerous. Dudley was obvious. Dudley needed witnesses. Draco wanted an audience. That was different. The compartment door had slid open without a knock. Draco stood there in expensive black robes cut slightly better than anyone else's, as if even first-year school clothes had found a way to understand hierarchy. Crabbe and Goyle filled the space behind him like hired furniture. He looked at Harry, then at the scar, then back to Harry's face with an ease that suggested he had practiced not appearing too interested in important things. "So it's true," Draco had said. Harry had looked up from a chocolate frog card. "Is what true? That you're really Harry Potter?" There had been no awe in it, no warmth either, only appraisal. Harry had already spent a day being stared at on the train, but most people either gulped or blurted or tried too hard not to seem impressed. Draco did none of that. He delivered the fact like a clerk reading a line from a ledger. Harry had liked him more for that than he wanted to admit. "Yeah," Harry said. "That's me." Draco stepped inside without waiting to be invited. "Draco Malfoy." He said it the way other people might say Ministry Decree. Harry, who knew exactly nothing about wizarding surnames, had replied, "All right." Crabbe had snorted. Goyle had looked confused about whether something insulting had just happened. For a second Draco's expression had tightened. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, not because Harry had made a joke, because he had not. "Interesting," that look said. Draco took the seat opposite Harry and crossed one ankle over his knee. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are better than others, Potter." There it was. The testing line, the invitation disguised as information. Ron, sitting beside Harry with a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, had gone red at once. Harry remembered the exact shape of the indignation on his face, young and immediate and uncomplicated. "You think my family's not good enough for you?" Ron had snapped. Draco turned his head and looked at Ron as if he had become aware of a chair speaking. "I think," Draco had said lazily, "there are some families you'd be wise not to attach yourself to if you mean to get anywhere." Harry had looked from one to the other. Ron's robes were second-hand. His freckles stood out more when he was angry. He had been kind to Harry without knowing who he was. Hermione, when she had stopped at the compartment earlier, had been bossy and exasperating and impossible not to take seriously. Both of them felt, in that moment, like real possibilities. Honest ones. The kind a lonely boy recognized quickly because he had so few. Draco felt like something else, not possibility, infrastructure. He saw it before he could name it. An offered map, a guide to a world Harry did not understand. A bad map, perhaps. A biased map, but still a map. Then Draco extended his hand. "Think it through," he said. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." The hand stayed between them. Harry remembered everything in that moment with unnatural clarity. The rhythm of the train, the way sunlight flashed on Draco's signet ring, the slight narrowing of Draco's eyes as he waited, already aware he was being watched by Crabbe and Goyle and by the version of himself he performed for them. It was not a friendly hand. It was not cruel either. It was an offer of alignment. Ron had made a disgusted sound beside him, the noise of a boy hearing a line he understood perfectly and hated. Harry had felt, all at once, the fork in the road, warmth on one side, leverage on the other. He had taken Draco's hand, not warmly, not with gratitude, just firmly enough to say, "I understand what this is. I'm agreeing anyway." Draco's fingers had tightened a fraction, startled perhaps by the lack of eagerness. Harry did not smile. Draco smiled enough for both of them. "Good," Draco had said. The word sounded less like victory than completion. The compartment had gone still. Ron stared at Harry, not betrayed exactly, because friendship had not had time to become betrayal, but startled, hurt in advance by something he did not yet know how to describe. Harry had looked away first. That was the moment he returned to over and over during his first week in Slytherin. Not because he regretted it, because he understood, more with each passing day, exactly what it had cost and exactly why he had done it. By the second morning of term, Draco Malfoy had become useful, not in dramatic ways. Not yet. No declarations, no public oaths of allegiance. Slytherin did not function like that. Protection there moved through implication, through seating choices, and who paused to speak to whom in doorways, and whether older students found reasons to inconvenience you. Harry learned quickly that first-year Slytherins existed at the bottom of an old and finely layered food chain. Bloodlines mattered. Wealth mattered. Existing alliances between families mattered. Confidence mattered most when you had none of the other things. Harry had exactly one item of currency in that world, his name. On the first morning, as he made his way to breakfast through the dungeon corridor with his timetable clutched in hand, 2 second-year boys slowed as he passed. Not enough to stop him, just enough to make the point that they could. One of them looked him up and down and said, "Potter?" The name held no respect. Only curiosity sharpened into the beginning of sport. Before Harry could answer, Draco appeared from the far end of the corridor as though conjured by social necessity. "Bowl," he said coolly to the older boy. "Didn't realize we were inspecting first years now. Is there a shortage of actual work upstairs?" It was a small thing, barely a rebuke. But the second year's expression changed at once, not frightened, only recalibrated. Draco Malfoy was not yet important in his own right, but he was important by inheritance. In Slytherin, that counted. "We were only saying hello," Bowl said. "Then you've succeeded," Draco replied. "Move along." The boys did. Harry looked at him. Draco adjusted his cuffs. "You're welcome." "I hadn't asked for help." "No," Draco said. "That's why it worked." He started walking again, and after a moment Harry fell into step beside him. The dungeon corridors were cold enough to sting Harry's nose. Torches hissed in brackets. Far overhead, somewhere beyond layers of stone, the castle was waking properly. Students tramped in distant stairwells. Doors opened and slammed. The great machine of Hogwarts was learning its New Year's rhythms. "You do know," Draco went on, "that half the house is waiting to see whether you're worth the surprise." Harry glanced at him. "And are they supposed to decide that from me being shoved into walls by second years?" Draco's mouth twitched. "Not shoved, tested. There's a difference. There really isn't. There is here." Harry considered that. It sounded exactly like the sort of sentence people in power said when they wanted ugly things renamed into acceptability. He said, "You're very cheerful for someone escorting me to breakfast like a bodyguard." Draco's expression sharpened, because Harry had named the thing too plainly. "I'm not escorting you," he said. "I'm being seen with you." Harry let that sit between them for a beat. Honesty, even accidental honesty, changed the air. "All right," Harry said. "Why?" Draco looked almost offended by the question. "Because you're Harry Potter." "That's not a reason, that's a fact." For the first time, Draco slowed. He turned his head and studied Harry more closely, as if trying to decide whether this was idiocy, mockery, or something more inconvenient. Then he said, "Because everyone wants a claim on the story before the story settles." Harry said nothing. Draco's gaze flicked forward again. "You're the boy who lived. The whole school has ideas about what that means. Most of them are stupid. Some are dangerous. If I'm the one standing beside you when people decide what to think, then their first assumption becomes that you're not isolated." Harry absorbed that. It was cold, strategic, precise. It also happened to be true. "And what do I get?" Harry asked. Draco smiled faintly, relieved now to be speaking in terms he preferred. "Protection from the house politics you don't understand yet. Advice when professors matter. Explanations about families and feuds, and who means what when they say something polite with that particular tone." Harry thought of Privet Drive, of learning to hear the danger in Petunia's bright voice, of Vernon saying "we'll see" in the particular way that meant no, of Dudley's false friendliness right before a punch. He had been studying tones all his life, only the dialect had changed. "And what do you get?" Harry asked. Draco's answer came quickly enough to be rehearsed, but not quickly enough to be entirely insincere. "Access," he said, "to me, to what happens around you." Draco's chin lifted slightly. "And to people knowing I had the sense to recognize an opportunity before others did." There it was at last, stripped down to the bone, not friendship, mutual elevation. Harry should have disliked him more than he did. Instead, he found himself respecting the clarity. "Fine," Harry said, "but if this is an arrangement, then don't pretend otherwise." Draco's eyebrows rose. "I wasn't. You were on the train." "That was for Crabbe and Goyle." Harry barked a short laugh before he could stop himself. Draco glanced sideways, briefly startled, then smirked as if he had intended to amuse him all along. By the time they entered the great hall together, the terms had been set. No one announced them. They did not need to. Slytherin noticed immediately. Harry felt it at once, the way heads turned, the way conversations adjusted by fractions. He and Draco were not close enough to suggest friendship and not distant enough to imply accident. They approached the Slytherin table as a pair whose association had been chosen. Association in that house meant everything. Harry took his seat. Draco sat opposite. Theodore not glanced up once, read the arrangement in a single look, and returned to buttering toast with the expression of someone whose private prediction had just been confirmed. Blaise Zabini, immaculate and amused, said, "Well, efficient." "Shut up, Zabini," Draco said, not criticism, admiration. The breakfast dishes appeared in clattering silver abundance. Bacon, eggs, toast, porridge, kippers that smelled alarming. Harry reached automatically for the toast, and then, because some part of him was reckless on an empty stomach, looked across the great hall. Gryffindor blazed red and gold in the candlelight. Ron was halfway through a sentence, speaking around a mouthful of eggs to Seamus Finnegan, while Neville Longbottom listened with grave concentration. Hermione sat farther down, already with a book, propped beside her goblet, despite it being breakfast. She was talking to Percy Weasley, who wore the suffering expression of someone being corrected before 9 in the morning. No one at that table was looking at Harry. That, somehow, made it worse. Had they glared or whispered or looked wounded every time he glanced over, the thing might have had edges. A dramatic break, something obvious enough to hate. Instead, it was exactly what it had been on the train and what it would continue to be for weeks after. A slow widening of distance through entirely reasonable choices. Harry had shaken Draco's hand. Hermione had gone to Gryffindor. Ron had followed his brothers. People sat where their houses sat. Classes sorted themselves accordingly. Meals did the same. No one had done anything unforgivable. That was what made it grieve like weather instead of injury. A ship leaving harbor, Harry thought again, and this time the image came with more detail. Not a storm, not wreckage. Just the gradual, undeniable fact of shore receding while the people on deck remained busy with their own lives. "You're staring," Draco murmured. Harry looked back down at his plate. "At breakfast, at Gryffindor." So, Draco spread marmalade with surgical neatness. So if you're going to do it, don't do it like you've misplaced something." Harry's jaw tightened. The infuriating part was not that Draco had noticed, it was that he had noticed accurately. "Have you ever considered," Harry said, "that not every thought needs saying?" Draco gave him a mildly pitying look. "In Slytherin, constantly, that's why I only say the useful ones. Charming." "It's not meant to be." Across the hall, Hermione laughed at something Percy said. Ron knocked over his goblet, and Neville reached reflexively to save the pumpkin juice before it spilled on anyone's robes. It was a clumsy, ordinary little moment, gone almost as soon as it happened. Harry watched the end of it in his peripheral vision and returned to his toast as if nothing had happened inside him at all. By the end of the first week, the arrangement with Draco was paying dividends. It was not that Harry became popular. Slytherin did not popularize people overnight. It catalogued them, ranked them, tested whether their apparent value endured contact, but older students stopped trying to amuse themselves at his expense. First years from old pureblood families, who might otherwise have treated him as a novelty item with inconvenient fame attached, began including him in the polite outer circle of dungeon conversations. More importantly, information reached him. Who hated whom and why, which names made professors shift tone, which students repeated everything they heard to their parents, which corridors were informally claimed by which year groups after dinner, why Theodore Knott's silences mattered more than Crabbe's speech, why Pansy Parkinson laughed at certain jokes and not others, why Blaise Zabini always sounded bored just before he said something worth remembering. Harry absorbed it all with frightening speed. He had always been good at learning systems when the price of not learning them was pain. He learned, too, that Draco was better in private than in public. In public, Draco performed. The sneer came out sharper. The drawl lengthened. He said things because they sounded like the sort of things a Malfoy ought to say in front of people who expected a Malfoy. In private or near private, he became more useful and more interesting. Still vain, still cruel in quick, bright flashes, but observant enough to offer truths he would never have admitted if the room had been full. Professor Binns can be ignored unless he says a date. Draco told him one evening in the common room, sprawled in a chair before the green fire. If he says a date, write it down. If he doesn't, he's only haunting the syllabus. Theodore says Professor Flitwick marks generously if you show your work. That's because Theodore wants everyone rewarded for looking clever. Theo, reading nearby, did not lower his book. "I want standards." "You want footnotes," Draco said. Theo turned a page. "Which, unlike your personality, are evidence of civilization." The common room snickered. Draco rolled his eyes. Harry, perched in an armchair with a library book open on his lap, let himself smile. These were not friends. Not yet. Possibly not ever, not in the shape Gryffindor would have understood friendship, but they were becoming familiar. In Slytherin, Harry was learning. Familiarity was a more advanced currency than charm, and above them all, invisible in daily life, and yet somehow always present, sat Dumbledore's attention, or rather, its absence. Harry noticed on the third day that the headmaster never once spoke to him directly. Dumbledore spoke to students often in small passing ways. A kind word to a nervous Hufflepuff, a twinkling remark to a Ravenclaw prefect, a question to a group of Gryffindors leaving charms. He seemed to drift through his own school with an ease that made everyone else's importance look temporary. But not with Harry, not since the sorting, not a check-in, not a private word. Not even the vaguely benevolent curiosity adults sometimes performed around children who were famous for surviving things. It was not neglect exactly. Neglect implied a failure to notice. This felt more deliberate, as though Harry had been moved from one category to another inside Dumbledore's mind. Not child to be reassured, but asset under observation. The truth of it became clear that Friday night when the teachers gathered in the staff room after dinner. The room was paneled in dark oak, warm from 2 fireplaces despite the chill outside, and full of old magical portraits pretending not to listen. Teacups floated lazily from tray to side table. A decanter of something stronger than tea sat near Professor McGonagall's elbow, untouched but not unconsidered. Dumbledore stood at the head of the room with his hands folded behind his back and moonlight caught in his beard. "Before we conclude," he said mildly, "there is one additional matter." Severus Snape, seated rigidly in a high-backed chair, already knew the subject and disliked that he knew it. Minerva McGonagall looked faintly tired. Phileas Flitwick had climbed onto 2 cushions so his face was visible over the table edge. Sprout smelled pleasantly of soil and dismissed chaos. Quirrell, twitching slightly in his seat, looked as though he would have preferred to be ill elsewhere. Dumbledore said, "Harry Potter will need to be monitored carefully." The phrase fell into the room and stayed there. McGonagall's mouth thinned. "Monitored," Dumbledore inclined his head. "His sorting has altered certain dynamics." "His sorting," said McGonagall in a tone precise enough to frost glass, "has altered absolutely nothing about the fact that he is 11. No one is disputing that, Minerva." She gave him a look that suggested she was very close to disputing several things. Flitwick cleared his throat delicately. "If I may, the boy has shown no irregularity in charms beyond being rather quicker to grasp wand posture than most first years." "Which is not cause for concern," Sprout added, "unless competence has become a disciplinary issue while I wasn't looking." A few mouths twitched. Snape did not. Dumbledore remained serenely patient. "I am not speaking of discipline, only prudence." Snape's voice cut in, cool and quiet. "Prudence would have been visiting him." The room went still. Quirrell looked down at his hands. Flitwick blinked. McGonagall did not blink at all. Dumbledore turned his gaze on Snape without visible irritation. "Would it?" "Yes," Snape said. "If the child is important enough to discuss in staff meetings, he is important enough not to be managed like a parcel misdelivered to an inconvenient address." McGonagall's eyes flashed approval so brief it might have been imagined. Dumbledore sighed, but softly, as though humanity's tendency to object when turned into strategy remained one of its more exhausting features. "Harry's circumstances are unusual." "All children's circumstances are unusual to themselves," Sprout said. "That's rather the definition." Dumbledore's expression gentled, which meant very little to those who knew him well and too much to those who did not. "I do not propose interfering with the ordinary course of his education," he said, "only that we remain attentive. His fame, his history, and his placement in Slytherin create a particular set of pressures." "Then say that," said McGonagall. "Don't say monitored as if he were an unstable artifact." Quirrell gave a tiny cough. Perhaps the headmaster merely means that Potter may attract unusual influences." Snape's eyes slid toward Quirrell with a look of undisguised contempt. "At Hogwarts? Impossible!" Dumbledore let the line pass. He was, Snape thought with a familiar bitterness, doing exactly what he always did when events refused the shape he preferred. Standing back, reframing distance as wisdom, telling himself that non-interference was a higher form of care when sometimes it was merely a cleaner form of control. "Severus," Dumbledore said, "as head of house, you are in the best position to observe whether Mr. Potter is adapting." Snape's face gave nothing away, but the order beneath the sentence was plain. Observe, report, manage if necessary. Do not become emotionally involved enough to interfere with design. He had heard it in different words before. "He is adapting," Snape said. "Quickly?" "Too quickly," Flitwick asked. That made Snape pause, because the answer, if honestly given, was troubling. Potter had arrived in Slytherin on Monday night with the posture of a boy expecting impact, and the eyes of someone too accustomed to being the least powerful person in every room. By Friday, he had already mapped half the first-year social structure, attached himself to Malfoy without being absorbed by him, and learned how to move through the dungeon as though he had always known where its currents ran. Too quickly, perhaps. Or exactly quickly enough for the kind of childhood Severus had glimpsed in the boy's reflexes. "No," Snape said at last, "only efficiently." The word seemed to please Dumbledore even as it disturbed him. "Then we shall remain attentive," Dumbledore said. "That is all." But after the meeting broke and the others drifted out in pairs and singles, McGonagall paused by the staff room door and said without turning, "He notices your silence, Albus." Dumbledore did not answer immediately. "He notices everything," she went on. "That is what lonely children do." Then she left, back in the dungeon. Harry sat at a side table in the common room with a blank piece of parchment before him and his quill motionless in his hand. He had meant to begin an essay for history of magic. Instead, he had spent 10 minutes watching the green light from the lake windows slide across the tabletop. The common room around him hummed low with weekend conversation. Older students played wizard chess by the fire. Someone on a sofa was reading aloud from a magazine in a drawling imitation of the minister's voice to general derision. The smell of smoke and old stone mixed with ink and damp wool. Draco dropped into the chair opposite him. "You look tragic," he said. "I'm doing homework." "That's not a contradiction." Harry glanced up. Draco had clearly just come from somewhere social. His hair was immaculate, his expression lazily alert. "What do you want?" Harry asked. Draco leaned back. "To improve a rumor before it reaches the second years." Harry waited. Draco steepled his fingers, enjoying himself. Apparently Granger answered 6 questions in Transfiguration before anyone else had found the right page, and now people are saying she intends to become a professor by Christmas. Harry snorted despite himself. "There," Draco said, satisfied. "That's the expression. Use that tomorrow if anyone mentions her." Harry's amusement faded, Draco noticed. Of course he noticed. After a brief pause, he said more carefully, "You can miss people without behaving as though you've made an error." Harry stared at him. This was the strange thing Draco did sometimes, say something callous enough to insult and accurate enough to land. "I barely know them," Harry said, ahem. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means," Draco said, "that some people feel familiar very quickly, especially if you've had no one much worth missing before." Harry's fingers tightened around the quill. Draco's gaze flicked to the hand, then away. There was no pity in him, but there was, annoyingly, recognition. He had probably grown up in drawing rooms full of smiling adults who loved bloodlines more reliably than children. He knew something about the difference between being valued and being wanted. Harry said, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because if you keep looking at the Gryffindor table like that, everyone else will decide they're your weakness. And then they'll become one whether they mean to or not." Harry sat very still. There it was again, Slytherin's first principle, not morality, not even ambition. Vulnerability management. He hated how much sense it made. Draco stood. "Also, Parkinson says if you leave your shoes there again, she'll throw them in the fire." They weren't in anyone's way. In Slytherin, aesthetics count as a path. That's ridiculous. "Yes," Draco agreed. "Welcome to civilization." He walked off before Harry could answer. Harry looked back down at his blank parchment and thought, with a weariness that felt too old for him, that Draco Malfoy was becoming one of the most useful people in his life. That was not a comforting realization. Sunday evening, after dinner, Harry found himself leaving the Great Hall a few paces behind Hermione Granger. He had not planned it. The halls funneled people strangely after meals, streams crossing and diverging beneath torchlight. Hermione was carrying 3 books against her chest and walking quickly, as if late for something even when she probably was not. She glanced back once, saw him, and slowed just enough to prove it was deliberate. Harry nearly kept walking. "Nearly," then she said without looking at him, "You did very well in charms." It was such an ordinary sentence that for a moment he could not answer. "You noticed?" Hermione made a small, impatient sound. "Of course I noticed. You got the movement right on your second attempt. Most people were still swishing in the wrong direction." Harry almost smiled. "You noticed that too." "I notice most things," she said, which was not boasting because, unfortunately for everyone around her, it was simply true. They reached the junction where the staircase rose toward Gryffindor Tower and the corridor sloped down toward the dungeons. Hermione stopped. "So," she said, in the tone of someone approaching a problem from the least embarrassing angle available, "how is Slytherin?" Harry looked at her. There was no accusation in the question. only curiosity and perhaps an effort to make sense of him in the new place where the world had put him. Cold, he said after a moment. Organized. Strange. Hermione considered that seriously. Gryffindor is very loud. Harry laughed then, properly this time. To his surprise, Hermione did too. For one brief second the distance between Monday and now narrowed enough to be crossed. Then voices echoed from the staircase above, Ron and Neville coming down from somewhere, mid-conversation. Hermione turned instinctively toward the sound. Harry's own body shifted half a fraction toward the dungeon corridor. The moment closed not because anyone chose to shut it, but because the architecture of the school remembered what house they belonged to. Hermione's smile faded into something softer. "Well," she said, adjusting her grip on the books. "Good night, then." "Good night." Ron appeared on the stairs just as Harry began to descend toward the dungeons. Their eyes met across the junction. Ron raised a hand halfway, awkwardly. Harry did the same. Neither stopped. That was how it was with them now. Not enmity. Not even resentment most days. Just the constant, quiet ache of paths diverging in practical increments until they became geography. As he went back down beneath the lake, Harry thought that grief would have been easier if someone had done something dramatic enough to deserve it. But no one had. That was the problem. At the dungeon entrance, Draco was waiting with an expression of theatrical boredom. "You're late," he said. "I didn't know you were expecting me." "I wasn't. I was waiting to see whether you'd remembered the essay due tomorrow." Harry stopped. Draco held up a roll of parchment. "The Transfiguration essay?" "The very one." Harry stared. He had, in fact, forgotten it completely. Draco's smile was insufferable. "You're welcome." Harry snatched the parchment. "How did you know?" Draco started toward the common room door. "Because Granger reminded half your year after dinner, and I saw you being existential at the pudding." Harry followed him, trying not to laugh and failing in the green-lit shadows of Slytherin. The sound felt odd. Not wrong, just new. The arrangement held. Draco gave Harry what he had promised. Protection, instruction, timing, the invisible cover of not being alone. Harry gave Draco what he had wanted. Proximity to the school's most watched figure, the reflected significance of being first at Harry Potter's side when everyone else was still deciding where to stand. Neither boy called it friendship. Both knew better. But as the first week of Hogwarts drew to a close, and the castle settled around them like a patient old beast full of competing loyalties, the transaction was already changing them in ways neither would have admitted. Harry was becoming less visible and more influential. Draco was becoming less certain he entirely controlled what he had chosen. And somewhere above them, in the high quiet of the headmaster's office, plans were already rearranging themselves around a boy who had stepped into the wrong house and, by doing so, made everyone reveal what they had really intended for him. The ship kept leaving harbor. Harry felt it every day. Across the great hall, at staircase junctions, in the almost conversations with Hermione and the unfinished gestures from Ron. In the simple fact that belonging, once missed by inches, could become a distance no one had meant to create and no one quite knew how to close. But beneath that grief, quieter and more dangerous, something else was taking shape. Understanding, not the bright, heroic understanding of stories. The colder kind, the kind that taught a boy where the pressure points were in a room. The kind that made handshakes matter more than smiles. The kind that let Harry Potter, 11 years old and newly housed among serpents, begin to see that power was rarely offered in the form people wanted. Usually it arrived disguised as arrangement. Usually it asked for something in return. And usually, once taken, it changed the taker as much as the world around him. Harry went to bed that night in the green half-dark of the dungeon, with Draco's borrowed essay notes on the table beside him and the murmur of the lake against the windows. Above, Gryffindor Tower would be loud with laughter and quarrels and the ordinary warmth of children becoming each other's people. Below, Slytherin settled into quieter shapes, transactions, silences, watching, memory. Harry lay awake for a long time, staring at the hangings around his bed. He had chosen the handshake, Or perhaps the handshake had chosen the version of him that survived by taking offered maps, even when he disliked the cartographer. Either way, the road ahead was becoming clearer, not kinder, but clearer. And in Slytherin House, Harry was learning that clarity was often the nearest thing power had to mercy. Chapter 3. The dungeon curriculum, if Draco Malfoy, was Harry's first lesson in how power looked when it smiled. Severus Snape was his first lesson in how power looked when it did not bother. For the first month of term, Professor Snape appeared to hate him with such disciplined consistency that Harry almost found it reassuring. Hatred, at least, was a shape he understood. It had weight, predictability. A tone of voice, a set of expectations, a way of entering a room that made your shoulders tighten before you consciously knew why. Vernon had hated disruption. Petunia had hated reminder. Dudley had hated resistance. None of those hatreds had been noble, but all of them had been legible. Snape, by comparison, was a masterpiece of controlled contradiction. In potions, he treated Harry with cold exactness that stopped just short of cruelty and therefore required more attention to survive. He did not humiliate him gratuitously. He did not sneer with the open delight Harry had half expected. Instead, he watched. Cut, corrected, withheld approval as if it were a reagent too volatile for student use. In the common room, if their paths crossed, Snape became something even more difficult, not warmer but aware. He noticed spilled ink before it stained the leather chairs. He noticed when first years sat where seventh years customarily gathered and cleared the matter with one glance. He noticed who was exhausted, who was frightened, who was performing composure badly. He noticed Harry entirely too much. The uncomfortable truth was that Harry returned the favor. It began in the first potions lesson. The dungeon classroom was colder than the common room and smelled of dried herbs, scorched stone, and things preserved long enough to make children imagine they were still alive. Glass jars lined the walls, packed with floating specimens whose names Harry did not yet know and did not particularly wish to. A cauldron simmered near the front, filling the room with a faint metallic steam that seemed to catch in the lungs. When Snape swept into the room, silence followed him not because students respected him, but because their nerves did. He took attendance in that smooth, almost bored voice that somehow made every name sound like a flaw in administrative procedure. Then he reached Harry. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." The line was expected. The chill beneath it was expected too. What Harry had not expected was the room's reaction, not Gryffindor indignation on his behalf. Not the immediate protective noise that would have followed a public slight at another table. Here the Slytherins barely looked up. They were listening, certainly, but not with outrage, with interest, with the detached curiosity of people studying the opening move of a negotiation. Harry understood, in the same moment Snape surely intended him to, that this was not only about Harry. This was about the room, head of house, and famous first year. Master and student, a Slytherin Potter, however accidental the phrase might sound. Everyone here wanted to know what shape that relationship would take, because whatever shape it took would ripple outward through the house like dye through water. Snape began his questions at once, dark eyes fixed on Harry. "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry had no idea. Hermione's hand shot into the air across the room so quickly it nearly blurred. Harry said, "I don't know, sir." Snape's expression did not change. "Let us try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "I don't know, sir." "And what is the difference between Monkshood and Wolfsbane?" "I don't know." A pause. Around the room, Harry could feel the attention sharpening. He knew this script, knew it in his bones. The authority figure displaying superior knowledge. The room learning where humiliation would fall. The lesson, explicit or not. Understand your place quickly enough, and the damage might remain manageable. But the Slytherins were not enjoying it the way Dudley's crowd would have enjoyed it. They were studying the mechanics. Snape said, "Clearly, fame isn't everything." A few students smiled, not broadly. Carefully, Harry's first instinct was heat, the old reflexive surge of anger and embarrassment, sharp and immediate. His second instinct, learned harder and younger, was to ask what the room wanted from his reaction. If he blazed back, Snape would crush him in front of his own house on the first day. If he shrank, the story would write itself. Potter sorted into Slytherin and already failing under the one professor who mattered most below ground. So Harry did the only thing that had ever saved him in kitchens and corridors and schoolyards. He bought time. "I didn't know I was meant to memorize my textbooks before school started," he said. It was not defiance. Not exactly. The words were careful, respectfully framed. But there was enough steel inside them for the class to hear that Harry Potter had not, in fact, accepted the script in full. Snape's eyes narrowed by a degree. Hermione's hand remained in the air like a desperate flag. Ron, across the room, looked as though he expected an explosion. Draco, 3 benches over, had gone very still. Interesting, Snape thought before he could stop himself, not James's swagger. James would have smirked. James would have challenged the premise itself, turning the room into an audience for his own insolence. This boy had done something subtler. He had not denied ignorance. He had reframed the terms of failure. "You are meant," Snape said in a silken voice, "to arrive at school possessing at least the minimal instinct for preparation." Harry said nothing. Snape turned away at last, and the room breathed. By the end of the lesson, Harry understood 3 things. First, Snape would not protect him by softness. Second, Snape was watching him more closely than he watched anyone else in the room. Third, potions itself was unlike any magic Harry had yet encountered. Charms and transfiguration, even at the basic level first years worked, had an outwardness to them. Wand movement, incantation, the visible relationship between will and effect. You did something and the magic moved. Potions was different. Potions demanded sequence. Temperature mattered. Timing mattered. The order of ingredients mattered. How finely you chopped, how often you stirred, whether you stirred clockwise or counterclockwise, and at exactly what stage, all of it altered the result. It was less like casting and more like engineering with invisible laws. Harry took to it immediately, not brilliantly, not dramatically. He still made mistakes, still sliced too thick, or stirred too late, or misread a line in the textbook when Snape's presence scraped his nerves raw. But he understood the logic of it faster than he understood anything else at Hogwarts. Potions did not care whether he was famous. Potions cared whether he was precise. That, Harry found, was almost restful. The first time Snape realized this, it annoyed him. It happened in the 3rd week of term. The class had been set a simple cure for boils, and the room already smelled faintly of brass and nettles and adolescent panic. Half the students were adding horned slugs too soon. Neville Longbottom's cauldron was making a worrying burbling sound. Goyle had somehow coated his own sleeve in something smoking. Snape moved between tables like a dark thought. He paused beside Harry's station, expecting, perhaps, another famous mediocrity. Another child coasting on legend while more disciplined minds did the real work. Instead, he found Harry standing very still, one hand resting lightly on the table, watching the potion's surface as though it were speaking a language only he had bothered to learn. "Why have you stopped stirring?" Snape asked. Harry did not startle. He only glanced up once, then back to the cauldron. "Because the bubbles changed shape," he said. Snape looked down. They had a subtle shift only someone paying close attention would have noticed. The boil on the potion's surface had gone from rapid and ragged to wider and slower. Another 3 turns and the mixture would cloud. Another 5 and it would curdle into useless sludge, Harry said. "The book says 7 clockwise after the nettles, but it doesn't say how fast. Dean Thomas over there is doing 7 like he's in a race, and his potion's gone muddy. So I thought maybe it isn't the number that matters most. Maybe it's what state the liquid's in when you stop." Snape stared at him, not because the thought was revolutionary. It was not. A dozen 6th years could have told him the same thing, but 1st years did not think like that. 1st years followed instructions or failed to. They did not examine the structure beneath the instruction and begin testing where the real variable lived. "What did you conclude?" Snape asked. Harry looked faintly surprised to have been asked. "That the texture matters more than the count." He said after a moment, "The count just gets most people roughly to the right place." A dangerous answer in some rooms. It could sound like arrogance if spoken with the wrong face. Harry spoke it as observation. Snape said, "And if the instruction were written for students incapable of finer observation?" Harry met his eyes at that. "Then it's useful," he said, "just not complete." For one strange second, the dungeon classroom disappeared, and Severus Snape found himself looking at a child who had spoken to him as an apprentice might speak to a master. Not equal, not challenging authority, but genuinely interested in the hidden mechanics. The sensation was disorienting enough to register as anger. "5 points to Slytherin," Snape said sharply, and moved on before the room could read his expression. The class remembered the points for days, so did Harry. Not because 5 points mattered, but because Snape had awarded them in front of everyone for thought, not performance. That was information. Harry collected information the way other boys collected chocolate frog cards. Snape favored control over brilliance. He despised sloppiness more than ignorance. He corrected students hardest when they tried to bluff. He was quicker to punish spectacle than failure. He did not, despite appearances, actually enjoy watching children suffer. He enjoyed incompetence even less. And when Harry began sorting these observations against his own survival instincts, something important clicked. Snape was a dungeon in human form. Most people tried to move through him emotionally, by resenting, fearing, flattering, provoking. They saw his bitterness and aimed themselves at it. Harry, who had been trapped too long among adults whose emotions were weather systems best avoided, did something else. He looked for the architecture. By October, he could predict, with increasing reliability, which answers Snape would find acceptable, and which he would destroy for the weakness hidden underneath. He learned that if he admitted uncertainty plainly and then asked a structural question, Snape's contempt lessened by increments too subtle for anyone else to notice. He learned that showing his work in potions mattered more than getting lucky with a final result. A correct brew produced by accident irritated Snape almost as much as a failed one. Elsewhere at Hogwarts, Harry's magic was changing too. This happened so gradually that no one but Snape and Harry noticed it at first. In charms, most students approached spells as wishes with pronunciation. They wanted the result, and the wand was the thing they pointed at the world while wanting hard enough. Sometimes this worked. Magic, especially in young witches and wizards, often responded to urgency, to feeling, to that bright, chaotic pressure of desire. Harry could do that. He had always done that, in some form, long before he knew the word magic. A pane of glass vanishing because he wanted distance. Hair regrowing because he hated the haircut Petunia forced on him. Apparition-like leaps to rooftops because Dudley's gang was too close and the body chose impossibility over capture. But Hogwarts was giving him something the Dursleys never had: repetition without panic. For the first time in his life, Harry could practice magic when he was not afraid. That changed everything. At first the change looked like caution. He did not cast as loudly as Seamus or as eagerly as Ron or as rapidly as Hermione. He paused more, watched more, measured wand angle, shoulder tension, breath. He asked Professor Flitwick questions no first year was supposed to think to ask. "What makes a shield charm hold?" Flitwick blinked. "For a first year, dear boy, mostly determination." Harry frowned. "But what makes it stay once it's there?" Flitwick's expression sharpened with delighted interest. "Ah, now that is a better question." Harry learned that magic was not only force, it was form. The idea lodged in him and grew. He began thinking of spells not as bursts of emotion, but as structures briefly imposed on reality. A levitation charm was not just wanting something to rise. It was a relationship between object, caster, and motion. A shield charm was not merely defensive feeling. It was an arrangement of magical pressure in space. Even simple light casting seemed different once he thought of it as anchoring radiance to a point rather than just producing brightness. Because Harry thought this way, his spells changed. They became quieter, not weaker. Just less wasteful. Where another first year might send a bright, wobbling jet of light across half the room, Harry produced a clean, narrow flare and held it without flicker. Where Ron's Wingardium Leviosa made feathers bob enthusiastically, Harry's made them rise in a line so controlled that Flitwick, halfway through correcting another student, doubled back and stared. "Again, Mr. Potter." Harry did it again. The feather rose, hovered, crossed 2 feet to the left and settled precisely where he meant it to. Flitwick's tiny mustache twitched. "Excellent wand discipline." Hermione looked impressed. Ron looked as though he could not decide whether to be annoyed or fascinated. Draco, from the side of the room, wore the expression he always wore when Harry did something useful. Pleased, calculating, mildly affronted that he had not done it first. Harry himself did not understand why it felt so natural, or rather he did, but the answer was not comfortable. Because chaos had always been expensive where he came from, if he knocked over a lamp at Privet Drive, something worse followed. If he misjudged Dudley's mood, pain followed. If he drew attention in the wrong moment, consequences followed. Precision had been survival there long before it became style here. At Hogwarts, precision turned into competence. In Slytherin, competence turned into a reputation. The boy who lived is weirdly tidy. Blaise Zabini said one evening by the fire, watching Harry reconstruct a disarming charm movement from memory using a spoon and his wand as if diagramming it in air. "That's the conclusion I've reached." "You say that," Theo murmured from his chair. As if untidiness is a mark of genius rather than poor upbringing, Blaise glanced at him. "I'm just saying his magic doesn't splash." Draco, sprawled on the sofa with an issue of which broomstick, said without looking up. "That's because he thinks before he does anything. Deeply irritating habit." Harry did not answer. He was still running the movement in his head. Snape, passing behind the chairs on some unguessable errand that head of house duties had dragged into evening, heard the exchange and said nothing. But the phrase stayed with him. His magic doesn't splash. Yes, that was it. James Potter's magic had splashed. It had been bright and arrogant and often brilliant in the way waterfalls were brilliant, forceful, beautiful, impossible to ignore, and at times spectacularly unconcerned with collateral damage. Lily's magic had not splashed exactly, but it had bloomed. It carried warmth even at strength, a kind of living adaptability Severus remembered too clearly. Harry's magic did neither. It locked, not rigidly, not coldly, but with intent. He built spells from inside them, as if he wanted to know which piece bore weight and which could be altered without collapse. Severus found this deeply inconvenient, because inconveniently it was impressive. More inconvenient still, it made the child worth teaching. He resisted the thought for nearly a year. The philosopher's stone matter accelerated many things, tensions, suspicions, Harry's understanding of institutional blind spots, but it did not yet give Snape permission to alter the shape of their relationship. Not openly. Not while Harry was still 11 and every point of contact between them was read by the house, the staff, perhaps the headmaster himself as part of a larger design. So Snape taught indirectly through standards, through silences, through the particular quality of questions he chose to answer and the ones he cut off. And Harry, who was built for difficult forms of instruction because easier ones had never been offered to him, learned indirectly. By second term, he had begun anticipating Snape's corrections before they arrived. By spring, he was staying after potions by plausible accident to ask questions no one else bothered asking. Why is powdered silver used in purification brews if silver isn't magical on its own? Everything is magical on its own in the right context, Potter. That is half the problem. Then why does intent matter less in potions than in charms? It does not matter less. It matters earlier. By the time the cauldron is in front of you, intent has already been translated into method. Those conversations were brief, never warm. usually conducted while Snape pretended to reorganize ingredients or grade essays, but they accumulated. Each one forced Snape closer to the fact he least wanted and most needed to admit. Harry Potter was not his father. That truth did not arrive as revelation. It arrived as attrition. James would have strutted under public scrutiny. Harry adapted to it like someone escaping weather. James would have demanded recognition when he was right. Harry filed being right away for later use. James had possessed natural charisma and spent it carelessly because he had always assumed more would come. Harry spent attention like a boy who knew credit could run out, nor was he Lily. This, strangely, pained Severus more. Lily had moved through the world with a moral clarity that made him alternately revere and resent her. Even as children, she had understood goodness as though it were a native language. Harry did not. He understood systems, costs, pressure. He was kind in flashes, yes, especially where weakness was concerned. But kindness in him was not instinctive confidence in the rightness of the world. It was chosen, often after calculation, sometimes against advantage. That should have worried Severus more than it did. Instead, against every calcified instinct he possessed, he found it interesting. One rainy evening late in first year, that interest nearly betrayed itself. The first years had been assigned a basic shield exercise in charms, not a true defensive charm, not at their age, but the scaffolding beneath one. Flitwick believed in foundations. Most students treated it like a game. They cast shimmering half-discs that flashed and vanished, laughed when sparks bounced off at odd angles. Harry did not laugh. He stood at the back of the room long after most students had left, trying the gesture again and again. A shield was not holding. That was the problem. He could produce the initial flare easily enough. A translucent ripple in air, bright and brief. But it collapsed in less than a second unless emotion drove it, and Harry disliked how unstable emotion made the spell feel. Anger gave it force. Fear gave it sharpness. Determination gave it a little duration. But all of those states moved under him too quickly to build anything durable on top of. He wanted a way to make the magic hold because he understood it, not because he felt hard enough. Professor Flitwick had already gone. Rain stitched the high windows silver. Empty desks threw long, crooked shadows across the floor. Harry tried again. A curved shimmer sprang up before him and cracked apart. He exhaled sharply, lowered his wand, and tried to think, not defend. That word was too emotional, not stop either. That invited impact, reaction. What was a shield, really? A boundary, a temporary wall? No, not a wall. Walls absorbed or broke. This spell was different. A redirected plane, a shaped surface that told force to go elsewhere. Harry lifted his wand again, not raising power this time until he had the form in his head. A curve at shoulder height, anchored here, here, and here. Weight distributed, pressure not backward into him but sideways across the plane. He cast. The shield appeared and stayed not for long. 3 seconds, perhaps 4. But it stayed with a cool steadiness Harry had never felt from the spell before. Then Snape's voice from the doorway. Again. Harry whipped around. Snape stood framed in the open door, black robes absorbing the hall's dimness. He must have been there at least several seconds, long enough to see. Long enough, perhaps, to understand exactly what Harry had changed. Harry said, "Sir, do not gape, Potter," again. Harry turned back and cast. This time the shield held 5 seconds. Snape entered the room slowly. How? Harry hesitated. The wrong answer here would be, "I don't know." The second wrong answer would be something vague about trying harder. "I stopped thinking of it as defense," Harry said, "and started thinking of it as shape." Snape came to stand beside the fading outline in the air. Up close, his expression was unreadable in the half-light. "Explain." Harry did, awkwardly but precisely. Not the emotional part, not the reasons buried back at Privet Drive. Only the magical logic. Snape listened without interruption. When Harry finished, silence stretched. Then Snape said, "Most children your age believe magic is improved by feeling." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. "Isn't it?" "Sometimes." Snape's gaze remained on the place where the shield had been. And sometimes feeling is merely the first crude fuel available to an undisciplined engine. Harry absorbed that slowly. It sounded like one of those sentences that was about far more than the spell in question. Snape said, "You are approaching magic backward." Harry stiffened slightly. "Not incorrectly," Snape added, which startled both of them. "Backward. Most students begin with force and acquire precision later. You are reaching for structure first." "Is that bad?" "It is uncommon." Snape's eyes flicked to him. "It will make certain branches of magic easier and others considerably more difficult." "Which ones?" Snape almost smiled. It would have been less alarming if he had shouted. "The interesting ones." Then, as if he had said far too much already, he swept out of the room and left Harry standing there with his wand raised and the rain pressing against the castle windows. That night, Harry dreamed of silver planes of light hanging in darkness like walls made of thought. When second year began, the castle had changed, not physically. Hogwarts always altered around summer and term beginning with the same old shifting pulse of moving staircases, repopulated dormitories, new passwords, new tensions. But Harry changed enough over the summer that the castle met a different boy than the one it had sorted. He came back taller by an inch, quieter by intention, and better at hiding how much he had missed the place. That last detail offended him. A boy ought not to miss school more than holidays. School still meant essays, scrutiny, Snape, staircases designed by lunatics, and an institutional tendency to assume children would survive any educational environment no matter how badly supervised. And yet, Privet Drive had become intolerable in a new way after Hogwarts. Before magic, neglect had been the shape of the world. After magic, neglect was a choice some people continued making in a world where owls existed. Harry returned to school with that knowledge sharpened inside him like a blade he had not yet decided whether to use. He also returned to a Slytherin house that now knew what to make of him, not entirely, never entirely, but enough. He was no longer the sorting shock. He was no longer merely the boy who lived in green and silver by clerical error. He was Potter of Slytherin, a contradiction that had stabilized into factional usefulness. Younger students watched him. Older students assessed whether his first-year reputation would harden into something lasting. Draco's place beside him had become routine enough to stop drawing comment. Theo still spoke only when something worth saying had appeared. Blaise remained amused by the entire concept of school. And Snape summoned Harry 3 weeks into second year, not by public instruction, not after class, by note. The folded parchment appeared beside Harry's plate at breakfast between the toast and marmalade, as if materializing from the castle's own sense of drama. No seal, no signature, only 4 lines in a hand Harry had learned to recognize on essay margins. Potter, my office, this evening. 8 o'clock. Come alone. If you are late, do not come at all. Draco, seated opposite, noticed the note because Draco noticed weakness, leverage, and communication with the faculty the way hunting dogs noticed blood. "Well?" he asked. Harry folded the parchment once. "Snape," Theo looked up from his tea. "Interesting, dangerous," Pansy Parkinson said at once. "When professors say come alone, it's never for anything good." Blaise buttered his toast. "Counterpoint, everything interesting is bad for someone." Draco leaned forward slightly. "What for?" Harry slid the note into his pocket. "It doesn't say." This was true. It also meant he spent the entire day thinking about it. Detention seemed unlikely. Snape did not require mystery for detention. House business, perhaps. Potions correction. Some fallout from the first whisperings around the chamber reopening, which had already put half the school into a frenzy, and the Slytherins into a strange mix of watchfulness and offended inheritance. At 8 precisely, Harry stood before Snape's office door in the dungeon corridor. He knocked once. "Enter." The office was lit by fire and lamplight, shelves crowded with jars and books and ingredients in disciplined disarray. Shadows moved strangely there, elongated by glass and flame. Snape sat behind his desk, fingertips together, expression unreadable. Harry remained standing. "You wish to see me, sir?" "Yes." Snape let the silence stretch just long enough to remind Harry who controlled it. "Sit down!" Harry sat. For several seconds, Snape only studied him. It was not comfortable being observed by a man who missed so little, but Harry had spent 2 years in this office if measured by attention rather than calendar. He held still. Finally, Snape said, "Tell me what you understand of legilimency." Harry blinked. "Mind magic," he said cautiously. "Reading thoughts. Sort of, Snape repeated with contempt so refined it almost counted as pedagogy. "Legilimency is not mind-reading in the vulgar sense children imagine. It is the art of perceiving and navigating memory, emotion, intent, and associative structure when contact is established." Harry frowned. "Can lots of wizards do it?" "No." "Can you?" Snape's look made the question answer itself. Harry tried again. "Why are you asking me this?" Snape leaned back in his chair. Firelight sharpened the hollows of his face. "Because," he said softly, "you are no longer anonymous, because you are rich in exactly the sorts of symbolic value that attract manipulation. Because there are people in this world who do not ask questions when they can simply look." Harry felt a small coldness move through him, not fear exactly, recognition. He had known, in a general way, that fame made him vulnerable. That adults often wanted from him things they preferred not to name directly. He had felt it in interviews of tone, in teachers choosing words, in the wider magical world's habit of attaching meaning to his existence without consulting him. But this was different, more intimate, more violating. "You mean someone could just," he gestured vaguely toward his own head, "go through things if you are unguarded, yes." Harry's mouth tightened. Snape watched that and perhaps decided to proceed. "There exists a corresponding discipline," he said, "by which the mind may be ordered, obscured, compartmentalized, or defended. Occlumency." The unfamiliar word seemed to darken the room. Harry said it once under his breath. "Occlumency?" "A useful skill," Snape said, "for anyone who expects someday to negotiate with liars, politicians, or relatives." It was the nearest thing to humor Harry had ever heard from him. "Are you teaching me?" Harry asked. Snape's lip curled. "Do not sound so astonished, Potter. You occasionally demonstrate the capacity to learn." That was not a no. Harry sat forward slightly. "Why?" The question came out before he could stop it, and he knew at once it was the real one. Not why this subject. Why me? Why now? Why privately? "Why from you?" Snape's face went very still. For one dangerous moment, Harry thought he had overstepped and would be dismissed with some elegant cruelty. Instead, Snape said, with each word chosen as if against resistance, "Because ignorance is expensive. Because a weapon left undefended becomes a liability. Because the school contains more forms of ambition than are visible in daylight. Choose whichever explanation lets you sleep." Harry absorbed that. He was old enough now to hear the evasion and young enough still to feel the thing concealed behind it. Not affection, no, but intention altered by proximity. Snape would not call it care if dragged to truth under Veritaserum. Yet something in him had crossed a line from observation to investment. Harry said quietly, "All right." Snape reached into a drawer and withdrew a blank sheet of parchment. "Before any shield can be built," he said, "the mind must be taught the difference between what it contains and what it displays. Most people live with those things hopelessly entangled." He laid the parchment on the desk between them. "Describe to me the route from the Great Hall to this office." Harry frowned, but did it. Snape stopped him halfway through. "You are narrating. I require structure." Harry tried again. "Doorway, corridor, stair, turning, torch alcove, portrait niche, dungeon descent, left at the armor stand, right at the flooded arch." Snape made him do it 3 more times until the route became less memory and more architecture. Then Snape said, "Good. Memory is not one thing. It is image, sensation, sequence, emotional charge, meaning, interpretation. Most intrusions succeed because the victim offers the whole of a recollection when only one component is required. You will learn not to do that." Harry stared at the parchment. Nothing written on it, yet the lesson was already working some new hinge inside his head. "You can separate them?" "With practice." Harry thought of privet drive then with abrupt force, of cupboard wood under his fingers, Petunia's voice, the smell of floor polish, the emotions attached to all of it like burrs. "You can put things away," he said, Snape's eyes sharpened. "There are things," Snape said, "which may be sealed, things which may be dulled, things which may be isolated for examination, and things which must never be left where the first competent mind to knock can enter and help itself." The fire cracked. Harry looked up. This conversation was no longer only about politics. It was about survival in a more ancient sense. "Will it hurt?" he asked. Snape considered lying. He did not. "Yes." Harry nodded once. "When do we start?" Snape stared at him for a long moment and found, annoyingly, that the answer in him was not fear but readiness, not eagerness. Harry was not stupid. Readiness. "Now," Snape said. What followed was not dramatic in the way stories liked such things. No instant duel of minds, no cinematic revelation, no collapse into screaming memory. Occlumency at the beginning was tedious, brutally, humiliatingly tedious. Snape made Harry build mental rooms, not metaphorically at first, though metaphor came later. Practically, repeatedly, with as much detail as if preparing a potion. A table. A chair, a door, a shelf. What wood, what angle, what window, what could be seen from it, what could not. Harry, who might once have assumed magic belonged only to wandwork and incantation, found himself learning that mind magic began in attention. Relentless, directed attention. When he tried to force it, Snape corrected him. When he drifted into imagination, Snape cut him off. "This is not daydreaming. Structure, Potter." When he grew frustrated, Snape said, "Emotion is not architecture." When he succeeded by accident, Snape made him repeat the process until it ceased being accident. Somewhere in the second week of lessons, Harry realized with a mixture of exhaustion and fascination that Snape was teaching him the same thing across multiple branches of magic. Form before force. Sequence before outcome. Know what the spell is doing, not merely what you want from it. The same logic that had improved Harry's brewing and sharpened his charms was now being driven inward. In class, that logic became visible in smaller ways. His shield charm, once a flicker, now held twice as long as any other second years during practical exercises. Not because he was more powerful, but because he stopped treating the charm like an emotional shout and treated it like load-bearing design. His disarming spell, when they eventually began the foundations of it, did not rip wands away with flamboyant force. It cut the magical connection at its hinge and let the release do the rest. Flitwick was delighted. McGonagall grew quietly attentive. Draco became intolerable about it. "You make everything look like homework," he complained after Harry held a shield steady through 3 consecutive impacts in practice. "It's unnerving." "It is homework," Harry said. "No, this is worse. This is you enjoying homework." Theo, overhearing, murmured, "A moral failure, certainly." Even Snape, who would rather have swallowed nails than praise a child casually, began modifying Harry's potions marks in the margins with comments that revealed more than they said. Improved control. Better. Stop anticipating my criticism and start correcting the error before I reach your table. Harry treasured none of these remarks in any sentimental sense. He used them. That was the point. By midwinter of second year, the mentorship existed whether either of them named it or not publicly. Never that. In potions, Snape remained severe. In the corridors, he remained forbidding. At staff table and in house matters, he gave Harry no visible special favor at all, perhaps because giving favor in Slytherin was the fastest way to make it costly. But in the office, twice a week, with the fire low and the dungeons quiet, Snape taught him how not to be entered. How to sort memory from feeling, how to notice the thought beneath the thought, how to hold a surface calm while movement continued below it, how to let someone look and see what you preferred visible. "Again," Snape would say, and Harry, sweating, furious, determined, would build the room. The door, the shelf, the sequence, the shield. He failed often, he improved anyway. One night, after a particularly brutal lesson in which Snape had knocked him sideways through 3 linked memories before Harry managed to lock them down, Harry sat on the edge of the chair, breathing hard while the office swam back into focus. Snape stood by the fireplace, wand lowered. "You attempt resistance too late," he said. Harry wiped his sleeve across his face. "I know. You react at the point of intrusion. By then the line is already compromised." "I know." Snape turned, irritation flashing. "Then why persist in the error?" Harry looked at the floor. Because intrusion was what childhood had felt like, he thought. Because with the Dursleys, you were always reacting after the door opened, after the voice rose, after the hand moved. Because defenses built during impact were the only ones he had ever known. He did not say any of that. Instead he said, "Because I'm used to bracing, not preventing." The words hung there. Snape went still. In that stillness, Harry realized, too late, what he had admitted, not details. Nothing actionable, but enough. Enough for a man like Snape to hear the shape of a life behind the sentence. When Snape spoke again, his voice had gone very quiet. "Yes," he said. "That will have to change. No apology, no sympathy, nothing as useless as either would have been, only instruction translated into decision. For Harry, bizarrely, that was better, because sympathy could be lied. Technique could not. The dungeon curriculum, he would understand much later, was never only about Slytherin House or Snape's office or the subjects most associated with the underworld of Hogwarts. It was about what the dungeons demanded from anyone who lived there long enough. Notice what is real beneath what is presented. Learn the weight-bearing points. Do not confuse appearance with design. Do not let others name your mind for you. By Christmas of second year, Harry Potter was not the most powerful student in his year. He was not even close. Hermione Granger still outpaced almost everyone in raw academic mastery. Other students could cast more dramatically, improvise more boldly, produce more visibly impressive effects. But Harry had become something rarer and, in certain circumstances, more dangerous. He had become precise. And precision, Snape knew better than most men alive, was what transformed talent into leverage. On the last lesson before the holidays, Snape dismissed the class one by one as cauldrons cooled and students bundled scarves around their necks for the journey home or to the train platforms. Harry packed his books slowly. "Potter," Snape said. He stayed. The room emptied. Dungeon light dimmed toward evening. Snow, somewhere far above, was beginning to fall over the grounds. Snape regarded him from beside the desk. "You are improving," he said. For a moment Harry thought he had misheard, not because the words were impossible. Because Snape had never before offered them so directly. Harry said carefully, "Thank you, sir." Snape's expression suggested gratitude was not necessary and perhaps mildly offensive. "Do not mistake improvement for immunity," he said. "A better shield merely encourages stronger spells to test it." "I know." Snape's eyes narrowed with that familiar, measuring intensity. "Yes," he said softly. "You usually do." Harry left the classroom with his books under one arm and the strange weight of those words settling somewhere deeper than praise usually reached. Above him, the castle hummed with holiday anticipation. Students laughed in stairwells. Owls beat through snowy air. Somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Ron and Hermione were probably arguing over packing or timetables, or whether anyone had remembered Neville's toad. The old grief moved in him at the thought, low and constant as winter water. But now there was something beside it, not replacement, never replacement, structure. A different kind of belonging, harder and stranger, and built less from warmth than from repetition. Standards, difficult rooms, and the rare adults who taught you things worth keeping even when they could not say plainly why they had chosen to. Harry descended toward the dungeons for the last time that term, green light flickering across the stone, and understood something he had not known when the hat touched his head. Resistance was not only what the world applied to you. Sometimes it was what shaped you into someone difficult to move. And somewhere behind him, in the potions classroom gone quiet at last, Severus Snape stood alone among cooling cauldrons and admitted to himself a truth he would never say aloud. The boy was not James. The boy was not Lily. The boy was not simple. Worse than that, and therefore far more dangerous to every plan built around him, the boy was becoming deliberate. Severus should have feared that more than he did. Instead, he found himself preparing the next lesson. Chapter 4. The Stone and the Strategist. Before Severus Snape ever taught Harry Potter how to close a door inside his own mind, Harry learned something simpler and, in some ways, more useful. He learned how to spot a lie that had been practiced too often. Professor Quirrell's stutter was the first clue, not because it was fake. Harry never decided it was entirely fake. That would have been too neat, and Harry had lived too long around adults to trust neat explanations. Real fear and performed fear often wore the same clothes. People exaggerated what was already true, because it made the performance easier to sustain. No, the clue was that Quirrell's fear had pattern. He trembled when speaking to authority. He fumbled when students watched him. He dropped chalk and lost his place and looked perpetually one loud noise away from collapse, but not around actual danger. That was what Harry noticed in October. Defense against the dark arts was, outwardly, a joke. Even first years could tell that much. Quirrell's lessons drifted. His examples tangled into anecdotes. He smelled strongly enough of garlic to suggest either a medical condition or a superstition being weaponized against basic hygiene. Students learned very little and mocked a great deal. But Harry had grown up around Dudley's gang and later among Slytherins, and from both environments he had learned the same thing. Incompetence and harmlessness were not the same thing. Quirrell taught badly. He did not observe badly. That was the part Harry could not stop noticing once he saw it. While the rest of the class laughed at Quirrell losing track of his own notes, Harry watched his eyes. Quirrell looked at wand hands, at seating arrangements, at who reacted fastest to sudden movements, at which students flinched when cursed objects were mentioned and which leaned forward. He asked odd questions too, usually in the middle of otherwise shapeless lectures. If one were confronted, Quirrell said in a lesson on minor jinxes, dabbing nervously at his forehead, by a corridor protected against entry, what would be the most likely school response? No one answered because no one understood why he was asking. Dean Thomas suggested ask a professor. Seamus said blast the door. The class laughed. Quirrell laughed too weakly, but Harry saw him noting the answers the way a shopkeeper might assess coins for weight. Another time, during a rambling discussion of trolls that ought not to have lasted more than 7 minutes and somehow devoured 40, Quirrell asked, "How long do you suppose it would take, HM, in a real emergency, for all house prefects to account for their students?" Again, the question passed as nonsense because the class had already decided he was nonsense. Harry had not. He knew the difference between a person speaking foolishly and a person hiding a useful question inside foolishness. The thing about Privet Drive was that it had trained him to watch what adults really wanted while pretending not to care. Vernon might shout about one thing and mean another. Petunia might ask where he had been when what she really wanted was whether Mrs. Figg had seen him. Harry had learned early that if you answered the words instead of the intention, you were often in trouble anyway. So he started watching Quirrell the same way, not dramatically. He did not tell Draco, did not rush to libraries hunting dark conspiracies, did not decide, because he was 11 and important and therefore required by the universe to discover a plot. He simply began collecting irregularities. Quirrell's wand hand never shook when he wrote on the board. His stutter worsened in front of groups and almost vanished when he forgot he was being observed. He looked terrified of Snape in public, but not in the instinctive way prey feared a predator. More like a liar feared a competent auditor. And twice, when lessons drifted toward practical defense, Quirrell stopped being vague entirely and became very precise about the mechanics of breaking magical sequences. That last point mattered. Harry would not have known why at the start of term. By October, because of potions and the way his own magic was beginning to teach him structure, he had learned enough to hear the difference between someone who understood how magic worked and someone who merely taught around it. Quirrell, when nervous, sounded scattered. Quirrell, when discussing how layered protections failed, sounded like a man remembering. It sat wrong in Harry from the moment he recognized it. Then Halloween came. By the time the troll entered the castle, Harry already distrusted Quirrell. The troll simply made the distrust heavy enough to become intention. The feast had been loud with jack-o'-lantern light and autumn sugar, and the odd relief of first years realizing that Hogwarts, for all its dangers, took holidays seriously. Slytherin's table had been more restrained than Gryffindor's, though Draco still managed to complain about decorative bats, as if personally wronged by the concept of whimsy. Harry remembered Quirrell entering the Great Hall clearly because Quirrell did not look frightened enough. That was the strange thing. If a mountain troll had truly been loose in the dungeons, as Quirrell announced in a gasping burst before collapsing dramatically before the teacher's table, then the fear ought to have hit him in the body first. Sweat, yes. Shaking, yes, but also disorder. A man genuinely terrified in extremis did not usually make time to pitch the performance precisely toward authority. Quirrell did. He stumbled beautifully. Too beautifully. And when Dumbledore rose in thunderous command and the hall erupted into controlled chaos, Harry caught one more thing. Just before Quirrell seemed to faint, his eyes flicked not toward the dungeons where the troll supposedly waited, but toward the staff corridor leading away from the hall. Not fear, check, like a man confirming that distraction had been accepted. That was enough to make Harry move the suspicion from interesting to actionable. He still did not run to a professor. That would have been reckless, and reckless accusations against frightened adults usually ended badly. Harry knew that too. Instead, he verified. For the next 3 months, Harry Potter conducted the first real investigation of his life. He did it the way Slytherin had already begun teaching him to do everything, indirectly. He watched Quirrell's classroom. He watched where Snape's attention bent when Quirrell entered a room. He asked harmless questions in harmless tones. He used other people's habits to illuminate spaces he could not reach himself. Draco, who enjoyed gossip so long as he could pretend he was performing analysis, proved unexpectedly useful. Quirrell used to be less ridiculous, Draco said one evening in the common room, slicing open a letter from home with a silver knife. My father said he was mediocre but functional before he went abroad. Abroad where? Harry asked without looking up from his homework. Albania, I think, somewhere grim and forested. He wanted practical experience with dark creatures. Draco smirked. Apparently what he found was a new personality. Theo, reading by the fire, said without glancing up, "Trauma can do that." "Pretension can do it faster," Draco replied. Harry filed both comments away. Hermione, though she did not know she was helping, filled in another piece. In the library, where their paths crossed more often now in quiet practical moments that never lasted long enough to become friendship again, Harry found her standing on a stool trying to reach a book on magical ward construction. "You're not in ancient runes," he said. She glanced down sharply, then relaxed when she saw it was him. "No, but Hogwarts. A history references basic ward structures in the appendices, and those references point back to older defensive texts. I wanted to see how school protections are layered." Harry kept his face blank. "Why?" Hermione huffed. "Because the book was vague, obviously." That was Hermione all over, truth hidden inside irritation, but the line mattered. If basic ward construction could be traced through school texts, then Quirrell, who was forever asking loose, scattered questions about protections, might be doing the same. "Find anything useful?" Harry asked. "Only that most serious school defenses are cumulative rather than singular," she said, climbing down with 2 books and the expression of someone insulted by inadequate indexing. "Why?" Curious. Hermione narrowed her eyes in the way that suggested she did not believe that for 1 second, but had not yet chosen whether to press. She didn't. That was part of the grief too, Harry thought later. With Hermione now, there were always almost conversations, the sort that hovered at the edge of becoming confidence and then remembered where the staircase split. Ron contributed without meaning to as well. During a damp November afternoon after flying, Harry passed a half-open classroom and heard Ron inside complaining to Seamus in the straightforward. offended tone only Ron seemed capable of maintaining continuously. "I'm telling you, Snape wasn't trying to curse Harry's broom," Ron said. He was muttering at Quirrell. Hermione reckons Quirrell kept looking dead pleased with himself till she set fire to Snape's robes, and then he went all startled. Harry stopped in the corridor. Seamus said, "Why would Quirrell hex Potter?" Ron answered with blunt common sense that turned out, for once, to be exactly right. "Why wouldn't he? Everyone thought it was Snape, didn't they? That's enough reason for someone sneaky." Harry moved on before either of them could notice him. By then, he had already suspected Quirrell wanted something hidden in the school. The Quidditch match sharpened the shape of it. If Quirrell was willing to take Harry off the board publicly, and willing to do it in a way that redirected suspicion towards Snape, then Harry mattered to whatever plan was unfolding. Or Quirrell believed he might. That, too, was information. Harry's final verification came in December. He had been staying late in the library, not entirely for research and not entirely to avoid the common room, when he took the corridor that curved behind the trophy room and led toward the quieter academic offices. It was faster, colder, and usually empty. That night it wasn't. Voices carried ahead, Snape's low and lethal, Quirrell's thinner than usual and stripped almost entirely of the stutter. "Do not know what you mean," Quirrell said. "On the contrary," Snape replied. "I think you know precisely." Harry stopped in the shadow before the turn. The corridor beyond lay in alternating torchlight and dark. Quirrell stood with his back partly to Harry, one hand clutched in his robes. Snape faced him, all black severity and contained threat. "You have been asking questions about matters that do not concern you," Snape said softly. "You have been moving at hours that suggest either insomnia or ambition. Neither improves my opinion of you," Quirrell swallowed. I am a professor here." "Temporarily," Snape said. For 1 second the air changed. Harry could not have named how, only that something in Quirrell's posture stopped cringing and went still. Then the stutter returned. "I don't know what you think I've done." Snape stepped closer. "Then permit me to simplify. If you do not wish me as your enemy, Professor Quirrell, you will cease meddling where you are neither invited nor equal to the task." Harry had the distinct impression that two conversations were happening at once, the spoken one and the real one. Quirrell seemed to hear both. His face had gone pale beneath the turban. "I understand," he whispered. Snape let the silence bite for a moment longer, then swept past him and down the corridor without noticing Harry in the shadows, or perhaps noticing and not showing it. With Snape, either was possible. Quirrell remained where he was for several seconds after Snape left, and when he finally moved, Harry saw him touch the side of his turban with shaking fingers, not like a nervous habit, but like a man checking whether something beneath it had heard and approved. That was enough. Harry waited until Quirrell had gone, then he went to Snape. Not immediately. Not in the corridor. That would have exposed the eavesdropping and turned the whole thing into confession and punishment. Harry chose the next evening, after potions, when the room had emptied and he could ask a question in the tone of a student curious about curriculum. "Sir," Snape, bottling ingredients with the ruthless precision of a man who trusted glass more than people, did not look up. "If this is about your essay, it was mediocre and your citation habits are criminal." "It's about defense against the dark arts." That got Snape's attention, not visibly at first, only a fractional stillness in the shoulders. Harry continued before courage failed. "Professor Quirrell teaches as if he doesn't know what he's doing," Harry said, choosing each word with care, "except when he talks about how defensive magic breaks." Snape set the bottle down. And Harry had prepared this part. Prepared it so carefully that he had spent half the previous night discarding sentences that sounded too much like accusation. "And I wanted to ask," he said, "whether data is usually supposed to include questions about school ward responses, corridor protections, and faculty emergency timing. Because he asks those things a lot for someone who can't get through a lesson on trolls." Snape turned fully then. Harry held the look. Not defiantly, just steadily enough to show that he knew the question mattered. For a moment Snape said nothing at all. Then, "Why are you asking me this instead of the headmaster?" Harry answered honestly, because dishonesty here would have been fatal, because you already know something's wrong. A long silence. In it, Harry watched the possibility of being thrown out of the room, given detention, or told very coldly to stop imagining plots where none existed. Instead, Snape said, "What precisely have you observed?" Harry told him, not everything at once. He had learned by now that information offered in a flood looked like panic or performance. So he gave it cleanly. Quirrell's odd questions. The troll. The broom jinx. The corridor confrontation. The discrepancy between public fear and private competence. Snape interrupted only to clarify sequence. When did he ask about prefect response time? Second week of October. Who else heard? Most of the class. Did he look at anyone in particular? Not then. When he stopped stuttering in the corridor, are you certain? Yes. That answer came too fast to be doubted. Snape studied him for what felt like an hour and was probably less than 10 seconds. Finally, he said, "You will speak of this to no one." Harry's pulse kicked once. "You believe me?" Snape's lip curled. "Do not become sentimental, Potter. I believe that you have noticed a pattern worth testing." Which, coming from Snape, was nearly trust. From that point the matter became real. Snape investigated, and Harry learned more in the following weeks about how competent adults actually moved than he had in his entire life. They did not storm into rooms shouting accusations. They did not reveal sources. They did not, if they meant to succeed, move in ways that frightened the guilty into improvisation. Severus Snape understood two things almost at once. First, Quirrell was indeed making covert attempts to reach whatever the headmaster had hidden behind the school's increasingly theatrical defensive measures. Second, Albus Dumbledore, for all his brilliance, accepted unpleasant truths most readily when he could arrive at them himself. So Snape did not tell Dumbledore, "Potter suspects Quirrell." That would have been useless. Worse than useless. It would have dragged Harry into the center of a matter he was still too young to survive if it became direct. Instead, Snape laid information the way some men laid traps. A note to Filch, sharp enough to provoke complaint, regarding unauthorized nighttime movement near the third-floor corridor. Filch, insulted by the implication that he had missed something, produced 2 weeks of logs and delivered them to McGonagall in a fury. A quiet question to Hagrid over brandy about who, exactly, knew enough to ask about giant three-headed dogs and how one handled them. Hagrid, who had an admirable heart and catastrophic confidentiality, went white enough to be useful. A pointed staff-room remark within Quirrell's, hearing about how foolish anyone would have to be to tamper with layered protections without understanding mirror-binding enchantments. Quirrell's attention snapped to the word mirror before he could stop it. Snape noticed. So did Dumbledore, though he pretended not to. And Harry helped, though only in the limited ways Snape allowed. He stopped asking visible questions. He corrected Draco, lightly but publicly, when Draco repeated a rumor that Snape wanted the stone for himself, which made the rumor interesting enough to spread in reverse. He mentioned in Hermione's hearing that Quirrell asked very strange practical questions for a man supposedly too frightened to face his own subject. Hermione, unable to resist anomalies, began pulling books on defensive theory and arguing with herself audibly in the library about what a competent professor ought to know. By Christmas, the school was working the problem without understanding that it was working it. Dumbledore, receiving evidence from 4 directions at once, began treating Quirrell with the attentive patience he reserved for people he had decided were dangerous, but not yet containable. Quirrell, sensing pressure, grew less careful. Harry saw him twice near the forbidden corridor after curfew, always retreating before committing to the attempt. He looked thinner each time, as though whatever rode his ambition required more of him every week. Harry did not know then about the face beneath the turban. He knew only that Quirrell's fear was no longer the fear of failure. It was the fear of being squeezed between 2 stronger wills. By spring, the trap had changed shape. The stone, whatever its exact magical significance, had ceased to matter to Harry as an object. It mattered as gravity. as the hidden center around which too many adult movements bent unnaturally. He did not ask Snape what the thing truly was. Snape would not have answered, and Harry had learned enough by then to know that some questions were better postponed until the answer could be used. Instead, he watched how the adults behaved around it. McGonagall became stricter about corridor access. Flitwick spent one entire afternoon checking old ward work with unusual cheerfulness, which in him meant seriousness. Sprout sent 2 dangerous-looking plants to the 3rd floor and told no one why. And Dumbledore, most revealingly of all, appeared to relax. That was the final signal. When Dumbledore looked most at ease, he was usually most prepared. The actual neutralization happened in June. No one ever told the full public story, and Harry preferred it that way. From fragments from what Snape said, what he did not say, what Harry inferred from timing and aftermath, the sequence became clear enough. Dumbledore made it known, in exactly the way one makes dangerous knowledge seem accidentally available, that he would be called away from the school on an urgent matter. Quirrell took the bait. What Quirrell did not know was that the protections around the stone had already been altered. Not weakened, reframed. The true defense was no longer merely the succession of obstacles beneath the trapdoor. It was the mirror at the end and the fact that everyone important now knew who would try to reach it. Quirrell entered the chambers that night expecting absence. He found preparation instead. Harry knew none of this in real time because for once, when given a clear instruction, he obeyed it. The instruction came just after dinner by way of a folded note delivered under the table edge by a 4th-year prefect who did not so much as blink in his direction. Potter, you will remain in the Slytherin dormitory after curfew this evening. You will not wander. You will not investigate. You will not attempt to be useful. For once in your life, do as you are told. Harry read it twice, then a 3rd time because the phrasing told him more than the command did. For once in your life. Snape was angry already, which meant the thing was happening now. Every reckless impulse in Harry rose at once. The old urge to move toward crisis because being left outside it felt intolerable. The certainty that something enormous was unfolding just beyond his reach. The childish, furious belief that since he had helped expose the line of danger, he had some right to witness the strike. But beneath that came another thought. Newer, harder one. A strategist who breaks formation to satisfy curiosity is not a strategist. Harry stayed. It was one of the most difficult things he had done all year. He sat in the dormitory while Draco complained about summer plans, and Blaise mocked everyone's summer plans, and Theo read as if none of them existed. He heard the castle shift uneasily around midnight. Distant movement through the stone. Doors opening somewhere far above. A pressure in the air that made the dormitory feel like the inside of a held breath. Then, just after 1 in the morning, everything went still, not safe, resolved. He knew the difference instinctively. The next day, Professor Quirrell was absent from breakfast. By lunch, the school was humming with rumor. Illness, dismissal, possession, whispered only by those who wanted the story improved by horror. A private mission from the headmaster, a curse gone wrong, no one knew. Everyone preferred it that way. At the staff table, Dumbledore looked tired and almost infinitely kind. McGonagall looked like a woman who had not slept and intended to weaponize that fact against anyone foolish enough to inconvenience her. Snape looked precisely as he always looked, which meant either nothing had happened or everything had. Harry did not seek him out. Snape sought Harry that evening. The summons was verbal this time. Potter, my office. Harry went. Snape stood by the fire when he entered, hands clasped behind his back. The room smelled faintly of burnt magic beneath its usual layers of potion ingredients and dust. A chair had not been indicated, so Harry remained standing. Well, Snape said. Harry considered the question. I stayed in the dormitory. Yes, Snape said. Against all probability, a pause. Harry asked, is Quirrell gone? Yes. Dead, Harry thought at once, because Snape's answer had the finality of a door shut from the other side, but Snape did not elaborate. And the stone? Harry asked. Beyond the reach of anyone currently in this school. Snape's gaze sharpened. That is sufficient information. Harry nodded. Some part of him, the younger, more hopeful part, had expected something then, not effusive gratitude. He was not completely mad, but perhaps an acknowledgement. A clear sentence. You were right. Or your observations were useful. Something that named the chain between what Harry had seen and what the adults had done. Snape gave him none of it. Instead he said, "There is a lesson here if you are capable of learning one without public applause." Harry kept very still. "When dangerous men believe themselves unseen," Snape said softly, "they reveal themselves more efficiently than when confronted. The objective is not to be credited. The objective is to be correct before the damage becomes public." Harry understood the words. He also understood what was being withheld inside them. This was the acknowledgement, not warm, not direct, but real. "You didn't tell Dumbledore it was me," Harry said. Snape's expression went unreadable. "No." "Why?" "Because your usefulness would have decreased sharply if Quirrell knew you were the source." A beat. "And because the headmaster did not require that information to do his job." That, Harry thought, was about as close to protection as Severus Snape knew how to come. The leaving feast arrived 3 days later dressed in banners and noise, and the annual Hogwarts determination to pretend all educational disasters were now safely behind them until September. Quirrell's chair stood empty. The official explanation was that Professor Quirrell had left the school suddenly due to severe ill health. Students repeated it with the delight children always brought to statements clearly too tidy to be true. The older years embroidered. The younger years gawked. The house tables shone in candlelight as if none of them had spent the year one corridor away from catastrophe. Dumbledore spoke. He spoke of endings and beginnings, and the dangers of greed and the value of wisdom. He spoke, obliquely but unmistakably, as a man who had preserved something precious from falling into the wrong hands. The hall listened the way it always listened to him, with affection, awe, and the peculiar relief of having someone in charge who sounded as though he understood the shape of the world better than anyone else. Harry watched from the Slytherin table. No one mentioned his name. No one mentioned Snape's either. The school story by common silent agreement had already chosen itself. The headmaster had known, the staff had acted, a threat had passed. Hogwarts remained Hogwarts, Draco muttered at some point during pudding. "Whatever happened, Father will be annoyed no one important tells the public anything." Theo replied, "The public are rarely told anything important." Blaise said, "That's because they're public." Harry looked up at the high table where Dumbledore was smiling his grandfatherly smile and receiving the room's faith with practiced grace. He did not feel cheated. That surprised him. Perhaps a younger version of him would have. The boy in the cupboard, maybe, who had spent his life unseen and might have thought that being right should buy visibility at last. But Slytherin and Snape and the long, quiet work of the past months had altered something foundational in him. He understood now that recognition and influence were not the same thing. Recognition was what the room applauded. Influence was what changed the room before it understood it had been changed. He had not been celebrated. He had not been thanked. He had not even been publicly included in the victory. And yet Quirrell was gone. The stone was safe. And Harry knew exactly which observations had shifted the first piece. That mattered more than applause. Later that night, after trunks were packed and the dormitory had gone dim around him, Harry sat for a while at the lake window. The glass held his reflection over the dark water. Thinner than when he had arrived, sharper in the eyes, a little less likely to confuse kindness with safety or visibility with power. Somewhere in the castle above, trophies gleamed in cabinets under moonlight, awards. Cups. Polished proofs that institutions preferred their victories visible, and their stories clean. Harry thought of Quirrell's stutter, of Snape's questions, of Dumbledore receiving credit he had, in some sense, earned and in some sense inherited from information laid carefully into his path. Of the fact that the people who moved first were often not the people history would point to. He filed the lesson away, not bitterly. That was the important thing. Bitterness would have made the lesson about fairness, and fairness was not what the year had taught him. The year had taught him mechanics. The person who moves the pieces is rarely the one who gets the trophy. Fine. Then trophies were not the point. Harry touched the cool window glass and looked out into the black water beyond it, where the lake carried no reflections anyone could keep. Above him, Hogwarts slept inside its own legend. Below, in the dungeons, Harry Potter made his first peace with Shadow. He would remember it for the rest of his life. Chapter 5. The chamber beneath the mask. The first voice Harry heard in the walls of Hogwarts was not the basilisk. It was suspicion. It moved faster than any monster, more cleanly than rumor usually moved, because the school had already been prepared for it by history. The words on the corridor wall did the rest. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. They found Mrs. Norris beneath it, stiff as carved wood, hanging by her tail in torchlight while water from a burst pipe ran silver over the stones. By morning, Hogwarts no longer felt like a school behaving badly. It felt like an institution remembering an older version of itself. Students lowered their voices in corridors. House tables in the Great Hall acquired an invisible geometry of caution. Teachers stopped dismissing classes a minute early. The castle's ordinary oddness, moving stairs, muttering portraits, drafts that seemed to listen, turned from whimsical to watchful almost overnight. Slytherin changed too, though less obviously. No one in the dungeon common room celebrated. Harry had expected perhaps some ugly thrill from the older purebloods, some whispered romance around the notion of Salazar's heir moving again through the school's oldest myth. What he found instead was something colder and more intelligent: interest. The Slytherins did not like unpredictable power merely because it was theirs by association. They wanted to know where it sat, who controlled it, what it meant for their own position if the school's fear shifted in one direction or another. By the second night after the message appeared, older students had begun speaking in lowered voices about bloodlines at the fire, about which families had ever claimed connection to the founder, about whether reopening the chamber would be grand symbolism or practical lunacy. Draco leaned against the mantel and said, to no one and everyone, if there were truly an heir of Slytherin in the school, they'd have to be very stupid to write on walls. That got a few thoughtful looks. Theo, half buried in an armchair, added without glancing up from his book, unless they wished the wall writing to distract from the actual mechanism. No one answered. In Slytherin, silence usually meant people were revising their original theory. Harry sat a little apart from the fire and said nothing, because he had a second problem, and it was stranger than the first. He had heard something in the corridor that night just before Mrs. Norris was found, not footsteps, not voices, not a ghost's rambling complaint or Peeves's cheerful obscenity. Something thinner and older, sliding through the stone like breath through a crack, a whisper. No, not a whisper. Words. Rip. Tear. Kill. He had turned sharply in the corridor, heart knocking once against his ribs, and seen no one. Only damp stones, torchlight, and the long black reflection of the ceiling in the water spreading from the broken pipe. The voice had come again, not from ahead or behind, but from inside the walls themselves. The part that unsettled him most was not the content. It was the fact that he understood it. Perfectly. Harry did not speak of that to anyone. He did not tell Draco because Draco would make it political. He did not tell Hermione because she would make it theoretical. He did not tell Ron because Ron would look at him with that blunt, Weasley honesty that made concealment feel uglier, not easier. And he did not tell Snape because there were some pieces of information too dangerous to hand another person before you knew what they meant. So Harry did what Slytherin had taught him to do with dangerous things. He watched. The attacks continued in the weeks that followed, each one widening the school's fear and tightening the invisible thread around Harry's thoughts. Colin Creevey was found petrified near the hospital wing, his camera melted strangely at the edges. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick. With every attack, the voice in the walls returned, sometimes faint, sometimes so close it made Harry stop in place. Come, so hungry, so long, it was never loud. It did not need to be. It had the intimacy of something meant for one listener only. That, more than anything, made Harry understand that whatever was moving through Hogwarts was connected to him in some way no one else could yet see. The answer came to him in a blank diary. It was lying in a flooded corner of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom on a wet November afternoon, half hidden beneath a cracked pipe and sodden toilet paper, black cover plain as if it had been manufactured specifically to avoid attention. Harry found it because he had gone there to think, which was ridiculous in itself. No one thought clearly in Myrtle's bathroom unless their mind had already been damaged beyond conventional salvage. But the dungeons were loud that day, the great hall louder, and Myrtle, for all her despair, usually at least had the courtesy to be predictable. The diary had no name on the front. Inside, every page was blank. Harry ought to have left it there. He knew that even as he slipped it into his bag. A blank magical object found in a school currently under siege by an invisible thing was not the sort of discovery one kept for private inspection, unless one had either very poor judgment or rapidly developing Slytherin tendencies. Harry had enough of the second to justify the first. He did not write in it that night. He examined it. There was no visible enchantment, no warmth, no pulse under his fingers. The paper was old but well preserved, the spine strong, the sort of object someone had used and valued once. He held it under wand light, angled it to the green fire of the common room, looked for hidden script or ward signs the way Hermione might have done if Hermione had been raised in a cupboard and taught by Snape to distrust anything that invited easy intimacy. Nothing. On the third night he wrote one sentence. "Who do you belong to?" The ink vanished. Harry went very still. Then, slowly, another line appeared in fine dark script unlike his own. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry stared at the words as if staring might change them into something less impossible. After a moment he wrote, "Are you alive?" "No," came the answer after a small pause, "but I was, once." Harry should have shut the diary then. Instead he asked, "What are you?" "A memory," Tom Riddle wrote, "preserved in ink, and you are Harry Potter." Harry did shut the diary then. Not because he was frightened, though he was mildly. In the alert way one was frightened by a door opening where one had expected stone, but because nothing that recognized him before being introduced ever turned out simple. He kept the diary anyway. The next day he wrote more, not much. Never carelessly. Harry had learned enough from Snape to understand that magical things which answered questions were not necessarily obliged to answer honestly. But Tom Riddle was careful in a way Harry found increasingly difficult not to respect. He did not demand trust. He earned attention. "You know who I am," Harry wrote. "Everyone in this school knows who you are," Tom replied. "Even memories hear rumors eventually. Why answer me? Because you asked intelligently. Most people write their names and wait to be impressed." Harry almost smiled. That was how it began, not with confessions. Not with secrets unspooling at once. With questions and answers measured in inches, as if both of them understood that whatever this was, it worked better if approached sideways. Tom never lied in the obvious way. That was one of the first things Harry noticed about him. He omitted, redirected, softened edges, and chose emphasis with surgical care, but he rarely spoke falsehood when a more elegant manipulation was available. He asked Harry about Hogwarts now, about the houses, about teachers, about what it felt like to be famous for surviving what one had been too young to remember. Harry answered less than Tom asked, but he answered enough. Too much, perhaps, because there was something obscene about how quickly the diary understood the shape of certain wounds, not the details. Tom did not know Privet Drive, not yet, and Harry never wrote it plainly. But when Harry mentioned growing up where magic was despised, Tom answered with an accuracy that made the back of Harry's neck go cold. "There are places," Tom wrote once, "that teach you early that power is the only thing no one can take politely." Harry looked at that sentence for a very long time. He wrote back, "That sounds like something you decided, not something you learned." Several seconds passed. Then, often the two are the same. That was the first moment Harry recognized the architecture, not merely similarity. not the shallow fact of two boys from unhappy childhoods meeting across time like some melodramatic reflection, something more dangerous and more precise. Tom Riddle had been brilliant, isolated, and humiliated young. He had found power before he found love and concluded, rationally and permanently, that power was the more reliable substance. Everything in him afterward had been built on that answer. Harry could see it because he could feel the beginnings of the same structure in himself. Slytherin had sharpened it. Snape had trained it. Hogwarts had rewarded it in quiet ways. He was becoming more deliberate every month, more controlled, more likely to think in leverage and structures and pressure points. He was learning, almost without meaning to, how much safer it felt to manage outcomes than to hope for kindness. Tom Riddle did not frighten him because he was alien. Tom frightened him because he was intelligible. That, Harry thought later, was the difference that mattered. Tom had never had a mirror. Harry did. The diary itself was that mirror, and because it existed, Harry could not mistake the pattern for destiny. By December, the diary began showing him memories, not by accident. Never that. Tom invited him, as though the thing were a privilege rather than a trap. Would you like to see how it happened? He wrote one night after Harry asked carefully about the chamber. Harry hesitated. Then, show me. The ink spread across the page like spilled water, blackness widening until it became depth. Harry felt the familiar sickening lurch behind the eyes of magic, doing something the body had not consented to properly, and then he was no longer in the dungeon common room. He stood in a corridor of Hogwarts 50 years gone. The memory was astonishingly precise. Torchlight burned steadier. Portraits wore different expressions or different faces entirely. Students moved around him in robes cut in older styles. And down the corridor ahead walked Tom Riddle at 16, handsome enough to be almost beautiful, dark-haired, composed, carrying his cleverness the way some boys carried swords. Harry followed. Memory Tom was adored, not extravagantly, not in the loud Gryffindor way, but in the subtler currency of people moving a fraction aside for him in hallways, professors answering him with just a degree more seriousness than any student had truly earned. Other students orienting conversations around his response before they knew they were doing it. Harry saw at once how much work had gone into making that seem effortless. The memory shifted. Orphanage windows under rain, a small room neat to the point of severity. A younger Tom with his possessions arranged like defensive geometry, and his face already set in that strange adult self-command gifted children sometimes acquired too early and too expensively. Harry understood that room with a kind of shock, not because it resembled the cupboard. It did not. It was larger, cleaner, less humiliating in every physical way, but the atmosphere was the same. A child's life reduced to what could be controlled. He watched Tom return to Hogwarts after summer with relief so controlled it almost looked like disdain. Watched him move through Slytherin House with the poise of someone who had decided never again to be seen wanting. Watched him learn that brilliance could purchase space where affection could not. That was the emotional center of the thing, Harry realized. Tom had not chosen darkness because darkness was grand. He had chosen it because it was available and because it worked. When Harry came back out of the memory, his hands were shaking. The common room fire had burned low. Most of the house had gone to bed. The lake windows were black mirrors. Tom's answer appeared before Harry wrote another question. You see, Harry stared at the page. Yes, he wrote. You understand. Harry's quill hovered. Then he wrote the most dangerous, honest sentence he had ever put to paper. I understand why you thought power would be enough. The reply came almost instantly, as though Tom had been waiting for exactly that confession. Of course it is enough. Harry. Harry closed the diary and did not open it again for 3 days. During those 3 days, the school grew worse. The dueling club, Lockhart's answer to institutional fear, and his own incurable need to be central to any crisis, took place in the great hall on a raised golden platform that made the entire event look like theater arranged by an unstable peacock. Snape attended because the alternative was allowing Lockhart to injure children unopposed. Harry disliked the whole thing at once. Public practical magic always made students stupid. The room's energy ran too bright, too eager. Boys from every house sat up straighter for the possibility of spectacle. Girls rolled their eyes and then leaned in anyway. Lockhart preened. Snape looked like a man enduring divine punishment with admirable posture. When Draco sent a snake skidding across the floor in a burst of bright spellwork, he had almost certainly been coached into by someone older and more malicious. The hall's laughter vanished. The snake rose, hood flaring, body looped tight with that terrible, elegant concentration all dangerous animals seem to possess. Justin Finch-Fletchley froze directly in front of it. And then the voice came through Harry again. Not in the walls this time, in the living shape before him. Wait. Stop. Leave him. Harry spoke without deciding to. The language spilled out of him like recognition wearing sound. The snake lowered itself instantly. Silence hit the hall with physical force. Harry realized what he had done at the exact same moment everyone else did. Justin looked at him with raw horror. The Hufflepuffs recoiled. Half the Gryffindors leaned back as if distance could revise what they had heard. And at the Slytherin table, not one student looked surprised, they looked vindicated. Snape moved at once, incinerating the snake with a curt, violent spell before the room could fracture further into panic. But the damage had been done, Parseltongue, the old language of Slytherin, the language of snakes. The language every child in the school knew belonged to dark stories and darker bloodlines. Harry stood in the center of the great hall and felt the school tilt under him. That evening, the dungeon common room treated him differently, not reverently. Slytherin was too educated for worship, but with a new category of attention. Students who had previously regarded him as useful, anomalous, politically interesting now looked at him as something singular, not just famous, not just sorted strangely. Marked. Draco, after everyone else had exhausted their ability to hover nearby without speaking, dropped into the chair opposite Harry and said, "Well." Harry looked up from the book he had been pretending to read. "Well, what?" Draco's expression was composed with visible effort. "You might have mentioned the snake language." "I might have," Harry said, "if I'd known this morning." Draco searched his face and seemed to decide he was telling the truth. Theo, from the armchair beside the fire, said mildly, "The interesting part is not that Potter can do it." Blaise smirked. "No, it is," Theo said, turning a page, "that he used it to stop the snake and was still more frightening to the room afterward." No one argued. Harry took the diary back out that night, only because he needed to see whether Tom already knew. Only because the pattern had advanced and the mirror might explain it. Only because caution sometimes looked very much like curiosity if one was not being honest with oneself. He wrote, "I can speak to snakes." Tom's answer took longer than usual. "How extraordinary!" Harry almost laughed. "You already knew, didn't you?" Another pause. Then, "I suspected you might." Hogwarts does seem to repeat itself in cruelly elegant ways. Harry leaned back in his chair. "What are you trying to make me see, Tom?" This time the ink appeared slowly, letter by letter. "That power notices itself in those built to hold it." Harry stared at the sentence until disgust and recognition blurred unhelpfully together. That was Tom's great seduction. Harry understood then. Not join me, not melodrama, not even ideology in its pure form, permission. Tom made monstrosity sound like self-knowledge. Harry wrote. Or maybe power says that because it wants to be chosen. The answer did not come for nearly a minute. When it did, the handwriting looked subtly sharper. Perhaps, Harry? The question is whether being wanted by power feels different enough from being loved. Harry shut the diary so hard the common room fire snapped in its grate. By the time Ginny Weasley disappeared, Harry already knew the diary was the center. He had not proved it in a courtroom sense. He had proved it in the way children from unstable houses learned to prove danger. By cumulative certainty, by pattern density, by the body's refusal to ignore one more coincidence. Ginny had been watching him for weeks in those quick, guilty glances people thought children did not notice. The diary vanished from Harry's trunk one morning after he had hidden it more carefully than before. Ginny went paler each day after that, thinner too, as though some inward draught had begun consuming her strength by degrees. And then the final message appeared on the wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. The school convulsed. Governors descended. Dumbledore was forced from the castle in a spasm of institutional cowardice so complete Harry almost admired its efficiency. Lockhart announced loudly to anyone who would listen that he understood the matter perfectly and would be handling it at once. No one sensible believed him. Harry did not waste time with outrage. He went to Myrtle's bathroom, not because he was reckless, because Tom had already shown him enough. The sink with the tiny engraved serpent, the pipe mouth hidden beneath, the long chute, the chamber's vastness, the central statue of Slytherin, the ring of load-bearing serpent columns around the main floor. Tom had shown him those things thinking, perhaps, that revelation would become allegiance. Instead, it had given Harry a map. He did not go empty-handed. That was the important difference between strategy and courage when courage had no plan. Before leaving the dungeon, Harry wrote 2 notes. The first he slipped under Snape's office door, Myrtle's bathroom. Entrance in the sink with the snake marking. Ginny Weasley taken, diary connected. If I am wrong, punish me later. If I am right, come fast. The second he left hidden in his mattress, because if one note vanished into faculty delay or politics, he wanted the school to discover eventually that he had not simply disappeared into its machinery like a fool. Then he went. The bathroom was empty except for Myrtle's drifting misery and the thin echo of pipes. "You're going down there," she said mournfully from behind a tap. "Boys only ever come here to cry or die." "Helpful," Harry muttered. He stood before the sink with the etched serpent and felt the strange cold line inside himself that always answered snake speech. This time, instead of resisting it, he let it align. "Open," he hissed. The sink shuddered and split. The pipe yawned black beneath him. Harry dropped. The fall was long, filthy, and deeply offensive to all civilized standards of architecture. He landed in wet darkness, coughing sewer air from his lungs, wand already up. The Chamber of Secrets was larger than memory had prepared him for. It did not feel built for humans. It felt built for intimidation, and only secondarily adapted for practical use by whoever wished to stand inside it and think themselves chosen. Pillars rose like coiled serpents into shadow. The far wall was dominated by Slytherin's colossal face, stone beard flowing into blackness, eyes blind with old contempt. Ginny lay at the base of the statue, motionless. Tom Riddle stood over her, not Diary Tom in ink and clever phrases, but the memory made nearly flesh by theft. 16, beautiful, composed, and smiling with the terrible ease of someone who had mistaken understanding for victory. "You came," Tom said. Harry did not move closer. He took in the chamber in a glance. Pillar spacing, cracks in the left arch, water channels running beneath the floor grates. The weathering around Slytherin's statue where centuries of damp had weakened the joints between carved stone and support wall. "I came for Ginny," Harry said. Tom's smile deepened. "Of course you did. You still believe that makes you different." Harry looked at Ginny, then back at him. "It does." Tom laughed softly. "You are very nearly me, Harry. That is why this has been such a pleasure." "No," Harry said, and because the diary had taught him how not to flinch from the pattern, he could say it calmly. "I'm what you might have been if someone had shown you what you were becoming before you mistook it for destiny." For the first time, Tom's expression altered, not much, but enough. Harry had found the wound. "You think awareness saves you?" Tom asked quietly. "I think it gives me a choice." Tom's eyes went colder. "Choice is an overrated word used by people too frightened to call their nature by its proper name." The stone mouth in Slytherin's face opened. The basilisk came out like a piece of the chamber deciding to live. It was not merely large. Large was a word for animals. This thing was architecture with hunger attached, scales rasped over stone. Pale eyes, clouded with ancient blindness and still somehow murderous, turned in a head broad enough to crush a horse. The chamber seemed to shrink around it. Tom said in Parseltongue, smooth and absolute, "Kill him." The basilisk surged forward. Harry did the one thing Tom had not expected. He answered in the same language. "Stop." The basilisk halted so violently its body rang against the floor grates. Tom's head snapped toward Harry. For a heartbeat, the chamber held 2 Parseltongues and an old beast built to obey hierarchy. Harry felt the command line through the thing the way one felt tension in a rope. Tom's control came from authorship, from the diary's memory of opening. Harry's came from blood residue and living presence. The basilisk hesitated between them, furious at being made to choose. That hesitation was all Harry needed. He began moving, not toward Tom, not toward the basilisk's head. Along the outer curve of the chamber, where the walkway narrowed between columns and the damp had weakened the mortar lines exactly where Memory Tom had once shown him the beast like to coil when waiting. Tom understood too late. "Do not let him move," he snapped at the basilisk. Harry cut across with his own command, sharper. "Circle, guard the chamber." The basilisk, dragged by older instinct than Tom had accounted for, turned, not fully obeying either order. Confused, enraged, it looped wide around the central floor, body slamming one column, then another as it sought the dominant voice. Harry reached the first crack he had marked in memory and fired a blasting curse into the base of the pillar. Stone split, not enough to collapse, enough to weaken. He ran for the next. Tom was shouting now, abandoning elegance for force. Spells flashed across the chamber, green and silver against old stone. Harry ducked, not returning fire. That was the plan. Direct magical combat favored Tom. Structure favored Harry. Another pillar. Another crack. Another precise blast at the load-bearing seam, not the middle. The chamber answered him like a machine beginning to fail. The basilisk reared, body lashing. Under competing commands, it struck the nearest movement, a pillar already weakened. The impact thundered through the floor. Harry heard the chamber's balance shift. "There," he hissed at the basilisk, pointing with his wand toward the central support arch beneath Slytherin's statue. "Up! Coil!" The beast, half obeying, surged where he indicated. Tom screamed a command to kill. Harry screamed one to hold. The basilisk hit the central arch in confusion and rage. Weight and power finally becoming the weapon Harry needed them to be. The stone gave. What happened next was not elegant. Ancient architecture never failed elegantly. The arch fractured first, then the left support pillar Harry had blasted earlier. A crack split upward through the carved base of Slytherin's statue. Water burst from a broken channel beneath the floor, flooding slickly across the chamber. Then a section of the vaulted stone above collapsed in a roar that drowned every human voice inside it. The basilisk tried to rear free. Half the ceiling came down on its back. The statue lurched forward. A carved mass of Salazar Slytherin's shoulder and beard crashed across the beast's middle, pinning it to the floor in a scream of stone on scale. The chamber shook once more and went still except for falling debris and the hiss of water flooding broken grates. Harry was already moving. Tom had been thrown sideways by the collapse, not harmed enough. He was dragging himself upright, furious and unreal, the diary's memory still anchoring him to Ginny's stolen life. "You ruinous little fool," Tom spat. Harry reached the trapped basilisk first. It was dying but not dead, jaws shuddering open and shut under the stone. Venom smoked where it touched broken masonry. Harry kept himself clear of the fangs until he could wrench one free with a grunt that almost tore his shoulder. Only then did he turn back. Tom understood at once. For the first time since the chamber opened, fear crossed his face. Not fear of pain. Fear of ending. Harry looked at him, really looked. At the beautiful, terrible boy who had decided power would replace everything else and had spent 50 years proving himself right by destroying anyone who contradicted him. "You were the mirror," Harry said, Tom's expression twisted. "And what did you learn from me?" Harry gripped the fang. "That I'm still in time to choose differently." Then he drove the fang into the diary lying open on the stone beside Ginny's hand. The scream that followed did not belong to a human throat or a memory or any single thing Harry could name. It came from the diary, from the chamber, from the line in Harry's scar that had always felt like a wrong draft in a sealed room. Ink exploded upward like blood. Tom convulsed, blurred, and tore apart into black smoke and absence. The chamber fell silent, truly silent. The voice in the walls was gone. Harry dropped to his knees beside Ginny. She was breathing. Faintly, but breathing. He felt a savage relief so strong it almost made him laugh. Then the upper tunnel boomed with distant voices, Professor McGonagall first, sharp as command-made flesh. Then Snape, nearer, colder, very much alive and coming fast. Harry closed his eyes once, briefly. Backup, he thought. Good. The extraction blurred after that into effort and authority. Snape came through the broken chamber like a judgment no underground kingdom had thought to prepare for. His eyes took in the pinned basilisk, the shattered statue, the flooded floor, the diary's ruin, Ginny half-conscious in Harry's arms. And then Harry himself, filthy, bloodied in 3 small places, and very obviously alive by method rather than luck. McGonagall followed moments later with 2 staff members and a face carved from equal parts terror and fury. No one praised Harry on the spot. That, too, was useful. Praise would have wasted time better spent getting Ginny out and the chamber secured. But every eye in the room moved once, inevitably, to the dead basilisk, and then to Harry, to the implication, to the fact that a second year had opened the chamber, navigated it, survived it, and somehow commanded the monster inside long enough to turn the chamber against itself. Whatever story the school told afterward, that fact would remain inside it like poison in a vein. By morning, Hogwarts had decided 3 contradictory things at once. Harry Potter had saved Ginny Weasley. Harry Potter could speak Parseltongue. Harry Potter had opened the Chamber of Secrets. The first fact should have erased the third. It did not. That was Harry's first serious education in reputation as a political object. People did not choose the story that was fairest. They chose the story that best matched what already frightened them. For Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, Harry's rescue of Ginny complicated matters. For some of them, it redeemed him. For others, it made him more frightening, because what kind of person could walk into the chamber, command the Serpent of Slytherin, and walk back out? For Ravenclaws, the matter became an intellectual sport of competing theories, none of which improved daily life. For Slytherin, it settled something, not loyalty, not possession. Something subtler. Harry Potter was now not merely one of them. He was a phenomenon inside their house, a singularity around which status would inevitably bend. Older students watched him differently. Younger ones learned his silences. Even those who disliked him adjusted their dislike to account for the fact that he had done what the school's myth had always promised only an heir could do. Draco found him by the lake window the night after Madame Pomfrey finally let him leave the hospital wing. "You understand," Draco said without preamble, "that you've become impossible." Harry kept looking out at the black water beyond the glass. "Helpful. No, strategically." Draco folded his arms. "Half the school thinks you're some sort of dark prodigy who decided to save a Weasley on principle. The other half thinks you're a hero with worrying hobbies. Neither interpretation is stable." Harry glanced at him. "And what do you think?" Draco's expression, for once stripped of performance, was almost thoughtful. "I think," he said slowly, "that if you don't learn to control what people think you are, they'll make you into something useful to themselves and call it truth." Harry looked back at the lake. "Yes," he said, "I'd reached that conclusion." The grief of Ron and Hermione sat differently now. Ron had thanked him. Awkwardly, sincerely, with the blunt force of genuine feeling. Hermione had looked at him for a long moment in the hospital wing and said, "You really do keep doing the most alarming possible version of the right thing," which was as close to affection as she could manage while still sounding intellectually offended. But the distance remained, maybe smaller in places, maybe crossable in moments, yet still real. Harry could not unmake the road that had brought him here. He could only decide how to walk the next stretch of it without allowing other people to narrate the whole map. That was the lesson the chamber left him, not only that he could command snakes, Not only that Tom Riddle had been a warning rather than a destiny. Not only that power without reflection became hunger, but that power seen publicly changed the room whether or not one intended it to. The next curriculum, Harry decided, would be reputation management, not vanity, not popularity, architecture. How to shape the story people used when they said his name. How to decide which truths were displayed, which were softened, which were left available for the right observers and invisible to everyone else. How to make singularity survivable in a school that preferred its legends simple and its children symbolic. In the days that followed, while the school staggered back toward safety and summer began to smell faintly possible in the courtyards, Harry kept the lesson of the diary closest. Tom Riddle had taught him the pattern. The diary had shown him the mask and the face beneath it. The basilisk had shown him what hierarchy sounded like in an old language. The chamber had shown him that architecture could kill as surely as any curse. And the aftermath had shown him that surviving an event mattered less, politically, than surviving what people decided it meant. At the leaving feast, no one called him the heir of Slytherin aloud. They did not need to. The phrase moved under conversation like current under water. Harry sat in green and silver. The candles reflected in the lake-dark windows and felt the school rearranging itself around him again, not warmly, not safely, but clearly. And clarity, he had learned by now, was often the first mercy the world offered before demanding the price. By the time Sirius Black's face appeared on the front page of the Daily Prophet, Harry Potter had already learned that the wizarding world did not really believe in individuals. It believed in symbols. The boy who lived, the heir of Slytherin, the escaped murderer, the last son of a noble house. The dangerous teacher, the tragic orphan. People were forever turning human beings into arguments they found easier to manage. So when the newspaper photograph showed a gaunt man with wild dark hair, hollow cheeks, and eyes that looked less alive than sharpened by the absence of life, Harry did what Slytherin had trained him to do. He ignored the headline first, then he studied the eyes. Most of the common room, packed around copies of the paper and pretending not to be rattled by the idea that Azkaban had failed to hold one of its own, treated the story like a weather report with teeth. Exciting because it was far away. Interesting because it made adults nervous. Draco declared at once that Black must have had help. Pansy said, with a bright little shiver of delight, that he looked mad enough to bite through bars. Blaze wanted to know how the ministry planned to explain the embarrassment without admitting incompetence. Theo, naturally, said the only intelligent thing. "They're afraid of where he's going," he murmured from the armchair by the fire. "Not only that he's free." Harry looked up from the paper. That, he thought, was right. The article screamed murder and treason and Azkaban and the old war. But beneath the performance sat a simpler, more interesting fear. Sirius Black had escaped, and the ministry believed he was moving toward something, not away from everything. Toward Hogwarts, perhaps. Toward Harry. The thought should have frightened him more than it did. Instead, what Harry felt first was curiosity sharpened by unease. Because the paper called Sirius Black a monster, and Harry had now met enough real monsters and enough useful monsters to know that the category itself was politically unreliable. Quirrell had hidden in cowardice. Tom Riddle had hidden in brilliance. The world's certainty about dangerous men usually arrived well after the danger had become inconvenient. He folded the paper and handed it back to Draco. "You think he's coming here?" Draco said. It was not really a question. Draco had learned by now that Harry often answered thoughts people should have kept to themselves. "I think the paper wants us to think that," Harry said. Draco frowned. "That's almost the same thing." "No," Theo said, turning a page. "It isn't." The first Dementor boarded the Hogwarts Express before noon. Afterward, Harry always remembered the temperature first, not merely cold. Cold was weather. This was subtraction. As though something had entered the train, not carrying winter with it, but removing whatever part of the air made life feel inhabitable. The windows grayed. Breath whitened. Laughter from neighboring compartments cut off in a single puzzled silence. Then the door slid open. The creature filled the frame in rotting black cloth, tall enough that the compartment seemed built wrong around it. Its presence was not dramatic in the way a dragon or a troll might have been dramatic. It was worse, indifferent, final. A moving violation, Draco recoiled into the seat. Pansy made a strangled sound. Blaze's face went blank in the way some people's faces did when fear was too absolute for expression. Harry felt the room vanish inward, not physically. Inward. The compartment, the train, the school year waiting ahead, all of it seemed to draw back as though the Dementor were not approaching them through space, but through memory. Then came the voices, not one memory. Not one clean image, 1,000 pieces of feeling without frame. Cupboard wood under his fingers. Petunia's voice turned thin with disgust. Vernon's hand on the door, Dudley laughing. Something colder underneath all that, older than Privet Drive, less human and more empty. The pressure of the soul fragment recoiling, Harry's breath caught. The compartment tilted. He had the mad sensation that the Dementor was not only dragging up his own worst history, but scraping against the wrong thing in him too, the old foreign shard. The cold architecture Tom Riddle had left behind, the piece that did not fear like a child because it remembered fear differently. Potter. The word came through thick distance, then a wand movement, sharp and practiced. Silver light burst across the compartment in a clean, violent arc. Professor Lupin stood in the doorway, pale and unshaven, and suddenly terrible in competence. The Patronus he cast did not form fully, only enough force, enough radiance, to drive the Dementor backward with a shudder of rotting cloth. The creature withdrew. Warmth came back in ragged increments. Harry found himself gripping the seat hard enough to hurt. Lupin looked directly at him. Not at Draco shaking with fury. Not at Pansy or Blaze or the compartment's general panic at Harry. "Chocolate," Lupin said hoarsely, reaching into his case. "All of you, now!" Harry took the piece because his hand was functioning before his mind resumed. Lupin's eyes stayed on him a moment longer than necessary. Recognition passed there. Not of Harry's face, not yet, of damage. That was how third year began, with Sirius Black's name in every corridor and Dementors on every entrance and exit to the school, posted there by a ministry so frightened of embarrassment it was willing to poison its children by proximity. Hogwarts hated them at once. The portraits recoiled from stairwells they haunted. The ghosts refused to drift near their patrol routes. Students began taking longer passages simply to avoid the cold wells of feeling the creatures left behind. Even the Slytherins, who were less sentimental than most houses and prided themselves on surviving ugly atmospheres, developed a common room etiquette of not discussing the creatures after dark. Harry hated them differently, not louder, not more dramatically, just more precisely. The Dementors did not merely terrify him. They interfered with the structures he had built. Clumency at his age and stage was not yet something he could hold under full assault, but it had given him room inside himself, compartments, distance, the ability to touch memory without drowning in it. The Dementors reduced all that to soaked paper. Under their influence, his thoughts lost architecture and became weather again. That infuriated him, so he did what he always did when something made him feel powerless. He turned it into curriculum. Lupin became part of that curriculum almost immediately. There were some adults who made themselves important by occupying the room. Dumbledore did this. So did Lockhart, though one could argue the distinction between importance and theatrical disease in Lockhart's case. Snape occupied rooms by making every other presence adjust to him. Remus Lupin did something rarer. He arrived in a space and made it inhabitable. That alone should have made Harry suspicious. People who felt safe on first contact usually weren't, and yet Lupin did not push, did not charm too brightly, did not perform kindness as if waiting to be thanked for it. He simply taught well, watched carefully, and treated fear as an engineering problem rather than a shameful moral flaw. In defense against the dark arts, where Quirrell had hidden incompetence inside chaos and Lockhart had hidden fraud inside applause, Lupin offered competence without vanity. Harry trusted it only slowly, but he trusted it. That made what came later hurt more. At first, though, Lupin was only useful. He agreed when Harry approached him privately after class with the carefully neutral question of whether Dementors could be resisted through magical means other than not collapsing in front of them, to help him learn the Patronus. "Ambitious," Lupin said, studying him. "Necessary?" A faint, tired smile crossed Lupin's face. "That does sound like your house talking." Harry almost said, only partly. Instead he said, "Will you teach me?" Lupin agreed. Their lessons took place in empty classrooms under fading afternoon light, with a boggart in a wardrobe standing in for the real thing and Lupin's voice steady enough to anchor the room whenever Harry's thoughts began slipping. The Patronus was unlike any magic Harry had favored so far. It demanded not structure alone, not precision alone, but a particular kind of emotional alignment, not just happiness, something cleaner, chosen hope, perhaps. Memory held not for its pain, but its warmth. Harry struggled. Of course he did. His best memories were complicated. Hogwarts itself was entangled with politics, distance, and the endless burden of being observed. Ron and Hermione belonged in those memories too often, which made the brightness hurt when he reached for it. Sirius Black's name lurked under everything by then, and the school's tension around Harry grew more obvious by the week. Because that was the other thing third year changed. The adults began watching him as if he were not only the target of danger but part of its meaning. McGonagall with worry sharpened into discipline. Snape with hostility made more brittle by something private. Dumbledore from too great a distance, as always. Lupin with an expression Harry could not decipher at all. Then came Hogsmeade. Harry was not permitted to go. The rejection itself was not the worst part. He was used to institutions deciding, for one reason or another, that other children were entitled to ordinary freedoms he was not. What stung was the shape of the explanation, for your safety. Because Sirius Black may be after you. Because the threat of your death alters the equation for everyone else. Again with resource management. Again with Harry treated as an axis around which other people's plans must turn. So when he stole into Hogsmeade anyway under the invisibility cloak, following the path through the hidden passageway and stepping at last into air that smelled of wood smoke and winter sugar and freedom commodified for schoolchildren, the act was not rebellion in the Gryffindor sense. It was audit. He wanted to hear what adults said when they thought he was absent. He got more than he expected. The 3 broomsticks was loud enough to hide in and small enough to make secrets reckless. Harry, under the cloak and cramped behind a Christmas tree badly positioned for aesthetic reasons, listened as Professor McGonagall, Minister Fudge, Hagrid, and Madame Rosmerta spoke of Sirius Black. Then Peter Pettigrew, then James and Lily, then betrayal. The story, unfolded in adult fragments over mulled mead, struck Harry with the strange unreality of being told the explanation for your life in a room where no one knows you are standing 5 feet away. Sirius Black had been James Potter's closest friend. Sirius Black had been Harry's godfather. Sirius Black had given the Potters away to Voldemort. Sirius Black had murdered Peter Pettigrew and a street full of muggles. Sirius Black had laughed in the aftermath. By the time Harry made it back to the castle, the world inside him had been rearranged into uglier shapes. Godfather. The word lodged where it could not be ignored, not because it meant warmth automatically. Harry was not stupid enough now to think blood or title guaranteed anything, but because it implied a road that had once existed and been severed so completely he had grown up without even the map. A man had been meant to care for him. That man had instead, according to every adult narrative available, sold his parents to death. And something inside Harry, which had spent years disciplining itself against sentimental surprise, reacted with a fury so clean it felt almost relieving. He wanted Sirius Black found, not because the Ministry wanted it, not because Hogwarts wanted it, because if there had once been a road to belonging and this man had burned it down himself, Harry wanted to look at the fire with his own eyes. The night Black finally entered the castle. He came not for Harry first, but for the dormitory of boys Harry had once almost belonged to. The entire school woke to screaming. By dawn, the story had hardened. Sirius Black had slashed the fat lady's portrait, gained entry, and stood over Ron Weasley's bed with a knife before vanishing again. The school's fear became intimate after that, not theoretical danger, not newspaper danger, not Dementors at the gates. A man had stood beside students while they slept, for all his attempts at control. Harry felt something else enter the problem then, urgency. He watched more carefully, asked fewer questions openly. Noticed that Scabbers, Ron's rat, looked less frightened than exhausted these days. Noticed, too, that Lupin and Snape had begun orbiting the same crisis from opposite angles. Snape watched Lupin as if history itself had returned wearing an academic title. Lupin watched Harry as if he carried an unasked question under every lesson. Then came the map. Harry's possession of the Marauder's map in this version was less prank and more weapon. Fred and George, who had by now fully accepted that Harry and Slytherin did not make him less likely to appreciate useful rule-breaking, gave it to him in a corridor one rainy evening with all the solemnity of priests transferring a relic. "This," Fred said, "is educational. It teaches distrust of authority," George added, "and architecture," Fred said, "mostly architecture." Harry took the map and opened it that night in bed, wand-light low beneath the curtains. What he found on it was not merely passageways and professors, and the living pulse of Hogwarts made visible in moving ink. What he found was Peter Pettigrew, walking the castle, near Ron Weasley. Harry stared at the tiny labeled dot until his eyes hurt. That was impossible. Peter Pettigrew was dead. Everyone knew that. The Ministry knew it. Fudge knew it. Hagrid had repeated it over mulled mead with the grave certainty of a man describing whether that had already happened. And yet the map, which, if Fred and George were half as clever as they liked to imply, was either brilliant or maliciously deranged, showed Peter Pettigrew alive, moving and attached somehow to Ron's orbit like a parasite with a name. Harry did not go to Dumbledore. He went to Lupin. Not because he trusted him more. Not exactly. But because Lupin was attached to the Black problem in ways no one admitted aloud, and because if anyone saw the name Peter Pettigrew on a magical map and reacted like the world had cracked, that reaction itself would be evidence. It was. Lupin looked at the map, went white, and sat down very slowly. "Where did you get this?" he asked. Harry ignored that. "Pettigrew's dead." Lupin's eyes, when they met Harry's, were full of something terrible and old. "Yes," he said. "That is what everyone believes. What do you believe?" Lupin looked back down at the map. For one long moment, Harry thought he would lie. Instead, Lupin said, "I believe I have made a catastrophic miscalculation." That was answer enough. The rest happened quickly, not because quickness was ideal, but because once Sirius Black entered the castle's active problem space, time itself seemed to develop teeth. Ron, Harry, and Hermione followed Scabbers one night after the rat escaped in a panic toward the grounds. The moon was huge and wrong over the school. The Whomping Willow stood in its accustomed murderous dignity. Crookshanks darted ahead with the confidence of a cat participating in plans no human deserved to understand. Then Black emerged, gaunt, starved, half wild, but not mad. That was Harry's first shocking thought. Broken, yes, running on some mixture of obsession, and will so stripped down it had become almost inhuman. But not mad. His eyes, for all their ruin, fixed on Harry with immediate, impossible recognition, and then slid to Ron's rat. Everything after that fractured into movement. The dog form, the dragging toward the tunnel, Hermione's furious intelligence, Ron's shouted outrage. Harry's wand already up while the old Gryffindor rode, and the Slytherin road inside him argued violently about whether to blast first or understand first. The shrieking shack received them like a mouth built for confession. Inside, at last, the truth began. Black Sirius stood swaying under the lamplight, thinner than famine, older than his years by a decade of prison and guilt. Lupin arrived breathless moments later. Snape not long after that, furious and triumphant and entirely wrong in sequence if not in emotion. Peter Pettigrew, when exposed at last, was smaller than the story had made him. That was one of the cruelest things about truth. It often looked disappointingly ordinary once dragged into light. The explanation came in shards: animagi, the Fidelius charm, the switch at the last moment, Pettigrew as secret keeper, not Sirius, the stage death, the rat. Ron sat in stunned horror. Hermione held herself together by force of intellect and outrage. Harry listened like someone allowing an operation without anesthetic. Then Sirius said, voice breaking on the edge of words too long buried, "I was meant to have you." The room went silent around the sentence, not because of its volume, because of its nakedness. Harry looked at him. Sirius seemed to realize at once what he had revealed. Not tactical information, something much worse, want grief, the shape of a life that had not happened. "I'd have taken you," Sirius said, and the words were half to Harry, half to the ghosts crowded between them. "After, when they were gone. I should have. I should have fought Dumbledore, the Ministry, everyone. I should have got to you before they put you anywhere, before—" He stopped. But the sentence did not need finishing, before Slytherin, before the dungeons, before the distance. Before Harry became this careful, green and silver thing that so clearly did not belong to the version of childhood Sirius, had spent 12 years imagining from inside a cell. Sirius never said the house name. He did not need to. Harry felt it anyway, not accusation, not disgust, but the conviction deep in Sirius's bones that had things gone properly, Harry would have worn red and gold and laughed louder and trusted faster and belonged by instinct rather than decision. Gryffindor native thinking, Harry realized with a flash of bleak amusement. Sirius loved in straight lines and remembered the world as if courage ought to have corrected it. And yet, for all that, Sirius looked at Harry himself, not the symbol. Not the heir of Slytherin, not the boy who lived, not the politically inconvenient child who had ended up in the wrong house like a chess piece on the wrong color. Harry, it was the first time any adult had done that without also wanting something in return. The realization hit harder than the truth about Pettigrew. Snape tried to take control of the room after that, of course. He came in with fury already chosen, every old hatred awake and marching. To Severus, Sirius Black was not merely a fugitive or a traitor. He was a walking fracture line back to James Potter, and school corridors and humiliations preserved perfectly because adolescence had the indecency to matter for a lifetime. In another story, Harry might have sided with Snape out of house loyalty, institutional respect, or the general fact that Snape had earned more of his trust than most men alive. In this story, Harry listened. Listened to Pettigrew squeal and bargain and collapse morally exactly as one expected a man called Wormtail to collapse. Listened to Lupin's quiet confirmations. Listened to Sirius's voice break again when he said James's name. And because Harry had spent 3 years learning to hear architecture beneath noise, he recognized the thing no shouting changed. Sirius Black was not lying. That did not make him safe. Did not make him right about everything. Did not make him stable. It made him true. Harry chose accordingly. That choice did not save everything. Pettigrew still escaped because cowards, once cornered, tended to become chaos in whatever gap they could find. Lupin still transformed under moonlight because the world was too structurally cruel to allow one revelation without demanding a second disaster in payment. The Dementors still came because the Ministry's answer to complexity was always a simpler, fouler violence. But before the collapse, there was one clean moment in the tunnel mouth under the moon, Sirius, dragged half upright and shaking with exhaustion. Harry facing him with wand still in hand and the night splintering around them. "You should come with me," Sirius said. It was not a speech. Not a promise wrapped in pretty lies, just a statement born from some place deeper than planning. "Come where?" Harry asked. "Anywhere," Sirius said with a kind of furious hopelessness. "Away from this, away from people who look at you and see a story before they see a boy. You could come with me." Harry looked at him. And there it was, the road not taken, standing in the mud and moonlight like a wound with a human face. Warmth. Family, belonging not built from negotiation. A man who would choose Harry before asking what use Harry had. It was everything the cupboard child inside him had once been built to run toward without looking, and Harry could see it. Every inch. Could feel the gravitational pull of it like hunger. He could also see the rest. Sirius was hunted. Furious. Traumatized nearly beyond reason. Wrong about several things already and likely to remain wrong in loud, dramatic ways for the foreseeable future. He was not a structure. He was a fire someone had taught to wear a man's shape. Harry loved him a little anyway. That was the rawest part, not because they had time to earn it properly. They hadn't, not because Sirius was easy. He wasn't, because being seen that clearly, that immediately, by someone who wanted nothing from you except you, was a kind of violence when you'd lived without it too long. "I can't," Harry said. Sirius flinched as if struck. Harry went on before either of them could retreat behind easier lies. "I can't be only what you lost," he said quietly. "And I can't be who I'd have been if you'd got me first. That boy doesn't exist." Sirius stared at him. Then, very slowly, the truth of it entered his face. Not agreement, not peace, but recognition. Behind them Lupin was calling. The Dementors were near. The night was collapsing into decision again. Sirius swallowed hard. "No," he said roughly. "No, he doesn't." And yet when he looked at Harry after that, the grief remained, less disguised now. Not only for James and Lily, not only for Azkaban. For the lost simplicity of imagining that if he had arrived in time, love would have solved the architecture. Love, Harry was learning, solved some things. It did not unmake design. The Patronus that saved them all that night came later, in the lake dark and the silver blaze, and the impossible fact of Harry casting not from easy happiness, but from chosen meaning. He cast because the road not taken existed. Because Sirius Black was innocent and hunted and painfully real. Because somewhere inside all the fractured structures of his life, there was now one living proof that he had once been wanted for himself. That was enough. The stag rose from his wand and charged the Dementors like memory turned into law. Afterward, when time turned back on itself and Buckbeak carried Sirius into the night instead of a cell, Harry stood in the hospital wing and watched from the window as man and beast vanished into dark air. Relief warred with grief and did not win cleanly. Sirius was free. Sirius was not his. Sirius was alive. Sirius was still the road he could not walk. McGonagall called it necessary. Dumbledore called it wise. Hermione, exhausted and overextended by temporal mechanics and moral frustration, called it the least disastrous available option. Harry called it what it was, insufficient. But then, insufficiency had been the grammar of most love in his life. The difference with Sirius was that insufficiency did not mean absence. Letters began after that. Irregular at first, smuggled through means Harry chose not to inspect too closely because plausible deniability was a kindness between fugitives and teenagers. Sirius wrote badly in the technical sense and perfectly in the emotional one. His letters lunged between apology, fierce practical concern, half-bitter jokes, and abrupt questions about whether Harry was eating properly and who exactly was teaching him defensive magic, and why none of those people had better instincts. He never quite said, "You should be in Gryffindor." He did not have to. It was in the shape of what he praised, in the stories he told of James and Remus and reckless loyalty, in the way he spoke of courage as motion rather than patience, in the mournful surprise that Harry wrote back in neat, controlled paragraphs instead of emotional spills. In every small pause where Sirius met the person Harry had become and, for one beat too long, grieved the phantom of someone else. Harry felt it, and because he felt it, he answered with unusual honesty. One letter simply said, "I know you think if you'd had me earlier things would have set differently. Maybe they would have, but I can't live as evidence for a better version of your past." Sirius's reply took nearly 2 weeks. When it came, the handwriting was more uneven than usual. "I know," it read. "I'm trying to learn the difference between wanting to have saved you and wanting to remake you into proof that I could have." Harry read that sentence 3 times, then folded the letter and kept it, because that, more than any dramatic rescue or declaration, was what made Sirius matter. He was wrong often, impulsive almost always, too quick to turn pain into action, too slow to understand how thoroughly Slytherin had become not only Harry's house but part of his method of being. But Sirius adjusted, not elegantly, not all at once. He tried. No other adult in Harry's life had ever tried so visibly to revise themselves around Harry's actual shape rather than the one they preferred. That was love too, Harry realized. Not only warmth, not only protection, revision by choice. At the start of summer, Sirius sent him a letter from an undisclosed and probably structurally unsound location, containing 3 lines that Harry would remember longer than most careful instructions he ever received. You don't owe anyone another version of yourself, least of all the dead. That includes me. Harry sat with the letter by the Slytherin Lake window long after the fire had burned down. Around him, the common room murmured in low, end-of-term currents. Draco and Blaise were arguing about whether exile improved a family's myth. Theo was reading. Somewhere above, Gryffindor would be loud with relieved survival and ordinary teenage noise. Somewhere farther still, the road not taken existed in another universe where Sirius Black had reached Godric's Hollow first, where Harry had grown up in a house full of barked affection and bad influence and red and gold instinct. He could see that universe now, more clearly than ever. Could almost miss it, but only almost, because he also saw the truth he had built in this one, the dungeons, Snape's hard instruction. Draco's transactional loyalty made strange by time into something near friendship. Theo's dry intelligence, the diary as mirror, the chamber as warning. The habit of precision. The refusal now to be only reaction, only symbol, only grief moving in a boy's skin. Sirius represented warmth, family, belonging. He also represented a world in which Harry might never have learned the particular shape of power he now possessed. Harry grieved the first without rejecting the second. That, perhaps, was the rift. Not between him and Sirius exactly, between 2 legitimate lives, only one of which had happened. He would love Sirius for the rest of his life, Harry suspected, in a way touched always by that divide. A man offering him home from the far side of a bridge neither of them had built and neither could fully cross. But love did not require identical maps. It required return, so Harry wrote back. Not as the boy Sirius had lost. Not as the Slytherin the world mistrusted. Not as the hero or the heir or the resource or the problem, just as himself. And for the first time in his life, that felt like enough. Chapter 7. The Tournament of Shadows, the Goblet of Fire, did not care what Harry Potter had become. That, more than the blue-white flame or the enchanted age line or the assembled schools in all their ceremonial arrogance, was what made the moment so brutal. For 3 years, Harry had been learning how to exist inside structures, how to build distance where other people wanted access, how to manage reputation, move information, turn visibility into leverage rather than surrender. Slytherin had taught him to make power sideways. Snape had taught him to make it precise. The chamber had taught him to survive being made symbolic by other people's fear. Then the goblet spat out his name, and suddenly none of that mattered. Not at first. First there was the room. The great hall had been arranged for spectacle. Beauxbatons shimmered like a choreographed winter. Durmstrang arrived with the usual performance of strength that insecure institutions always mistook for seriousness. Hogwarts, for its part, wore ancient ceremony like a school-convinced tradition itself counted as practical defense. Harry had expected the Triwizard Tournament to be political theater, and therefore potentially useful. He had not expected to be dragged into its center by magic older than the Ministry and less corruptible than ordinary men. When the goblet first named Fleur de Lacre, then Victor Crumb, then Cedric Diggory, the hall responded according to script. Applause, house pride, rivalry, the collective excitement of children watching danger become extracurricular entertainment. Then the flames turned red. Dumbledore took the fourth slip of parchment from the fire with a face that did not move quickly enough to conceal surprise. Harry Potter. Silence did not descend. Silence struck. It hit the great hall like an impact wave, flattening noise into shock. Harry sat at the Slytherin table, not moving, because moving would have made the thing real a second earlier, and he wanted that second. Across the room, Cedric Diggory had gone very still. Crumb looked irritated. Fleur looked contemptuous. The other school students began whispering at once. The Hogwarts tables did worse. They looked, hundreds of eyes converging. Harry felt the old instinct arrive instantly. Audit the room, assess the lines, identify who benefits from this, who is frightened, who has already chosen a story. Draco was staring at him with open disbelief. Theo had stopped halfway to lifting his goblet. Blaze's expression had that rare, polished blankness he wore when something genuinely surprised him. Snape at the high table looked not shocked, but outraged in the exact specific way of a man whose private architectural assumptions had just been violated by public nonsense. Dumbledore repeated the name. Harry stood. The walk to the side chamber was the longest visible distance he had crossed in years. That was the first lesson of the tournament. Visibility with no preparation felt like being skinned. He had spent years controlling how people saw him. Now he moved through the great hall under total observation with no chance to choose the angle. He could feel stories hardening in real time: attention seeker, fraud, power-mad Slytherin, heir of Slytherin wants another title, or worse. Potter has done it again. By the time he reached the chamber behind the hall, the adult world was already waiting in full administrative bloom. Karkaroff was angry on principle. Madame Maxime offended on behalf of France. Bagman seemed excited in the way some men became excited whenever danger happened to somebody else. Barty Crouch looked carved from old legality. Cedric stood near the mantel, pale and quiet, and watching Harry with a look that held no accusation yet, and therefore hurt worse when it would come. Moody alone seemed unsurprised, or perhaps not unsurprised. Interested. That was often more dangerous. "What trick did you use, boy?" Karkaroff demanded. Harry had no answer that would help him. "I didn't put my name in." The line fell flat because lines like that always did when truth arrived too early for anyone's preferred narrative. Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed on him. "Did you ask an older student to place your name in the goblet for you?" "No." "Did you in any way cross the age line?" "No." He could hear how controlled he sounded. Hear too how that control might read in the room, not innocence but composure, not frightened child but calculating one. The irony was almost enough to make him laugh. Later, much later, Harry would understand that Dumbledore believed him almost immediately. The headmaster knew enough of magical contracts to recognize the violence of the situation at once. Believing him did not help. Because the second lesson of the tournament arrived right behind the first, old magic did not care who deserved it. "The binding nature of the goblet's selection is absolute," Crouch said in his dry, fatal voice. "If the goblet has chosen Mr. Potter as champion, then champion he must be." There it was, no negotiation, no faction, no shadow work, no clever rearrangement of perception, a rule so old it could not be politically persuaded into softness. Harry looked at Dumbledore and saw, not indifference, but the thing he always saw there when institutions constrained the man. A terrible serenity that passed for wisdom because it rarely screamed. So that was that. Harry Potter was a champion. The castle changed at once. Slytherin did not turn on him exactly. Slytherin was too pragmatic for theatrical betrayal unless theatrical betrayal could be monetized. But the house's attitude sharpened into a new caution. Harry's network, such as it was, could not protect him here because the tournament made him public property. His factional position beneath the lake mattered far less than the fact that the entire wizarding world would be watching him fail or survive in open view. Draco found him in the corridor outside Transfiguration the next morning and said, in a tone that suggested anger was the least humiliating available reaction, "Tell me you didn't actually do it." "I didn't." Draco searched his face. That should make me feel better. It won't. No. Theo, who had arrived without visible movement and was leaning against the wall as if he had always grown there, said, "The more interesting question isn't whether Potter did it." Draco glanced at him irritably. "Then what is? Who benefits from forcing him into a structure he can't control?" Harry looked at Theo. Theo met the look for a second and then straightened as the classroom doors opened. Nothing more was said. Nothing more needed saying. Even Snape's help, such as it might have existed, became necessarily indirect. The head of house could not be seen coaching one of 4 international champions with any visible partiality. Dumbledore became farther away, not nearer, because once Harry's name was in the tournament, every interaction between them risked being interpreted as advantage. The irony of that would have been amusing if it were not so dangerous. The tournament stripped Harry of every political protection he had built because it did not recognize politics as the governing force. It recognized only spectacle and contract. In that arena, he was not Slytherin's singular asset, not the heir, not the chamber survivor, not the boy who understood institutions. He was simply a competitor, exposed, watched, expected to perform where everyone could see. Rita Skeeter did the rest. She arrived in Hogwarts like gossip given a legal identity, and immediately made Harry's life worse in every predictable direction. He had enough training by now to identify her type at once: predatory softness, curiosity disguised as concern, a talent for turning overheard fragments into public architecture. The first article made him everything the school already half feared: a mysterious, ambitious Slytherin prodigy with troubling intensity and a history of dramatic involvement in dangerous school incidents. The language was elegant enough to deny libel and filthy enough to do the work. Harry read it at breakfast and felt the entire hall reading him back through it. He put the paper down. Draco swore softly. Blaise looked impressed in the academic sense. Theo only said, "Useful in a way." "Explain," Harry said. "She has exaggerated your opacity into myth," Theo replied. "That can be dangerous. It can also be directed." Harry stared at him. "I'm not sure whether that's comforting." "It isn't meant to be." The first task made direction secondary to survival. Dragons, when Hagrid, in a midnight lapse of discretion so earnest it wrapped all the way around into tenderness, showed Harry the caged beasts in the forest and whispered, "Don tell no one I told ye, right?" Harry stood in the dark and watched the Hungarian horntail tear sparks from the earth with one chained movement of its body, and understood at once what the tournament wanted from him. Not victory. Narrative. A dragon task was not built to reward the safest champion. It was built to reward the most visible one. Crumb would likely answer with force and technical nerve. Fleur with elegance. Cedric with clean competence and the moral authority of being what the tournament had meant to choose. Harry stood outside the enclosure and felt a more humiliating truth settle into him. He could not win this by remaining in shadow. The dragon would not care about political framing. The crowd would not see hidden preparation. Whatever strategy he built had to culminate in something public enough to count, so he did what he always did when forced into light. He studied the structure beneath the spectacle. For 3 days, Harry watched dragons, not openly, not enough to earn questions. He used the map, the edges of scheduled grounds time, and one favor from Draco that Harry recognized only later as far more loyal than transactional. "You need a distraction window," Draco said on the second evening, not looking at him as they sat in the common room. "For the handlers. 40 seconds, maybe 50. Harry glanced up. "Why are you helping?" Draco's mouth tightened. "Because if you're going to die in front of Europe, I'd prefer it not reflect badly on the house." It was a lie, not a total lie. Draco's vanity rarely allowed that, but not the whole truth. Harry accepted it anyway. He spent those days charting the Horntail's behavior, when it became most vigilant. How often it reoriented toward movement versus sound, whether it defended the egg clutch by line of sight or by proximity threshold, which direction it favored when forced to turn quickly. How long between breath gouts when agitated versus calm. He filled pages with notes in a hand so neat Hermione would have approved, and so tactical Draco called it disturbing homework for lunatics. Cedric found him on the third evening in the library annex, surrounded by diagrams of the enclosure. For a moment Harry expected accusation, or worse, the polite Hufflepuff version of accusation in which disappointment did all the violence and civility took the blame. Instead, Cedric leaned against the opposite table and said, "You're really studying it." Harry looked up slowly. Cedric stood there in yellow and black robes, tall, broad-shouldered, and infuriatingly straightforward. He was handsome in the clean way people trusted on sight. Worse than that, he seemed not to know how to weaponize it. "Apparently," Harry said. "The dragon won't be impressed by my existing reputation." Cedric laughed once under his breath. That should not have mattered. It did, because there was no sneer in it, no performance for an audience, only understanding of the line as a line. "I didn't come to ask if you put your name in," Cedric said after a moment. Harry said nothing. Cedric shrugged. "You'd have lied if you had and told the truth if you hadn't, and nobody would believe the one they didn't want anyway." Harry stared at him. Was that meant to be comforting? Not especially. "Good." Cedric grinned then, quick and genuine. "I was going for honest." There it was. The first thing Harry found so disorienting in Cedric Diggory, he did not perform social geometry. Cedric had status, everyone knew that. He was Hufflepuff's champion. Handsome, capable, well-liked, the sort of boy institutions pointed at when they wanted to prove merit and decency could coexist. But he did not seem to think about conversations as board positions. He spoke directly because directness was, to him, not naivete but ordinary behavior. Harry, who had spent 4 years surrounded by transactions polished into manners, did not know what to do with that, so he said the only truthful thing available. "What did you come for, then?" Cedric looked down at the dragon diagrams. "To tell you the Swedish short snout takes bait faster if it believes movement is escaping rather than approaching. My father covered a case with one once." He nodded toward the notes. "You've probably already noticed." Harry had not. Not exactly that. "Why tell me?" Cedric frowned as if the question itself were faintly indecent. "Because we're supposed to be competing," he said. "Not butchered for public education." Harry had no answer to that. Cedric shifted, then added more quietly, "Also, people say a lot about you. Most of it sounds like they've never actually had a conversation with you." Then he left. Harry sat there long after, staring at the place where Cedric had stood and feeling profoundly wrong-footed. Kindness from adults he could mistrust on institutional grounds. Kindness from Sirius he could place under family and grief. Kindness from Hermione or Ron had once belonged to a simpler road, but kindness from Cedric Diggory, peer-to-peer, clean, asking nothing obvious in return, struck him like an unknown spell. He did not know how to value it properly. That failure would matter later. The dragon task took place before a screaming crowd, and under a winter sky so white it made every color beneath it look overexposed. Harry walked into the arena and felt the full violence of the tournament's design. No shadows, no private planning, no controlled audience. The stands were packed with students, staff, foreign schools, ministry officials, journalists, all looking down as though he were already a story and had only to choose the shape of it by how he failed. The Hungarian horntail waited over her eggs in a blasted enclosure of charred rock and chain shadow. Her eyes fixed on him at once. Harry did not summon his broom. That was what the crowd expected, though they did not yet know it. A flashy improvisation. Speed, risk as spectacle. Even the judges leaned slightly when he entered, all of them primed for a visible answer to visible danger. Instead, Harry stood still. Then he cast 3 spells in sequence so quickly and quietly that half the audience missed the first 2 entirely. The first sent a cluster of stones skittering hard to the dragon's left, not near the eggs, but just beyond her preferred threshold. The horntail's head snapped toward the sound. The second charm, timed with the turn, shattered the remains of a scorched fence post on the opposite side of the enclosure, creating the illusion of motion away from the nest. The third was a tightly focused conjunctivitis curse. Not at the eyes directly, Not enough to enrage her into blind flailing, but along the edge of the turning motion Cedric's insight had helped him predict. The dragon recoiled, not blinded, but irritated and momentarily overcommitted to the wrong direction. Harry ran, not for distance. For the flank, the horntail wheeled with a roar, fire shearing the air behind him. Harry did not dodge where the crowd could admire it. He cut through the line he had already mapped, reached the eggs from the side least guarded in her turning radius, and used a short blast to drop a section of loose chain from a shattered post. The chain crashed under the dragon's foreclaw, just enough misdirection, just enough noise. Harry snatched the golden egg. The entire arena erupted, not because it had been the most dramatic performance. Crumb's would be more visibly impressive, Fleur's more graceful, Cedric's perhaps cleaner. But Harry's had the disconcerting quality of looking almost easy once completed, which made the audience retroactively realize how much they had missed while watching for spectacle instead of design. He left the arena with the egg under one arm and the crowd's noise chasing him like weather. For the first time since the goblet, Harry understood the paradox the tournament was forcing on him. Visibility did not necessarily mean surrendering method. It meant translating method into action others could see without understanding it entirely. That was a different skill. And he was learning it. Cedric met him later by the champion's tent, where healers were fussing over burns and scratches in the overexcited way medical adults often did when young people survived events they themselves had endorsed. "Well done," Cedric said, no resentment in it at all. "You too." Cedric smiled. "You made the judges look confused. That was worth seeing." Harry almost said you helped. He did not. Gratitude, when he felt it strongly, often arrived as caution first. Cedric seemed to read some part of that anyway. "Next clue's in the egg," he said. "Obviously." "But I'd open it underwater if I were you," Harry blinked. "That sounds either helpful or like a very clean murder attempt," Cedric laughed. "Helpful, probably. Then, after a beat, you know you don't have to look like every conversation's a contract." Harry went still. Cedric's expression did not change, no cruelty, no triumph in naming it, just observation. "I don't," Harry said. Cedric raised his eyebrows. "Right." Then he walked away. Harry hated how long that sentence stayed with him. The egg screamed underwater, of course. That part was absurd enough to feel personal. Harry discovered the clue in the prefect's bath, after some awkward blackmail involving the map. A bathtub larger than his childhood bedroom. And several minutes of sincerely wishing the founders had built fewer symbolic spaces for adolescents to embarrass themselves in. The second task would take place in the Black Lake. The hostages would be what you'll sorely miss. The phrasing offended Harry at once, not because it was inaccurate, though it risked being. Because it presumed the tournament could identify emotional leverage cleanly, as if attachment were a list the goblet might consult. When the day came and Harry saw who waited bound beneath the water. Ron for him, Hermione for Crumb, Cho for Cedric, Gabrielle de Lacquer for Fleur, he felt the old grief and the newer politics collide in strange ways. Of course it was Ron, not Draco. Not Sirius in some impossible magical manifestation. Not some symbol of Slytherin allegiance or chosen house. The tournament, in its ancient simplicity, had reached back toward the road before sorting and identified the attachment Harry had never entirely lost. It made him angry enough to focus. He used gillyweed. No dramatic improvisation, no showmanship. Just a practical solution chosen because it worked, and because Harry had long since stopped mistaking visible originality for intelligence. Underwater, however, he did something the task had not asked for and would never publicly reward. He mapped. The lake, once entered fully, became another structure, drop-offs, weed forests dense enough to hide movement, gravel shelves, the merpeople's village layout, currents around the rock pillars, the radius from which the giant squid reacted to intrusion, the locations of several submerged openings into the castle's older drainage systems. Harry should have gone straight to Ron, cut him free, and left. Instead, he took extra seconds where seconds felt dangerous, marking the geography into memory. Not because he was careless. because useful terrain seen once should not be wasted. That was how Slytherin had truly rewritten him. Even in a task built around rescue, he collected future leverage. He did free Ron. He tried to wait for Fleur too, because Gabrielle's small body drifting unconscious beneath the water triggered some old buried fury at the tournament's willingness to use children as grammar for competition. The merpeople let him, not warmly, but with the bemused contempt one reserved for land boys who overextended principle into logistics. When he surfaced with Ron and Gabrielle both, late but not disastrously late, the crowd roared as if decency under pressure were some exotic innovation. Rita Skeeter later described it as the cool strategic mercy of Hogwarts' most enigmatic champion. Harry nearly set the paper on fire. Cedric, dripping lake water and grinning despite exhaustion, clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to mean it. "That was mad," he said. "Correct. You could have lost points, I know." Cedric looked at him for a moment, then said softly, "You do know you're allowed to care without auditing the consequences first." Harry met his eyes. "No," he said, "I'm really not." Something shifted in Cedric's face then, not pity. Cedric was too decent for pity to arrive that crudely. Understanding, perhaps, of a sort he did not like, and because Cedric was Cedric, he did not press. The friendship, if that was the word. Harry had no better one by then, though the word felt almost embarrassingly unguarded, grew in the spaces around the tasks. In greenhouses after class, where Cedric helped Professor Sprout with some dignified plant violence, and Harry wandered in under the pretense of asking about fluxweed for potions. On the grounds after dinner, where Cedric flew sometimes, and Harry watched and refused to admit that watching somebody be uncomplicatedly good at a thing could itself be restful. In the library, where Cedric would sit opposite him and read without making silence tactical. That was perhaps the strangest part. Cedric did not seem to understand silence as a weapon. He used it as room. Harry, who had spent most of his life interpreting every pause for threat or strategy, found that slowly, unnervingly disarming. Cedric was confused by him. Of course he was. Harry saw that much. Cedric did not understand why Slytherin house politics worked the way they did, or why Harry answered some questions with precision and others with deflection, or why gratitude in him looked so often like suspicion wearing better manners. But Cedric was not suspicious of that confusion. He was simply kind. Harry had no framework for how valuable that was until later. The maze approached. By then, the tournament had transformed Hogwarts into a pressure vessel. Students were too invested, staff too careful, the ministry too present. Every corridor conversation seemed to bend eventually toward points and odds, and who deserved what and whether Harry Potter had engineered the whole thing after all or merely adapted indecently well, once trapped inside it. Harry no longer bothered fighting the first question. He fought the second by becoming even better at the tasks. The maze did not frighten him the way it frightened the others. That, he knew, would read badly to anyone who believed courage meant emotional transparency. But the maze was structure. That made it solvable. While Crumb trained for curses and Fleur drilled reaction speed and Cedric strengthened for endurance, Harry spent his preparation time with parchment and conceptual diagrams. Hedging charms were not merely barriers, they created constrained topologies. The maze would appear random in the way old magic liked to appear random, which usually meant its pattern was too large to be seen from inside unless one tracked vectors and recurrence. He built models. Not of the actual maze, that was impossible, but of the kinds of decisions such a structure would force. Crossroads, dead ends, false loops, threat clustering near apparently efficient paths. Magical tournament design, Harry had learned, favored symbolic logic. The shortest route was rarely safest. The most dramatic hazard was rarely the one that cost the most time. Trial magic was authored by people who wanted contestants narratively legible, so Harry entered the maze with a map already growing behind his eyes. The hedges towered above them, green-black walls breathing dampness and old enchantment. When the whistle blew and the champions vanished into separate entrances, the crowd disappeared too, swallowed by living walls. At once, the task changed character. No audience, no applause. No need to translate method. This, finally, was a space Harry understood completely. He moved fast, but not blindly. At each major fork, he marked orientation against his conceptual model. When a blast-ended scroot crashed from the left passage in a storm of stench and sparks, Harry did not duel it to prove nerve. He drove it sideways into a narrowing corridor where its own size cost it mobility and cut right while it fought the walls. A boggart took Cedric's form for 3 disturbing seconds before resolving into a faceless thing of Harry's private dread. Harry banished it with more anger than elegance and filed that away for later examination. The Sphinx he met in the innermost quarter delayed him with a riddle, but even there the tournament's symbolic logic held. Not courage, pattern recognition. He answered and moved on once he heard Fleur scream. Once Crumb's curse light flashed blue through the hedge and vanished. Twice the maze tried to rotate him through spatial confusion charms. And twice Harry beat it by checking not his feet but the angle of moss growth and the residual wind lines between the hedges. That was the difference between surviving and understanding. By the time he saw the Triwizard Cup gleaming in the clearing at the center, he was breathing hard but not frantic. He had not been fastest, he had been most complete. And there, limping from another entrance with one sleeve torn and blood on his jaw, came Cedric. For a heartbeat, they only looked at each other across the cup. The blue light from the trophy made both of them look stranger than they were, older perhaps, and already half-translated into whatever story would follow. Cedric laughed first, low and disbelieving. "Of course it's you." Harry almost smiled. "You too!" Cedric came farther into the clearing, glancing once at the cup and then back at Harry. "We're first." Yes, in another world, another version of Harry would have reached it once, finished it, taken the victory because victory was the point, and because he had, in truth, solved the maze more completely. But Cedric stood there, breathing hard and grinning despite the blood, and Harry felt with sudden, painful clarity what the tournament had done besides expose him. It had forced him into the light long enough that one person had met him there without agenda. Cedric Diggory did not want his network, did not fear his house, did not project prophecy or symbol or institutional utility onto his face. Cedric just liked him, or was beginning to. The fact was so clean Harry still did not know what to do with it. "You should take it," Cedric said. "You're ahead on points anyway." Harry looked at him sharply. "Don't," Cedric said, amused. "I know what your face means. I'm not giving you charity." "It looks a lot like charity." "It looks like you saved my life with the dragon clue and I returned one. It looks like you hauled Gabrielle out of the lake. It looks like the maze tried very hard to murder both of us and failed. Honestly, Potter, not everything is a hidden negotiation." Harry heard the line land inside him. Not because it was wrong, because he still could not quite believe it might be right. He looked at the cup. Then at Cedric. "No," Harry said. "We take it together." Cedric blinked once, then smiled. Not the public Diggory smile polished for Quidditch victories and school pride, but something smaller and more real. "Together?" "Yes." Cedric held out his hand. For one strange second, Harry saw all the handshakes that had mattered in his life. Draco on the train, offering alignment, Sirius in moonlit possibility, offering home. Now Cedric, straightforward and open, offering neither transaction nor rescue but simple equality at the center of a trial designed to make boys into stories. Harry took his hand, and together they stepped toward the cup. Chapter 8, Kin and Crucible. The Triwizard Cup was cold. That was Harry's first clear thought when his and Cedric Diggory's hands closed around the handles at the same time. Not triumph, not relief, not even the brief absurd satisfaction of having chosen fairness in a structure designed to make fairness look strategically foolish. Cold. Then the world yanked sideways. The clearing vanished in a wrench of stomach and sky. The cup became a hook. Harry's feet tore from the ground, his shoulder slammed Cedric's, and both of them were dragged through spinning dark where distance had no shape and direction no meaning. They hit earth hard. Harry rolled once, instinctively, wand already in hand before his breath fully returned. Cedric landed several feet away with a grunt and came up more slowly, one palm in the grass, eyes scanning. The cup had fallen beside a cracked gravestone. The place smelled of wet earth, yew, and old stone, a graveyard, not decorative, not school magic theatrical, a real one, tilted headstones. Iron fencing broken by time. Long grass silvered under a moon too pale to warm anything it touched. A small chapel ruin hunched at the edge of the grounds like something ashamed to still exist. The sort of place where people had once believed burial and memory were enough to keep the dead where they belonged. Cedric got to his feet. "This isn't right," he said. No, Harry thought. It was not. The cup was a portkey. That much was obvious now, which meant the maze had not ended at the center. It had been built toward this. Every corridor, every hazard, every carefully authored piece of tournament theater had culminated not in victory, but in relocation. Harry turned in a slow circle, assessing, walled graveyard, single iron gate hanging off one hinge. No visible lights beyond the chapel ruin. Tree line close to the east. The cup between them and the gate. If it could take them here, it might take them back, useful. Then movement in the dark. A shape approached between the graves, hunched and hurried, carrying something bundled against its chest. Another figure scuttled low beside it, too rat-like in silhouette for Harry's mind to like the resemblance. Moonlight caught a pale, ruined hand, a pointed profile. Wet, darting eyes, Peter Pettigrew. The knowledge hit Harry one heartbeat before recognition settled fully into the body. Wormtail looked older than his betrayal and smaller than his mythology. That, Harry had already learned, was the usual ratio for cowards who changed history. Cedric took half a step forward. "Who's there?" The bundle in Pettigrew's arms moved. A voice came from it, thin and high and terribly familiar. "Kill the spare." There was no pause, no hesitation, no ritual declaration, no narrative courtesy. A flash of green tore the graveyard open. Cedric Diggory dropped. It happened too quickly for shock to feel like emotion. It felt like subtraction. Cedric had been standing there, solid, alive, kind in all the ways Harry had not yet learned how to hold properly, and then he was on the ground with his eyes open and nothing in them connected anymore. Harry's body moved before grief caught up. He lunged for Cedric and the cup at the same time. Pettigrew's curse caught him in the side and blew him backward into a gravestone hard enough to crack breath from his lungs. Another spell tore his wand from his hand. Something bound his arms, his chest, his legs. The grass rushed sideways beneath him as Pettigrew dragged him through the graves toward a white marble monument. Cedric lay where he had fallen. Harry twisted once, violently, enough to wrench his shoulder and accomplish nothing. "Cedric." The name vanished into stone and moonlight. Pettigrew hauled him upright against the grave and lashed him there with conjured cords and old magic that bit like wire. Harry's wand was taken. The bundle in Pettigrew's arms gave a little breathless hiss of satisfaction. Only then did Harry see the inscription in the marble. Tom Riddle. The family plot. Of course, Harry thought through the sick pounding of his blood. Of course it would be a family monument. Voldemort had always thought in symbols when they could also function as architecture. Pettigrew set the bundle down. Harry looked. He wished later that he could say horror was the dominant response. That the thing in the cauldron's shadow was too grotesque for recognition, but horror was not what cut deepest. Recognition was. The creature that looked up at him from the folds of black cloth was barely human in any comforting sense of the term. It had red eyes and a flat serpentine face, a body raw and fetal and old all at once, a thing assembled rather than grown. Yet the scar in Harry's forehead blazed with such violent familiarity that denial became childish. Not merely Voldemort, kin not by love, not by blood in the ordinary sense, something fouler. The soul fragment waking inside him like iron answering magnet. Harry locked his face at once. The training Snape had driven into him took hold not because the situation was survivable. It might well not be. But because collapse would make him readable and readability here was death accelerated. Pettigrew began preparing the ritual. Harry watched because there was no point refusing to see. Cauldron, fire beneath it. Powder, liquid, bone-white ash and grave dirt, and the small obscene confidence of a man performing instructions he does not deserve to understand. Pettigrew's hands shook, but not enough to spoil the work. Fanaticism often lent skill to cowards, at least when someone stronger was watching. The bundle in the cloth did not look at Pettigrew. It looked only at Harry. 4 years, the high voice whispered. And what have they made of you? Harry said nothing. The voice gave a small, awful laugh. Not silence from fear. Good. Pettigrew moved to the grave. Bone of the father, he intoned, voice quavering with devotion. Unknowingly given, you will renew your son. He dug into the earth at the base of the marble monument, took a shard of old white bone and dropped it into the cauldron. Flame leapt blue. Harry's cords tightened around his chest as if the magic itself approved of restraint. Then came the hand. Flesh of the servant, Pettigrew sobbed, silver knife flashing under moonlight. Willingly given, you will revive your master. The scream tore out of him, animal and human at once, when the blade came down. Blood sprayed black in the night. His severed hand hit the cauldron and the liquid inside went red gold. Roiling, Harry's stomach turned. The graveyard smelled suddenly of copper and burning. Then Voldemort's eyes fixed on Harry's face. Blood of the enemy, the high voice said, and now it sounded almost pleased. Forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Pettigrew came to him shaking with pain and exultation. The knife bit Harry's arm deep enough to draw a hiss from between his teeth, but not a cry. Pettigrew caught the blood in a vial and flung it into the cauldron. The effect was immediate. The scar on Harry's forehead became a live wire. Pain tore through him so completely that for one blank instant he lost the graveyard and the moon and the rope against his chest, and knew only the feeling of an old wrong line being dragged through him with surgical force. Not because his blood was entering the ritual. Because the fragment inside him was answering, the cauldron erupted. A white plume rose above the graves like a soul trying to escape the terms of its own resurrection. Steam and fire boiled outward. The ropes binding Harry bit deeper. Pettigrew fell to his knees. The smoke thickened, coiling, taking shape. Then Lord Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron like a verdict. He was tall now, whole in the body if not in any human sense that still mattered. The face was snake-flat and pale as carved wax. The red eyes burned with intellect stripped of mercy. Limbs elegant, fingers long, every movement both economical and theatrical in the way only men entirely in love with themselves ever managed. But he did not look at the graveyard first. He looked at Harry and smiled. Not with contempt, not with triumph alone, with something far worse. Recognition. Pettigrew dressed him in robes with clumsy reverence. Voldemort scarcely noticed. His attention remained fixed on Harry as though the resurrection had been, in some structural sense, incomplete until this gaze passed between them. So, Voldemort said softly, flexing his new hands. Here you are. Harry met the look, because looking away would have been the first surrender, and he was not dead yet. Voldemort descended from the cauldron platform and came closer. Not too close. Never without choosing his geometry. He examined Harry the way a scholar might examine a rare text corrupted in fascinating ways by time and annotation. The posture is wrong for Gryffindor, he murmured. The eyes too controlled for innocence. The mind, His own eyes half closed for an instant, as if listening to something no one else could hear. You have been taught to lock doors. Harry kept his face still. Not well enough, Voldemort said, but earlier than Dumbledore would have preferred, I think. The name landed like a deliberate blade. Pettigrew was weeping quietly now, whether from pain or joy hardly mattered. Voldemort ignored him and raised his wand toward the dark sky. The mark burned there a second later, green and vast, staining the clouds with old terror. Across the graveyard's edges figures began apparating in ones and twos, cloaked and masked, falling to their knees among the graves with varying degrees of fear, devotion, and naked political recalculation. Death Eaters. They formed a circle. and Harry, tied to the riddle grave, became its center. That was new in canon or story. The boy captured by dark lords was usually made to feel small, meant to understand their own insignificance before evil's scale. Voldemort did the opposite. He made the entire circle understand Harry's significance first. "You know who this is?" he said lightly to the kneeling, masked figures. "Not only by scar and name, not only by the history that failed me once." He tilted his head, red eyes bright with a terrible private amusement. "Look more closely. No one moved, no one needed to. Fear did the stillness for them. This," Voldemort said, "is the child they placed among serpents and expected to remain a lamb." Something flickered under several masks. Surprise, perhaps. Perhaps old pureblood unease at being addressed in terms that carried house symbolism more seriously than bloodline. Harry understood in a flash that Voldemort was not speaking only to him. He was speaking to the room, reframing the event, establishing terms. That, too, was recognition. The professional courtesy of monsters. Voldemort came still closer, close enough now that Harry could smell the ritual smoke in the cloth of his robes and the strange, sterile cold of magic built from gravework. "I expected," Voldemort said quietly, so that only Harry heard clearly, "a Gryffindor child when next we met. Brave in the loud way, easy to read, easy to goad. Instead I find," he made a small, elegant gesture, almost appreciative, "method." Harry's scar throbbed in sick answer. The fragment inside him recoiled and leaned forward all at once. Voldemort smiled wider, having felt it. "Yes," he whispered. "You know what I mean." Then he stepped back and addressed the circle again. "They tell themselves he opposes me," Voldemort said. "Perhaps he does. Children oppose weather and nightfall when frightened enough, but opposition is not the most interesting thing about Harry Potter." He turned. "And what is?" Harry asked. The graveyard went stiller. Several Death Eaters flinched at the interruption, expecting punishment. Voldemort only looked amused. "That you have already learned the wrong lessons from the right people," he said. "Or the right lessons from the wrong ones. It becomes difficult to distinguish after a point." Harry felt the old instinct to say nothing. He ignored it. Try being clear. Voldemort laughed softly, delighted. "Clarity, then," he said. "You have survived by calculation, been educated by suspicion, taught to understand power as structure, reputation as weapon, emotion as liability. You speak the language of serpents. You move among ambitious children without being consumed by them. You have been managed by Dumbledore, sharpened by Slytherin, instructed by Severus Snape, and advertised to the world as whatever symbol suits the institution currently in need of your blood." Around them, the masked circle remained breathless and silent. Harry looked at Voldemort and hated, with a cold, clean hate, how much of that was true. Dumbledore had managed him from distance. Slytherin had shaped him. Snape had sharpened him. The world had turned him into a usable narrative every time it proved administratively convenient. Truth in the mouth of evil did not become less true. It only became more dangerous. Voldemort saw the recognition cross his face and pressed. "You think you serve the light," he said. "What light? The old man who kept you ignorant until ignorance became useful? The ministry that feeds on fear and then drapes itself in law? The school that has sacrificed you 4 years running to maintain the appearance of order?" He let his gaze drift briefly to the kneeling Death Eaters, and the contempt in it was almost affectionate. "Or perhaps the moral majority of children who feared you for speaking Parseltongue and applauded when you saved them anyway, because it was easier to keep both stories than to question either." Harry's breath remained steady by force. The proposition was arriving. He could feel it building. Not join me. Voldemort was too proud for simplicity. He wanted something more sophisticated and therefore more corrupt. "You are more heir to Slytherin's actual legacy," Voldemort said, "than any pureblood kneeling here." His voice lost all public grandeur and became almost intimate. "Not because of blood. Blood is a story cowards tell when they wish inheritance to excuse mediocrity, because you understand adaptation. Because you have already learned that institutions use goodness as decoration and power as grammar. because you know what it is to be unwanted until useful. The graveyard disappeared around the edges, Cedric's body in the grass, Sirius writing from exile, Dumbledore saying little and shaping much, Snape teaching because it was necessary, not because it was easy. The tournament yanking him into visibility with no consent and calling it honor. Voldemort saw every answer he needed in Harry's eyes. Recognition, he said softly. That is what this is, not invitation. I do not offer employment to boys. I show you what you already are in structure, if not allegiance. Harry swallowed once and found that his voice, when it came, was steady. You think naming the corruption makes you better than it? Voldemort's head tilted. No, he said. I think it makes me honest about the world, a quality your protectors have always lacked. That's not the same. No, Voldemort asked. Then what is the difference, Harry? He used the name like kinship and violation both. Harry looked at the circle of masked followers, at Pettigrew kneeling and bleeding and worshipping, at Cedric lying dead because decency had walked beside him into a structure built for murder, at the man before him, brilliant enough to describe rot and monstrous enough to call that description a philosophy. And because the proposition was persuasive only where it was true, Harry answered from the only place left. The difference, he said, is that they use people and regret it. You use people and call it proof you were right to. A small silence. Then several Death Eaters made involuntary sounds behind their masks, tiny animal shifts of discomfort. Voldemort's smile changed, not vanished, sharpened. Better, he said. Very nearly, not nearly. No. Harry could feel the scar pulsing, the soul fragment pulling against its bounds as if Voldemort's proximity made it yearn toward a hole it mistook for home. The urge to understand, to align, to resolve the wrongness by yielding to it passed through him like vertigo. That was the real temptation. Not ideology, relief, to stop fighting the pattern and inhabit it fully. Harry understood in that terrible clarity old magic sometimes forced on people, how Tom Riddle had once made his choices, not because darkness was glorious, because surrender to one's most functional interpretation could feel like peace. He hated Voldemort for knowing that. He hated him more for being right that the system around Harry was compromised, but rightness was not innocence. Accuracy was not morality. And corruption named honestly did not become justice by default. Harry looked straight at him. You're right about the rot, he said. You're still the disease. For the first time since his resurrection, Voldemort's expression went entirely still. Then he laughed, not kindly, not even cruelly, exactly. With the bright, terrible delight of a mind meeting resistance it could not dismiss as childish. Excellent, he said. The word chilled the graveyard more than any threat would have done. He turned from Harry and addressed the Death Eaters in a voice that carried. You see, he said, he has been educated. No one answered. No one sane would have. Voldemort lifted Harry's wand from where Pettigrew had laid it on the monument and weighed it in his hand. Then he laid it back down with deliberate care. I could have had you killed in ignorance, he said, looking again at Harry. That would have been simple, but simplicity is often the refuge of lesser minds. He spread his hands slightly, almost ceremonially. Let the room witness this correctly. Let them see what recognition refuses, he gestured. Pettigrew stumbled forward, laid Harry's wand within reach, then jumped back as if proximity itself might become contagious. Voldemort stepped into the open space before the grave. Take it, he said. Harry's ropes vanished. He almost fell, caught himself, reached down, took his wand, and stood. The Death Eaters shifted, some in anticipation, some in disbelief, some perhaps in private horror at the fact that their master was staging the moment as something closer to acknowledgement than execution. Harry understood the design at once. This was no duel for honor. Voldemort had no need of honor. It was a crucible, a public proof. Either Harry would bend ideologically, emotionally, structurally, or he would refuse and be destroyed in the refusal. Either result served Voldemort's narrative. The graveyard's open space felt very small. Cedric's body lay just beyond it. Harry set his feet. He had been through too many structures now not to see the one around him. Audience, Center, framed violence, meaning assigned in advance. Fine, he could operate inside that. Voldemort raised the U-wand. "Bo," he said mockingly. Harry did not move. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Still a little Gryffindor in the bones, then. "No," Harry said, "just not yours." The answer hit the circle like dropped iron. Voldemort's smile returned, thinner than before. "Very well," he said softly. "Then accept the consequence of your philosophy." He moved faster than sight liked. Crucio? Pain detonated through Harry like architecture collapsing inward. Not heat, not impact. A perfect system of suffering imposed on nerves from the inside out. He hit the ground and tasted blood and earth, and the old reflexive scream rising whether pride allowed it or not. Somewhere beyond the pain he thought, absurdly clear. This is what he means by honesty. This. The conversion of truth into permission. The curse broke. Harry dragged himself up on one knee, then standing. Voldemort watched him with terrible attentiveness. "You see," he said, "the world is a structure of force. The lies come after." Harry spat blood into the grass. "Then you're just a better liar." It brought him another curse. This time he was ready for the shape, if not the agony. He took it knowing why, not bravely in the simple sense. Deliberately. Because the only answer to Voldemort's proposition that meant anything now was embodied refusal. Yes, the system was corrupt. Yes, he had been used. Yes, Dumbledore would sacrifice him if the war required it. Yes, Slytherin had taught him methods the world called dark when useful men employed them for polite ends. And still, being correct about the rot did not put Voldemort on the right side of it. Harry took the curse and chose not to yield the conclusion. When it broke a second time, his hands were shaking so badly the wand nearly slipped. Voldemort studied him as if something rare were finally revealing its full properties under pressure. "Interesting," he murmured. Then, almost conversationally, "One last chance to lie to yourself less." He raised the wand. Harry did not wait this time. "Expelliarmus, Avada Kedavra." The spells collided in the graveyard center with a sound like the world biting metal. For one impossible instant the beams locked. Then the wands began to sing. The golden thread of priori incantatum burst between them, and the graveyard became a place where chronology itself forgot its manners. Echoes spat from Voldemort's wand, not mere light, but the reverse procession of murders. A Muggle caretaker. Bertha Jorkins. Then Cedric Diggory, whole for one bright impossible second, stepping backward out of death with bewilderment still on his face. Harry's heart stopped and resumed painfully. Cedric looked at him, and understanding arrived with supernatural speed. "Hold on," he said. "When it breaks, take my body back." Then he was gone into the wand smoke, and Lily came, and James, and old dead strangers the U had eaten and now unwillingly remembered. The Death Eaters recoiled. Voldemort's face twisted, not in fear but in rage at the interruption of narrative he had not chosen. James's shade looked at Harry with urgent focus. "When the connection breaks, run." Lily's voice, impossibly calm, added, "Do not stop." Harry held the beam with everything left in him. The souls or echoes or magical residues pressed forward, crowding Voldemort, tangling his line of sight. The graveyard's geometry fractured. Audience became panic, meaning scattered into survival. The golden thread snapped. Harry moved, not randomly. Never that. Cedric first. Cup second. He dropped, grabbed Cedric under the shoulders, felt the horrible weight of a body that would never help carry itself again, and dragged with every ruined muscle toward the fallen cup. Curses scorched the air around him. One hit the headstone behind him in a spray of marble. Another set grass, screaming into flame. He reached the cup with one hand and held Cedric's body close enough with the other. For one fraction of a second, he looked back. Voldemort stood amid his followers and grave smoke, pale and furious and infinitely alive again, looking not shocked by Harry's escape, but alight with something almost worse. Satisfaction. Because the Crucible had worked, not in the way he wanted, not into surrender, but into revelation. He had seen Harry clearly and been seen clearly in return. That connection, once made, would not unmake itself. Harry seized the cup. The portkey tore the graveyard away. He hit the ground on the Hogwarts lawn with Cedric Diggory's body crumpling half across him and the screams beginning all at once. Hands, voices, torchlight, feet pounding earth. Harry rolled onto his back and gasped at the ordinary air as if it belonged to another planet. The maze loomed around him. The crowd beyond had not yet understood the shape of the disaster, only that the champions had returned and one of them was not rising. Cedric's father broke first. That cry would stay with Harry longer than almost anything else from that night. Amos Diggory reached his son before the adults fully did. The sound he made was not language. It was the raw mechanical collapse of a future being told no in 1 second. Harry sat up through pain and smoke memory and said the only thing that mattered enough to force through the noise. He's back. No one heard it properly, or everyone did and the institution failed in sequence, which amounted to the same thing. Harry tasted blood, mud, and the last sour ghost of Voldemort's proposition still alive in his mind. Most of what he had said was true. That was the horror. That was why it would keep working on people long after the graveyard. The system was compromised. The good men were compromised. Dumbledore's mercy had strategy in it. The Ministry's legality had cowardice in it. Hogwarts had again and again placed children inside structures it was too proud to call unmanageable. Harry knew all of that. He would have to live with all of that. But as Amos Diggory wept over Cedric's body, and the crowd broke into confusion, and adults rushed to contain the optics of catastrophe before they had contained the catastrophe itself, Harry understood with perfect finality what the graveyard had settled. Voldemort was right about the corruption. He was still wrong about what that made permissible. Harry had accepted the curse rather than the conclusion, and that, he knew now, would define everything that came next. Chapter 9. The order he builds himself the summer after Cedric Diggory died, the Ministry of Magic made lying official. Harry learned that before he learned anything else. Not because Cornelius Fudge stood at a podium and declared falsehood a policy instrument, ministers, Harry had discovered, almost never did the useful courtesy of speaking plainly, but because the machinery of the state moved all at once in one direction. And Harry had spent too long studying systems not to recognize coordinated denial when he saw it. The Daily Prophet shifted tone first. Then the whispers in Diagon Alley hardened into public caution. Then came the disciplinary hearing for underage magic, absurd on its face and therefore valuable in function. Absurd charges were rarely meant to win. They were meant to force a shape on the public record. Harry went to the hearing knowing that. That alone separated him from the version of himself Voldemort had half expected and half desired. A Gryffindor child might have arrived furious, injured by the insult, ready to shout truth into a room built to reinterpret shouting as instability. Harry arrived with notes, not many. That would have looked staged, just enough, dates, statute language, the sequence of the Dementor attack in Little Whinging, the names of witnesses. The exact phrasing Fudge had already used publicly and might be tempted to repeat under official scrutiny. The chamber itself helped. It was old, cold, and arranged for intimidation. Benches too high, faces too elevated, bureaucracy pretending to be justice because both had long tables and minutes taken by neutral hands. Harry sat in the center of that architecture and understood something useful almost at once. Old institutions liked children frightened because frightened children made adults feel like precedent. So he did not look frightened. He answered clearly. He did not overstate. He did not plead. When Fudge pushed, Harry pushed only enough to make the minister expend more certainty than the situation justified. That was the trick. A calm child could make panicked authority spend itself in public. Amelia Bones noticed. Harry saw her notice. Not because she smiled or intervened prematurely, because her questions changed. They became tighter, more forensic, less shaped by Fudge's desired conclusion and more by the irritating fact that the boy in the center of the room sounded more credible than the men trying to contain him. By the time the hearing ended, Harry had learned the first principle of dealing with ministries. You did not need them to agree with you. You needed them to remember that you had been reasonable when they were not. That was how a political credit line began, not with triumph, with record. He left the hearing exhausted, angrier than he let himself show, and more certain than ever that Voldemort had been right about one terrible thing. The system was compromised. The difference remained what Harry had made it in the graveyard. Naming corruption was not the same as standing against it. He carried that distinction like a blade through the summer at Grimmauld Place. Number 12 was full of adults who loved secrecy more than they loved clarity. Some of them had reasons. Most of them had habits. The Order of the Phoenix, such as it existed in that house of old dust and old blood and old wars trying to become current again, was a collection of damaged, competent people orbiting Dumbledore's gravity with varying degrees of faith. Harry watched them all. Moody, whose paranoia was merely realism turned professional, Mrs. Weasley, who loved through logistics and fury, Kingsley, who understood state power without worshipping it, Tonks, whose clumsiness made people underestimate her on a schedule, Lupin, tired enough now that all his gentleness looked earned, and Sirius, who still wrote himself toward Harry even when sharing the same house somehow made the distance more visible, not less. He was home and not home at once, family in the deepest emotional sense, and still a man from the road not taken. Harry loved him for trying. Sometimes he even loved him for failing honestly. But none of the adults there, not even Sirius, could quite solve the structural fact Harry kept returning to. They were Dumbledore's order, not Harry's. They would protect him, perhaps. Use him, certainly. Love him in some cases, but the architecture of their loyalty ran upward toward the headmaster's design. Harry needed something lateral. He started building it before school resumed, not overtly. Not even, at first, in ways another person could name as building. He made lists. Children of Death Eaters, children of sympathizers, children of weak men who dressed fear up as ideology because ideology sounded nobler at dinner. Then he revised the list. Conviction was not the same as inheritance. Inheritance was not the same as appetite. Some families served Voldemort because they believed in him. Some because they believed the winning side should always look like themselves. And some, the important category, the useful one, because they were afraid of what happened to people who were absent when tyrants counted. Fear made loyalty contingent. Contingent loyalties could be moved. That was the real beginning of the order he built himself. On the Hogwarts Express to 5th year, Harry did not recruit anyone, he observed. Draco was harder-edged than before the graveyard. Not more cruel exactly, but more brittle, as if the world had moved closer to his family's private politics, and he disliked the intimacy of it. Theo had gone quieter, which in Theo meant he was thinking faster than usual. Pansy talked too much. Blaise watched everyone and committed to nothing visible. Harry listened to surnames, not Avery, Flint, Parkinson, Greengrass. Some of those names would follow Voldemort gladly if given uniforms and certainty. Some would follow because their fathers did. And some, Harry had begun to suspect, were already wondering what happened if Dark Lords actually won and started asking for proof of devotion instead of applause. He gave them that answer in fragments, never speeches. Speeches were for boys who needed to hear themselves lead. Harry used information. Small, specific, demonstrably true pieces of intelligence. He never said, "I was in the graveyard and heard everything." That would have made the information theatrical and easy to call unstable. He did something better. To Theodore Nott, late in September, while the common room fire went green against the leather chairs, Harry said, "He doesn't reward lateness. He counts it." Theo did not look up from his book. After a moment he said, "That sounds precise." "It is." Theo turned a page. "And the servants who arrive," Harry remembered masked men kneeling among graves, the particular contempt in Voldemort's voice, the way fear had moved through the circle faster than devotion. "He names their failures before their loyalty," Harry said. Theo's hand stilled on the paper. That was enough for one night. To Daphne Greengrass, who was not warm, not intimate, but who loved her younger sister with the sort of exact quiet that made Harry trust her priorities more than her manners. He said in the library stacks, "Neutral families are going to discover neutrality looks like absence to both sides." Daphne studied him. "You say that as if it's already happened." Harry met the look. "Would you like to gamble your sister on it not happening again?" Her face changed by a fraction. "Useful." To Blaise, who trusted cynicism because it let him mistake disengagement for immunity, Harry said over breakfast one morning, "He thinks blood rhetoric is a story mediocre people tell to excuse their rank." Blaise's spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. "That," he said softly, "would make several fathers I know profoundly inconvenient to themselves." Harry buttered his toast. "Yes, to Draco he said least and most. Not because Draco mattered more, because Draco mattered dangerously. Lucius Malfoy's name sat too close to the center of the old order." Harry did not know, not fully, whether Draco's loyalties were inherited conviction or inherited theater or some frightened alloy of both. What he knew was that Draco was clever enough to understand a proposition when it was not dressed as one. So he said, one night in the dormitory when Blaise and Theo were elsewhere and the room had gone dim around them, "If your father thinks service buys control, it doesn't." Draco, sitting on his bed with a parchment half-written and abandoned, did not answer. Harry went on, "It buys proximity, not safety." A long silence. Then Draco said, not looking at him, "You sound sure." "I am." Draco's jaw tightened. For one beat, Harry thought he would lash out, say something stupid and aristocratic and comforting to himself. Instead he said, very quietly, "That's worse." Harry did not answer. He didn't need to. By October, a pattern had begun to form inside Slytherin House that no one could quite name, because Harry had designed it not to look like allegiance. It looked like prudence. That was the genius of it, if genius was the right word for turning frightened children into a contingency network beneath the school. Harry did not ask them to oppose their parents. He did not ask them to love him. He did not even ask them to commit publicly to a side. He asked smaller things. Listen to what your father says when he thinks loyalty is private. Notice who begins using coded phrases in Owl Post. Tell me which names come up only when doors are shut. If a parent says when things settle instead of if, remember that. Most importantly, when the time comes, do not be the last to move. Fear of losing sides was older than ideology. Harry used it because it was already there. The order he built himself was not moral in the clean way Hermione would have preferred, and not romantic in the way Sirius might once have wanted. It was a faction born from future tense fear and fed on clarity, which was why it worked. Umbridge's arrival only accelerated everything. If the Ministry had wanted Harry as unstable martyr, Dolores Umbridge wanted him as a contained symbol. Small enough to humiliate, visible enough to correct. Her genius, such as it was, lay in understanding that soft tyranny often traveled farther in schools than overt terror because it could dress itself as curriculum. She hated Harry on sight, not personally. Not yet. She hated what he represented structurally. An unsupervised narrative center the Ministry could not fully script. Harry returned the sentiment immediately and concealed it almost completely. That was what frightened her most. She could have managed a reckless boy. Reckless boys gave tyrants opportunities. Harry gave her paperwork. When she denied Voldemort's return in class, Harry contradicted her exactly once, on record, in language so calm it made the room lean toward him despite itself. "I was there," he said. "That is not a theory." The room held its breath. Umbridge smiled the way women in poisonous pink sometimes smiled just before becoming administrative. "Of course you think so, dear." Harry let the silence stretch one beat longer than comfort allowed. "Then you believe," he said, "that the Ministry's disciplinary hearing, witness testimony, and post-event emergency review were all convened in response to a delusion. That did it. Because now she was not correcting a child. She was being asked, in front of 30 students, to choose which official records she meant to undermine in order to preserve her chosen lie. That was the second principle of dealing with ministries. Make them injure themselves when they come for you. Umbridge did not answer cleanly. She punished him later, of course, in the false privacy of detentions and blood quill discipline. But Harry made sure those punishments were seen where it mattered. He did not dramatize his hand. He did not show it around like a wound made for sympathy. He let Madame Pomfrey record it. He let Susan Bones notice. He asked once, in the hearing of a portrait and 2 prefects, whether ministry educational oversight normally extended to punitive blood magic on school premises. The portrait repeated the line by supper. The prefects told older students. Susan, who had inherited a family instinct for legal irregularity, wrote to her aunt. Another credit line, small, precise, usable later. The DA began because Hermione was Hermione and because institutions that forbade competence tended to create unofficial classes by natural law. The original meeting in Hogsmeade still happened, though in this version Harry arrived only briefly and late, hooded and quiet, not as founder but as ghost. The room wanted him. Of course it did. He was the visible story. The boy who had survived the graveyard, the one with the scar and the ministry feud and the increasingly dangerous relationship with public truth. Hermione understood before most of them did why he could not stand at the front. "If you lead it," she said afterward, when the meeting had broken and the cold bit at the edges of the street, "Umbridge destroys it in a week." Harry looked at her. "Yes, she'll do that anyway. Not if she can't prove what it is before it grows." Hermione folded her arms. The old friction between them had become something stranger now, not friendship restored, not estrangement complete. Capability respecting capability across a bridge neither had fully chosen to cross. "And you plan to do what?" she asked. "Hover mysteriously while the rest of us become easy targets?" Harry almost smiled. "No," he said. "I plan to write the curriculum." That stopped her. He took a folded packet from inside his coat and handed it over. Inside were lesson sequences, not just spells, structures. Shield work built from Flitwick's foundation, but sharpened by Harry's own habit of treating defenses as load-bearing geometry. Disarming progressions. Paired reaction drills Lupin would have approved of. Practical anti-ambush work. Routes through unused classrooms. Notes on timing, group size, and how many students you could train before noise patterns changed enough to attract staff attention. Hermione leafed through the pages, eyes widening despite herself. "This is," she looked up. "When did you do all this? Summer?" She stared another second, then shook her head in frustrated admiration. "You should be teaching it." "I am," Harry said. "Just not where anyone can arrest the first layer and think they've found the whole structure." She understood. Of course she did. That was why it worked between them now better than it had when they were children trying to become friends without first surviving themselves. Hermione did not need sentiment to trust competence. Harry no longer needed warmth disguised as agreement to recognize alliance, so the DA formed. Not Dumbledore's army in the simple oppositional sense the school later assumed, but something more operational. Hermione founded it. Ron helped organize bodies and morale. Ginny brought nerve. Neville brought stubbornness that passed, under pressure, into actual courage. Luna brought the kind of sideways thinking institutions never accounted for and therefore deserved to fear. Harry supplied the bones. Lesson plans arrived through Hermione in anonymous packets that everyone pretended not to identify. Feedback came back the same way. Hermione would leave a corrected schedule in a designated library book, and Harry would revise drills based on what the group managed or failed to manage. He remained publicly separate. That mattered. He could not be seen building the overt resistance while simultaneously consolidating the covert one inside Slytherin. Plausible separation was not cowardice. It was preservation. When Umbridge and her decrees tightened around the school, Harry became even more careful with the ministry relationship he was building. He chose when to speak and when not to. He let the Quibbler interview happen not because he thought one article would defeat propaganda, but because records mattered in layers. Official lies needed unofficial truths, preserved somewhere if officials were ever going to reverse themselves later, without admitting they had invented reality from whole cloth. He gave Luna's father facts in clean sequence and let eccentricity do the distribution. He asked Umbridge, in front of the inquisitorial squad and a pair of portraits known for repeating exact phrasing, whether educational collaboration on ministry-approved material was now banned in full or only when students improved beyond the lesson plan. She answered badly. The castle repeated it for days. He wrote exactly 3 letters to ministry offices all year. One to Amelia Bones, thanking the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for the seriousness with which it had once treated Dementor misconduct and inquiring, blandly, whether that seriousness remained current policy. One to the Improper Use of Magic Office asking which statute authorized blood-quickened corrective detention on minors, phrased as though he were merely a conscientious student seeking clarity. One to a junior records clerk he had learned by name at the hearing, requesting copies of public decrees in certified language for school reference. Each letter was polite. Each answer or failure to answer became part of the line he was building. A political credit line, Harry had decided, was not made of favors. It was made of memory. When the world shifted later, and it would, certain adults would remember that Harry Potter had been measured when they were absurd, exact when they were evasive, and careful with public words when they had spent theirs like drunks at a wake. That would matter. By winter, his Slytherin faction had ceased to be hypothetical. It still had no name. Harry refused them names. Names made children theatrical. He gave them functions instead. Who in the Ministry family network heard what? Who could delay an owl? Who could redirect a prefect? Who could tell, from the look on a father's face at platform departures, whether fear had become commitment? Theo became his quietest and most indispensable interpreter of pure-blood logic. Daphne filtered what neutral families would tolerate. Blaise carried information across social boundaries, because nobody ever suspected the board to be committed. Draco, against all odds and with increasing internal conflict, became useful in exactly the ways his upbringing had prepared him to be. Understanding status movements before anyone else noticed them, and increasingly, not liking what he saw. One night in February, after yet another decree and another detention, and another evening spent revising DA material by wandlight, Draco sat on the edge of a sofa and said into the fire, "This is treason, you know." Harry, across from him with a parchment half-marked in red ink, did not look up. "No," he said, "it's insurance." Draco barked a short, humorless laugh. "That's very Slytherin of you." Harry set the quill down then. "Yes," he said, "I know." The late-night conversation with Dumbledore happened in March. Harry had half expected it for weeks. The school had reached a pressure point. Umbridge's authority was expanding and fraying at once. The DA had grown too competent not to be noticed eventually. Slytherin House was shifting in ways older students had not intended. The ministry's narrative was holding publicly and decaying privately, which was usually when Dumbledore chose to become visible in small, precise ways, like a general moving one finger on a map and calling it patience. Fawkes delivered the summons just after midnight. Harry followed the Phoenix's red-gold glide through dark corridors and rotating staircases to the headmaster's office, where the gargoyle admitted him with theatrical cheerfulness inappropriate to the hour. Dumbledore was waiting by the window, hands clasped behind his back, moonlight silvering the edges of him into something almost inhumanly composed. The office smelled of old parchment, lemon, and the sort of tiredness powerful men carried in their bones when they had run out of illusions but not responsibilities. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, "Headmaster." No tea was offered. That was merciful. For a moment neither spoke. The silence was not hostile. It was worse than hostility. It was the silence of two people who had both understood for a long time that a certain conversation was inevitable and had both benefited in different ways from postponing it. At last, Dumbledore said, "I have always known you were capable of extraordinary things." Harry felt something cold and almost amused move through him. "Have you?" It was not a question. Dumbledore accepted that. Yes, he said, from very early on. Harry looked at the old man standing in moonlight and thought, with a clarity almost free of anger now, that this was precisely the problem. Then why, Harry asked politely, did you spend 4 years managing that capability from a distance instead of nurturing it? The words landed exactly as intended, not shouted, not emotional, not deniable, a simple question with a blade hidden in its grammar. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. When he did, it was with the carefulness of a man who had long practiced dressing guilt in wisdom and now, perhaps, found the fabric thinner than it once had been. Because, he said slowly, there are burdens I wish to delay placing upon you. Harry held the look. That isn't an answer. No, Dumbledore said quietly. Not a sufficient one. The portraits in the office had gone respectfully still. Even Fawkes made no sound. Dumbledore went on. Because I feared what the knowledge would require of you. Because I hoped, foolishly perhaps, that some part of your childhood might remain outside strategy if I did not call you into it too soon. Because you were placed in a house where I knew pressures would shape you in ways I could not easily counter without making matters worse. Because I saw your potential and was not certain whether my closeness would protect it or weaponize it. There it was, not enough. Too much and not enough. Harry listened and heard beneath the elegance the same truth Voldemort had named in uglier form. Dumbledore had managed him. Perhaps for reasons less monstrous, perhaps with more regret, but management remained management even when done sorrowfully. You thought distance was kindness, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes closed for one brief second. I thought distance was safety. For whom? That made the old man flinch. Not visibly in the ordinary sense. The reaction was too refined for that, but Harry saw it. The tiny internal recoil when a question touched the precise place one had avoided answering even to oneself. At length Dumbledore said, For both of us, I think. Harry looked away then, toward the dark windows and the sleeping school beyond them. That was the end of the illusion, not the illusion that Dumbledore cared. Harry believed now, perhaps more than ever, that the headmaster did care in his own terrible and strategic way. Not the illusion that he was wise. Wisdom radiated off the man like cold from stone. The illusion that remained until this night was simpler and more childish. That care, wisdom, and rightness necessarily aligned. They did not. Sometimes they sat in the same room and chose distance because distance made sacrifice easier when the hour came. When Harry looked back, Dumbledore seemed older than before, not diminished, just less mythic. Thank you, Harry said. The phrase startled them both. For what? Dumbledore asked. For answering badly instead of pretending you'd answered well. A shadow of a smile touched the old man's face and vanished. You are a difficult young man to comfort, Harry. Harry thought of Cedric. Sirius, Hermione and her packets of curriculum. Draco staring into fires he no longer fully trusted. Theo turning pages while pure-blood logic bent under new strain. Snape teaching doors because someone had to. Voldemort in the graveyard saying true things for all the wrong reasons. Yes, Harry said. I know. When he left the office, nothing dramatic had changed. No alliance broken visibly. No shouting. No theatrical renunciation. That was not how important structures failed. They failed quietly when one central belief stopped bearing weight. Harry descended the spiral staircase and understood that whatever came next, he would no longer mistake Dumbledore's design for shelter. He would cooperate where interests aligned. He would resist where they did not. He would build laterally, not upward. The order he built himself had begun as a response to fear. By spring, it had become something more disciplined than that. A network. A memory bank. A set of people positioned not by ideology, but by usable truth. A defense curriculum moving under the surface of the school through Hermione's capable hands. A series of small official records waiting for the right future to make them expensive. Above all, it was his. Not because no one else contributed, because he had stopped waiting for existing institutions to decide what part of him they could afford to nurture. That was the real severance of the chapter, though no one else saw it. The boy who lived still sat at school tables and answered in class and bled under detention quills. Slytherin's singular son still wore green and silver and let the school believe whatever version of him kept it balanced longest. Dumbledore's student still moved under the castle's protection. But underneath all of that, Harry Potter had begun building the first durable shape in his life that did not depend on someone older choosing what he was for. And once built, such structures were difficult to take away. Chapter 10. The Ministry falls upward. Harry decided to take the war to the Department of Mysteries because it was one of the few places in Britain where truth had to leave a record. That was the whole of it, not heroism, not vengeance, not even desperation, though there was enough of that in the year to salt any choice he made. The Ministry had spent months teaching him the same lesson from every possible angle. Public reality was negotiable until paperwork, witnesses, and institutional self-interest aligned hard enough to make negotiation more expensive than admission. Voldemort's return, Cedric's death, the hearing, Umbridge's rule by decree, all of it had clarified the same structure. Truth alone did not move the state. Truth, recorded in the right room and seen by the right eyes at the wrong moment, might. And the Hall of Prophecy was exactly that sort of room. He did not tell anyone this at first. Not Hermione, because Hermione would have demanded a better moral justification than "it's the only chamber where the old magic and the bureaucracy intersect cleanly." Not Ron, because Ron would have heard "I'm planning to bait Voldemort into the Ministry," and reacted as any sane boy would, with profanity and immediate attempts at physical restraint. Not Sirius, above all not Sirius, because Sirius would have turned the whole proposition into a rescue mission before the second sentence. Harry kept the idea to himself until it had become too structurally sound to dismiss. The prophecy sphere was the hinge. He knew enough now to know that Voldemort wanted it. Not only because others had whispered around the topic with the panicked deference of adults trying not to speak near a child, and thereby proving at once that the child was central. The soul fragment connection had made it clearer than that. In moments of fatigue, of half-sleep, of damaged occlumency after Umbridge's detentions and the year's attrition, Harry could feel where Voldemort's interest bent, not toward Hogwarts, not toward Dumbledore in the abstract, toward a room, a shelf, an object bearing their names. The Hall of Prophecy was a controlled environment with known variables. That phrase would have horrified almost everyone Harry cared for. He knew that. That was part of why he trusted it. Horrified people often meant something had finally been described accurately enough to stop sounding noble. He began with research. Old Ministry architecture records were harder to reach than school texts, but not impossible if one had spent the year building a political credit line out of patient reasonableness. And the memory of who had looked embarrassed at Harry's hearing. Arthur Weasley, without entirely knowing what he was supplying, filled in practical details over dinner at Grimmauld Place and later through a careless letter about lift schedules, security wards, and how infuriating the Department of Mysteries remained to anyone not paid to be mysterious for a living. The rest Harry took from whispers, implication, and the soul connection itself. He learned that prophecies could only be removed cleanly by the person to whom they referred. He learned that after-hours movement through the department left magical signatures difficult to suppress after the fact. He learned that breach alarms in the lower levels did not summon only unspeakables. They climbed chains of authority quickly, once damage crossed a threshold. A courtroom, Harry thought once while staring at a rough hand-drawn plan by Wandlight. Not in appearance, in function. A room where meaning, once enacted, was difficult to narrate away. That made it attractive to Voldemort too, of course it did. Voldemort wanted the prophecy because prophecy represented sanctioned knowledge he did not yet control. Harry wanted the whole because it represented sanctioned observation the Ministry could not easily deny once forced to witness it. The Department of Mysteries was the rare location where the appetites of a tyrant and the procedural vanity of a state might be made to collide. Harry's plan, in its first ethical failure, depended on the soul fragment. That did not trouble him enough. He had spent the year learning to enter and leave the connection with more control than before. Not perfectly, perfection in mind magic remained a fantasy adults sold children and then quietly abandoned once real minds proved more damaged and interesting than theory. But enough. Enough to do something he had never attempted before: transmit, not speech, not direct thought. Those would have been too clumsy, too obvious, too easy for Voldemort to recognize as manipulation. Harry chose appetite instead, curated impressions. He let the connection open in sleep and meditation at chosen moments, feeding Voldemort glimpses as a fisherman might scatter blood into dark water. The department corridor, the shelf, his own hand reaching toward the prophecy sphere. The sensation of after-hours quiet. The suggestion, never explicit, only implied that Harry meant to go there alone, privately, to understand what so many adults had spent years hiding from him. He did not overdo it. That was the art. One image every few nights, enough to become persistent, not enough to smell of trap. By February, the connection had changed. Voldemort no longer pressed only with anger or invasion. There was focus now. A kind of narrowed attention that made Harry wake with the taste of old stone and secrecy in his mouth. The bait had taken. That was when Harry told Hermione, not all of it. Not at once. He brought her only as far as the point where refusal would become impractical. They were in the library annex after curfew, hidden between shelves so old the books themselves seemed to resent being organized. Hermione had a stack of ministry procedure volumes at her elbow, and the brittle posture of someone being asked a question she already suspected she would hate. "You've been looking up internal security responses," she said quietly. Harry did not bother lying. "Yes. For the Department of Mysteries." "Yes." Hermione closed the book in front of her with controlled care. "Harry!" It was a warning and a plea at once, a very Hermione sound, not sentimental but full of moral anticipation. He said, "It's the only place where he wants something enough to come near the state, while the state still thinks denying him is policy." Hermione stared at him. "You want him to come?" "I want the ministry to stop having the option of pretending." "That is not the same thing as baiting Voldemort into London." "It is exactly the same thing," Harry said. "That's why it might work." Hermione stood so abruptly the chair legs scraped the floor. A portrait 2 shelves over muttered and turned in its frame. "This is insane." "It's precise." "That is not better." Harry almost smiled at the old line returning. In another life, before house colors and grief and policy, this might have been an argument between friends. Now it was something stranger and in some ways stronger. 2 minds aligned on danger, divided on acceptable grammar. "He already wants the prophecy," Harry said. "I'm not inventing the appetite. I'm choosing the room." "And the witnesses." "Yes." Hermione went still. That more than anything else told him she understood the shape of the plan, not the details yet, not the degree to which he had already moved pieces, but the central structure. She sat down again slowly. "You've thought this through?" "Yes." "That isn't making me less furious." "I know." Hermione looked at him for a long time, then she said the thing he least wanted and most respected her for. "Who dies if you're wrong?" Harry did not answer immediately. Not because he had failed to consider it, because some considerations had been made around edges rather than through the center, and he did not want to examine too closely why. "Fewer people," he said at last, "than if we keep waiting for him to choose the room." Hermione's mouth tightened. It was not agreement. It was the grim recognition of an argument ugly enough to survive contact with reality. "What do you need from me?" That, Harry thought with a quick, sharp ache, was why he trusted her, not because she liked the plan. Because once she had exhausted the moral right to object, she moved to the practical right to reduce harm. He gave her the first layer, a core group only, not all of the DA. Neville, because Neville would come no matter what, and because there was something terrible and fitting about his family's history crossing a room of prophecies. Ginny, because she had once survived being used by Tom Riddle and understood better than most what it meant to stand near him without yielding. Luna, because her father's paper had made truth public when legitimacy had refused, and because Luna saw structures sideways in useful ways. Ron, because some roads, no matter how bent by years, still reached instinct before thought. Hermione, because the whole thing would fall apart without her, no speeches, no votes, no names, just a time, a route, and instructions that made them all furious enough to obey carefully. The second layer he did not tell her until later, Snape. Harry did not ask permission. He did not trust permission, not in this matter. Instead, he prepared a sealed note warded to open only if Hermione triggered the coin signal after they were already in transit. The department. Hall of Prophecy. The confrontation is deliberate. Bring the order. Bring witnesses if possible. Do not send Sirius alone. That last line he wrote, paused over and nearly changed 3 times. He left it as written. The third layer was the ministry itself. For weeks Harry had been laying administrative tinder. A courteous records request to Amelia Bones asking for clarification on after-hours access protocols in restricted departments, because students are often instructed to trust the ministry's procedural safeguards and may reasonably wish to understand them. A second note, this one to the same junior clerk from the hearing, inquiring whether breach alarms in the Department of Mysteries were presently audited by magical law enforcement or only internally by unspeakables. Most recipients would have found the letters odd. That was the point. Odd letters became memorable context later. 2 days before he chose to act, Harry sent one final sealed owl to Bones, brief enough to seem prudent and precise enough to be expensive if ignored. There may be an unauthorized attempt on a prophecy record in the department within the week. I recommend personal attention if the alarms trigger. I would not rely on internal reporting, no signature beyond his name, no explanation. It was not enough to mobilize the ministry preemptively. Harry knew that. It was enough that, when the alarms did trigger, some people might remember the warning quickly enough to descend. That was how ministries fell upward. Not by wisdom. By catastrophe arriving where the paperwork could see it. The night he chose was the night after Umbridge tried to search Hermione's bag for contraband curriculum, and found instead only a heavily annotated copy of Magical Theory with no treason in sight. Harry took that as omen enough, not mystical omen. Structural. Umbridge overreaching in public meant the school's political attention was turned upward. Downward movement would be easier. They left by the strahl. Harry had not told the others all the details, but he had told them enough that no one believed they were merely responding to an ordinary vision or panic. That was important. He would not build the thing on a lie. Not this version, not after the graveyard. Ron swore the entire way to the forest and mounted anyway. Ginny was white with anger and perfectly steady. Neville looked sick, but determined. Luna seemed almost peaceful, as if night flight toward bureaucratic apocalypse was one of the more coherent activities she had been offered this year. Hermione waited until they were airborne over London's dark spill of lights before speaking. "If this ends with us dead in a classified basement," she said through the wind, "I want it recorded somewhere that I objected with unusual clarity." Harry, astride a skeletal creature visible only because he had seen death too intimately too young, said, "Noted." Ron, to the Strauss over, shouted, "That's all you've got. Would you like a speech?" "No, then no." That earned a short, unwilling laugh from Ginny. Only Luna said, dreamily but not insincerely, "It's nice when plans admit what they are." They landed on the ministry visitor's entrance roof and descended through dark halls Harry had reconstructed from research and inference. The building at night felt like an enormous nervous system waiting to be touched in the wrong place. Lifts dozed at their shafts. Polished floors reflected wandlight in thin strips. Ministry grandeur, stripped of daytime bureaucracy, looked suddenly what it had always been. A maze built by people who wanted authority to feel architectural. Harry led, not because he was bravest, because he had chosen the room. They reached the Department of Mysteries without challenge. That, too, was information. Security in institutions was so often more ceremonial than real until the moment something important finally broke. The black door opened. The round room turned. Ron swore again, softly and impressively. Hermione hissed at him to shut up. Harry counted doors, bearings, passage memory against the map in his head. Left, then right, then the descending corridor into the Hall of Prophecy. It was colder there. Shelves rose into darkness on either side, glass spheres glowing faintly blue on their brackets. Tens of thousands of possible futures or pasts or trapped meanings, each tagged in gold script too small to read except when one came close enough to make fate intimate. Harry walked between them with the others following in strained silence. He found the sphere by name SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. He lifted it from the shelf. The hall shivered, not magically in any obvious sense, structurally, like a lung taking breath, then voices behind them. Well done, Potter. Lucius Malfoy stepped from between the shelves with several masked figures fanning out behind him in black. Bellatrix Lestrange to one side, vibrating with a kind of delighted cruelty that made madness look like refinement. Others Harry knew by gait or family outline, if not by face. The room was full before he had time to count them all. Ron inhaled sharply. Ginny raised her wand. Hermione's face went utterly still. Good, Harry thought through the sudden pounding in his blood. On time. Lucius removed his mask. That, too, was information. He did not expect denial later. He expected victory. Hand it over, Lucius said, voice cool with the sort of superiority old money performed just before losing a war and calling it legacy. Harry turned the sphere once in his hand, feeling its lightness. No. Bellatrix laughed aloud. Still dramatic, she said. I've wanted to hear him scream since the prophecy child stopped being theoretical. Harry ignored her and kept his eyes on Lucius. Interesting, this, how much of politics could survive even in a basement full of masked terrorists. Lucius still wanted to negotiate the appearance of control. He still believed rooms answered to bearing. What happens, Harry asked, if I drop it? Lucius's face tightened fractionally. You won't. Harry let his fingers loosen a little around the glass. Bellatrix actually twitched there. The nerve, he said. He sent you because he didn't want to come unless he had to. Lucius's eyes flashed. You presume too much. No, Harry said. I count. That bought them 7 more seconds. Enough for Hermione to shift half a step left, enough for Neville to understand and move with her, enough for Ginny's wand to angle toward the shelf bank Harry had marked earlier as likely cascade points. Lucius saw the positions too late. Take it from him? Harry smashed the prophecy sphere against the shelf edge and shouted, Now! Glass burst in his hand. A voice like smoke and distance howled through the hall, words lost to everyone but itself. At the same instant, Ginny and Hermione cast at the shelving banks to either side. Prophecies shattered in waves. The Hall of Prophecy screamed, not humanly. Mechanically, every shelf became a resonance chamber. Hundreds of spheres broke. Voices roared into one another. The air turned white-blue with released futures dying into noise. Somewhere deep beneath the floor, ancient alarms woke and began climbing the ministry like fire through paper. Lucius's face, for one beautiful second, went blank with pure comprehension. You brought witnesses, that look said. You broke the room on purpose. Then all structure gave way to battle. Spells tore the hall apart. Shelves shattered. Glass rained. Neville was thrown sideways and vanished behind a bank of prophecies with Luna dragging him by the robe. Ron yelled something incoherent and useful, then vanished under cover as Hermione blasted a path toward the exit. Harry's job was no longer to win. It was to keep the Death Eaters occupied until the next layers arrived and not let them separate the group cleanly. Bellatrix came for him laughing. Harry drove her back twice, not stronger than her but faster in the specific geometry of defensive retreat Snape had taught him. Don't answer force with pride. Answer it with structure. Use the room, use their assumptions, use their need to take, not merely kill. They fought their way into the rotating chamber, and then down again through rooms no sane architect would have signed off on. The time room cracked under a stray curse and shattered a whole cabinet of hourglasses into cascading ages. The brain room nearly killed Ron with thoughts turned tentacular. Somewhere behind them, Lucius was shouting for order as if order were still on the menu. Harry kept counting alarms. Movement above, time elapsed. No Snape yet, no order. Then the death chamber. The room opened around them in a vast black bowl. Tiered stone benches descending toward a raised dais at the center, where an ancient arch stood draped in a ragged veil that moved though there was no wind. Harry hated it on sight, not because he understood it. Because he did not, and the part of him trained to read structures recognized at once when it had met something older than strategy. Voices whispered beyond the veil. Luna heard them and smiled sadly. Neville heard nothing. Hermione went pale. Harry kept his eyes away from it, which was the only reason he noticed the first red-gold flash at the upper entrance. The order had arrived. Kingsley first, efficient as law without vanity. Tonks behind him, wand already moving. Lupin, pale and lethal, moody like a loaded curse given limbs. And Sirius. For one heartbeat, Harry forgot the battle entirely. Sirius leapt down the benches into the fight with all the terrible radiant excess of a man for whom danger still translated too easily into freedom. He was grinning. Actually grinning, black hair flying, dueling Bellatrix's side of the room as if he had been starved on purpose for exactly this. Harry felt the plan tear, not tactically. Morally, he had accounted for the order, he had accounted for Snape, for Kingsley, for ministry responders delayed by hierarchy. He had even accounted, distantly, for Dumbledore if the escalation went far enough. But Sirius, Harry had not forbidden him, had not written the note in a way that would route around him, had not built a separate channel because some part of him, the oldest and most irrational, had refused to imagine a version of the night in which Sirius heard danger and was told to stay behind. That was not miscalculation, it was refusal, and Harry knew it the instant he saw him. Sirius, no. The shout vanished into spelllight. Bellatrix saw Harry see Sirius and smiled like a knife discovering a gap in armor. That changed the battle, not strategically at first. Psychologically. Harry's rhythm broke. He started tracking Sirius's position every few seconds whether he wanted to or not. Every curse flash became two questions. Where is the threat? And where is Sirius in relation to it? And that was enough to make the structure inside Harry's fighting crack around the edges. Sirius, meanwhile, fought like a man both brilliant and fatally unschooled in caution. He trusted motion, instinct, joy under pressure. Everything Harry had once imagined red and gold courage might be, and everything Slytherin had spent years teaching him to distrust. He saved Harry twice in under a minute. The first time with a shield charm flung across the dais hard enough to turn Dolohov's curse aside. The second, by physically hauling Neville back from the veil's dais edge when a miscast jinx staggered him too close. Each time Harry's heart slammed once against his ribs in blind animal relief and terror. "Keep moving," Sirius shouted, half laughing, half wild. "What did they teach you in that dungeon to brood at people?" Bellatrix screamed something obscene across the room. Sirius laughed again and turned toward her. That laugh would break Harry later in ways he had no language for, because it was not tragic, not doomed, just serious. Alive, reckless, exultant in combat, because for some men action still felt more honest than survival. Harry saw the line before it happened. That was the worst part, Bellatrix off balance on the far side of the dais. Sirius pressing, too pleased with his own angle, too focused on humiliating her rather than ending the exchange. Harry opening his mouth already, Lupin turning too far away. The arch behind Sirius, the veil moving with its soft, impossible whisper. Some equations, once seen, could still not be altered in time. Sirius! Bellatrix's curse hit him square in the chest. It was not even Avada Kedavra, not that clean. A violent, stunning, blasting hybrid cast with Bellatrix's particular talent for making ordinary magic hateful. Sirius's smile was still on his face when the force took him backward. He fell through the veil and was gone, There was no body, no impact. No blood, no theatricality, no time given for the mind to adjust. 1 second Sirius Black occupied space. The next the arch occupied the space where he had been, the veil settling back into its soft, empty movement as if nothing human had ever passed there. Harry stared. The room did not stop. Curses still crossed. Moody shouted. Neville was crying out. Bellatrix laughed, actually laughed because madness in her had always aligned perfectly with cruelty. None of it reached Harry immediately. What reached him was absence, not symbolic absence. Not the noble grief of boys in stories realizing what sacrifice meant, specific absence. No more badly angled handwriting in letters. No more furious concern disguised as profanity. No more man in Grimmauld Place looking at Harry and trying, visibly, to revise his love around the child who had actually survived. No more road not taken waiting out there like a wound that could still write back. Gone. Because Harry had chosen the room and refused one variable. He did not turn the realization into strategy. Not then, not for a long time afterward. But the body knew it before thought did. Something in him understood that this death had not been unforeseeable, only unadmitted. Grief like that does not sharpen. It obliterates. Harry screamed. Not Sirius's name, not at first, just sound. Enough of it that Bellatrix's laughter sharpened into delight and then into movement as she darted from the room, knowing exactly what kind of chaos she had created. Harry went after her. There was no plan anymore. That was what no one understood later when they called it rage, as if rage were useful. Rage could still be shaped, could still have direction. This was narrower and more broken than that. Harry pursued Bellatrix not to win, not to extract information, not to preserve any surviving objective of the operation. He went because she had gone on existing after Sirius stopped. That fact felt intolerable enough to require pursuit. He dimly registered others shouting. Hermione, maybe. Lupin, definitely. Kingsley. No sound penetrated fully. The department blurred into corridors and lifts and marble. Bellatrix ran upward, wild and exultant, half fleeing and half drawing him. Harry followed through the atrium into open ministry grandeur, where fireplaces glowed green, and the fountain of magical brethren threw silver water under a ceiling painted with false sky. And there, Voldemort. He stood in the ministry itself now, pale against the polished stone, red eyes bright and fixed on Harry with a strange intensity that might once have looked like triumph if one had not learned his face better. He had come because his followers failed. He had come because the prophecy was destroyed. He had come because Harry mattered enough to require direct closure, and because the plan in its coldest terms had worked. The witnesses were arriving, Kingsley through one entrance, Aurors at another, Amelia Bones, astonishingly, faster than Fudge. Then Fudge himself, panting outrage already formulating into denial until he saw the red eyes and the wand and the impossible physical fact of what stood before him. The ministry's lie broke on contact with sight. Harry should have felt victory. He felt only the veil. Voldemort saw it. Of course he saw it. The grief made Harry transparent in ways Occlumency had never prepared for, because no one can train for the soul being struck exactly where it still believes in rescue. Voldemort's expression altered, not softening, never that, but taking on the keen alertness of a scientist watching a long-running experiment suddenly produce decisive results. There you are, that look said, the part that cannot strategize what it loves. Dumbledore arrived in a blast of white and gold. The duel that followed would have become legend in another chapter. In another emotional climate, Harry might even have witnessed it fully. Dumbledore's transfiguration of the room itself into defense and pressure, Voldemort's fury stripped finally of rhetoric. The ministry watching old myth become visible conflict because bureaucracy had at last been cornered into honesty by spectacle. Harry saw almost none of it. He saw flashes, water becoming shackles, fire becoming serpent, glass screaming, officials recoiling in professional disbelief. What he felt was the blank wound where Sirius had been. When Voldemort tried to enter his mind in the atrium's shattered light, it did not work the way either of them expected. Pain flared, yes, but grief had made Harry's interior into something raw and unusable. There was no clean narrative to seize, no heroic love to weaponize elegantly against possession, only specific loss, ugly and total, refusing shape. Voldemort recoiled from that not because it was noble, but because it was human in the one way he had long ago made himself incompetent to survive. Then he vanished. The Ministry, caught mid-collapse, did what institutions always did when finally forced to confront a truth they had mocked into danger. It fell upward. Fudge saw Voldemort and began at once converting months of denial into the posture of a man who had nearly had matters in hand. Auras snapped into action with the frantic competence of people who understood they were already late enough to be judged later. Amelia Bones started giving orders so precise they sounded like corrections to the entire state. Clerks emerged from fireplaces carrying parchment before the dead had been counted. That was the Ministry's genius and its shame. It never merely fell. It converted falling into authority. It rose into the narrative of crisis management, even while standing on the bodies of people who had died because management came late. Harry watched none of that with interest. He heard Cedric's father in memory, saw Bellatrix's curse, felt Sirius's absence repeat itself each time he blinked. By the time someone touched his shoulder in the atrium, Dumbledore perhaps, or Lupin, Harry had already moved beyond the range where strategy could reach him. The aftermath blurred. Statements. Hospital wing. People telling him the Ministry knew now as if knowledge were balm. People saying Voldemort had been exposed, as if exposure reversed any single death. Fudge looking gray and ancient. Umbridge vanishing from school in a pink tide of administrative embarrassment. The prophet changing tone overnight with the shamelessness of institutions that believed print history could be edited by confidence alone. Harry understood all of it. That was almost the problem. He understood exactly how much had been accomplished. The Ministry could no longer deny. Voldemort had been witnessed. The prophecy was destroyed before he could possess it. The Death Eaters had been exposed in force. The state's denial machine had broken at a legally undeniable point. By any cold measure, it was a strategic success. Sirius was still dead. There are losses the mind tries at once to file away into lesson, because lessons at least can be carried forward and converted into the illusion that pain has paid tuition toward wisdom. This was not one of them. Harry knew, because he was honest enough with himself to know, that Sirius's death had come through the single place in the plan he had refused to model properly. He had chosen the room, chosen the time, chosen the witnesses, chosen Snape as relay and Hermione as lateral command and the Ministry as eventual audience. He had calculated death as possibility for everyone except Sirius, not because Sirius was somehow safer, because Harry had not been willing to place him on the board at all. Sirius was the one person he still could not bear to convert fully into variable, the one person whose love he had not learned to annotate with utility. The road not taken had been too dear, too human, too painful to reduce into contingencies and acceptable losses, so he hadn't. And now Sirius was gone through a veil older than naming. That knowledge did not become useful. Not then. Not for weeks, not even for chapters. If a life could be divided that way, it did not sharpen Harry into better judgment. It did not teach him cleanly. It simply broke him in one precise place and left the break there. In the days after, people kept trying to offer him reasons. Sirius died fighting. Sirius would have chosen it. Sirius died knowing the truth was out. Sirius died as a free man. Sirius died because Bellatrix was monstrous. Sirius died because wars cost people, all true, all useless. Harry did not want reasons. He wanted the laugh back, the letters, the bad influence, the furious, imperfect attempt at family. He wanted the one adult who had looked at him and seen boy before symbol to stop being absent in a room full of strategic successes. No one could offer that. So for the first time in years, Harry filed nothing away, no lesson, No revised doctrine, no sharper rule for next time, only grief. Total, specific, and stubbornly unproductive. The kind that sits in the body like a weight too honest to be translated into anything noble. The ministry had fallen upward. Harry had not. Chapter 11. Horcrux Logic. Sirius Black's death did not make Harry Potter wiser, it made him quieter. For a long time, that was the only change anyone could observe from the outside. And so the people around him, teachers, order members, the surviving adults who had not yet learned that silence could be more alarming than shouting, mistook it for recovery. He returned to classes. He answered when called on. He did not break things. He did not scream at Dumbledore in public corridors. He did not give the school the neat, dramatic collapse it had half expected and half prepared to narrate as evidence of trauma nobly borne. So they thought he was functioning. And he was, in the narrow mechanical sense that mattered most to institutions. He continued producing the behaviors that let others avoid revising their procedures around him. But underneath all that, Harry was doing what he had done since he was 11 whenever the world struck him in a place too deep for ordinary reaction. He was working, not on grief. Grief, in Sirius's case, still refused utility. It remained specific and heavy and untranslatable. Harry did not alchemize it into a lesson. He did not forgive himself through strategy. He did not decide the death proved some cleaner rule of future conduct. He carried it. And while carrying it, he turned to the next structure that had to be understood if the war was going to stop eating people he could not afford to lose. Voldemort had survived death too many times. That was the problem stripped of theater, not returned, not escaped, not hidden, survived. Wizards lied about that difference because returning sounded mythic and escaping sounded clever and survival sounded biological, almost mundane. Harry had no patience left for myth or cleverness after the Department of Mysteries. He wanted the mechanism. Dumbledore, for reasons that were partly strategic and partly the old incurable habit of deciding when Harry had earned access to the architecture of his own life, did not offer it. There were no memory sessions. No pensive evenings in the headmaster's office. No curated procession through Tom Riddle's past guided by the patient hand of a man who preferred revelations, measured and staged. Dumbledore was busy with the war now that the ministry had finally stopped pretending it was weather. Busy also, Harry suspected, preserving certain asymmetries of knowledge because old men who had once survived by being indispensable rarely surrendered indispensability just because honesty might have been cleaner. Harry did not wait for him. He reverse-engineered the answer instead. It began with the connection. By now Harry knew the soul fragment as one knows an old injury. Not constantly felt, never forgotten. It had changed since the graveyard and again since the atrium. Voldemort's resurrection had strengthened it. The ministry confrontation had made it mutual in a way neither of them liked to name. What had once been intermittent visions and involuntary bleed-through was now something far more dangerous. A door, not permanently open, not even stable. But a door all the same. One Harry had learned, through Snape's brutal early occlumency and years of practice layered on top of those foundations, to open from either side. That was the part no one else fully understood, not Dumbledore, who still thought in terms of danger and vulnerability. Not Hermione, who would later understand the theory better than anyone but never the sensation. Not even Snape, who had taught the locking and the partitions but had not possessed, in his own head, a hostile second architecture sharing blood and wound and symbolic identity. Harry did. And by 6th year he had developed protocols. He did not call them that aloud. Naming them too formally would have made the whole enterprise feel more acceptable than it was. But they were protocols nonetheless, each one necessary, each one costly. First, inventory. Before opening the connection deliberately, Harry sat still and listed himself to himself in precise sequence. Name, age, house, current date, immediate location, the last thing he had eaten, the most recent conversation he remembered in his own words. Not because these facts were sentimental anchors, but because identity under magical pressure behaved less like a noble essence and more like a room prone to drift if the furniture was not fixed down. Second, anchor. A memory chosen not for happiness, which was too vulnerable to reinterpretation, but for ownership. A specific patch of green light on the Slytherin common room ceiling at dawn, Sirius's handwriting on cheap parchment, Hermione's annoyed face the first time she saw one of his defensive drill packets and realized it was good. Snape saying, "You are approaching magic backward," not incorrectly, backward. These were not his warmest memories, they were his. That mattered more. Third, seal. A visual structure built from years of occlumency work. A corridor with numbered doors, each door holding categories, not scenes. Private grief, childhood, rage, tactical observations. The locked chamber where the fragment lived when not in active use. It was not enough to imagine the doors. They had to be checked. Hinges, latches, the pressure of wards against the frame. Harry did it the way some people checked wands or cauldron seals habitually because neglect had consequences. Fourth, sequence. Only after the first three could he let the connection slip open in the controlled, deliberate way that distinguished research from violation. He never skipped a step, not after the first time he did. That had been in late summer in Grimmauld Place, under a heat wave so unpleasant even the wallpaper looked tired of existing. Harry, exhausted by order whispers and ministry nonsense, and the dead pressure of the house itself, had opened the connection sloppily while angry. For 3 minutes, afterward he had not been certain whether the thought in his head about certain names on old wizarding pedigrees was his own observation or Voldemort's contempt. He had looked at Creature bringing tea and, for one horrifying second, categorized the elf not as creature or servant or even witness, but as a tool degraded by inefficient sentiment. Harry had slammed the door so hard the scar burned for hours. After that, the protocols became law. Even with them, the boundary still slipped. That was the labor no one saw. The permanent work of being Harry Potter in this version of the world was not only surviving attacks or managing public narrative or building factions inside Slytherin. It was maintenance. Constant, repetitive, invisible effort against contamination of self. He was always working. He had been working since he was 11 years old, and by 16th he did not remember what an unguarded mind felt like. The research started with a question simple enough to sound childish. What did Voldemort love? Harry knew enough to mistrust the word immediately. Love was not the right category, not for Voldemort. But value sounded too neutral and fear losing too partial. Voldemort did not merely store importance in practical assets. He curated symbolic permanence. That was the insight. He did not trust people. He did not trust systems except where he bent them. He did not trust loyalty unless fear held it in place. He did not, in the deepest sense, believe anything living would remain his if given the opportunity to leave. So what, Harry asked himself in the silence after sequence, would a man like that build if he meant not to die, not fortresses? Fortresses could be stormed, not heirs. Heirs replaced you, not followers. Followers knelt badly and betrayed cleanly objects. Objects outlasted moods. Objects could be hidden. Objects could be chosen to mean more than they materially were. Objects linked to founders, bloodlines, murders, legacy, self-mythology. The connection answered when Harry pushed it in that direction, not as a list. Never that, as appetite. He let himself sink into the fragment, just enough to feel where Voldemort's mind hardened around certain categories. Not names, shapes, founder objects, historical trophies, things taken at the moment power first became real. Items that transformed the act of killing from necessity into inscription. Harry emerged from the first session shaking hard enough to spill ink when he started writing. He made a chart anyway, not because he trusted the impressions cleanly. Because pattern only became useful once externalized where another mind could test it. Category 1, Founder Relics. Slytherin first, almost certainly. Not because of blood rhetoric. Voldemort despised blood rhetoric when it constrained him, but because Slytherin symbolized a lineage of chosen exceptionalism he had appropriated into identity. Perhaps more than one founder if the vanity ran deeper than practicality. Category 2. Trophies of self-making, the first places. The first murders that mattered, the first proof that he could transform death into continuity instead of conclusion. Category 3. Objects that could not simply be stolen from him because they were hidden, dispersed, or unremarkable outside context. This last category mattered most. Harry's thought process did not move toward how to become immortal because he was not trying to imagine what he would do. He was trying to imagine what Voldemort would do after deciding no living system was reliable enough to hold him. If the method of surviving death required sacrifice, concealment, and physical anchors, then a man as proud and suspicious as Voldemort would never trust a single point of failure. Multiple anchors, scattered, protected less by brute force than by meaning and obscurity. The word did not arrive until Hermione. By October, Harry had enough fragments of theory to require another mind. That did not mean he wanted company. Hermione Granger and Harry Potter had reached, by 6th year, a condition more complicated than reconciliation and more stable than distance. They were not intimate. There was too much history for that, not dramatic betrayal, which might have healed cleaner, but years of almost friendship warped by houses, crises, and different methods of surviving the same institution. They carried, between them, the ghost of a friendship that never was. But they respected each other's capability with the particular seriousness of people who had repeatedly saved one another's lives without ever becoming easy in one another's presence. That was enough. He found her in the library behind the restricted section, where the air smelled of dust and leather, and disapproval so old it had settled into the wood. She was copying from a text on containment enchantments in the brutal handwriting she used when too much thinking had begun to compromise penmanship. "I need you to test a theory," Harry said. Hermione looked up at once, not because of the words, because he never phrased requests that way unless he had already exhausted a line of reasoning alone and disliked the fact. She marked her place carefully. "What kind of theory?" "Dark magic." That made her mouth flatten. "Helpful." "Advanced dark magic," Harry amended. "The sort people don't put in public indexes unless they're trying to get schoolchildren arrested." Hermione stared at him another second, then began gathering her books. "Come on," she said. He blinked. "No argument. I'm sure I'll have several once I know what I'm objecting to." They took a corner table in an unused seminar room 2 floors above, one of those odd Hogwarts spaces that existed primarily so the castle could pretend to educational versatility. Rain needled the window panes. The room smelled faintly of chalk and damp stone. Harry laid out his notes. Not everything. Never everything at first, but enough to show her the pattern. The categories, the inferred psychology, the logic of distributed physical anchors, the way certain kinds of objects seem to exert disproportionate magnetic force inside the connection. Hermione read silently for several minutes. Harry watched her face more than the paper. First skepticism, then concentration, then that rare narrowing in her eyes that meant not "this is nonsense," but "this is horrible and structurally coherent." "You got this from him," she said at last. "Not a question," Harry said, "partly." "That isn't safe." "No," Hermione looked up. "And you continued." "Yes." The silence that followed was not warm. It was the quiet between two people who knew too much of each other's capacities to waste time pretending surprise at the risks already taken. At length she said, "The founder-object logic I understand. It fits his profile. Vanity, legacy, self-mythology, symbolic reinforcement. The trophy logic is also plausible. But this—" her finger tapped the section on distributed anchors. "This requires a specific branch of theory. You're implying something more than protected objects." "I know." "Do you?" Harry met her gaze. "I know enough to know the objects matter to his survival in a way ordinary concealment doesn't explain." Hermione leaned back slowly. The rain at the windows sounded suddenly louder. "There is." she said after a long time, an old piece of dark theory. It's barely discussed because most scholars treat it either as apocryphal or too disgusting to analyze in depth. She folded her hands. Soul division. Harry said nothing. Hermione went on, voice flattening into lecture because lecture was how she carried fear without spilling it. The principle is that the soul can be damaged by murder. Everyone knows that much. Most sane magical traditions treat that damage as corruption, not utility. But some branches of dark magic theorize that if the soul is already fractured by repeated murder, it may be possible to deliberately sever part of it and bind that fragment to an external object. Harry felt the room narrow, not because the idea was new, because hearing it from Hermione made it stop being intuitive horror and become magic. Bound how? With an enchantment ritual, Hermione said, the details of which I don't know and don't want to know. The object becomes a vessel of sorts, not alive, not possessed in the ordinary sense. More like an anchor point that prevents total death while any fragment remains intact. There it was. Anchor. The word in another mouth made Harry's spine go cold. Hermione reached for one of the library books she had brought and flipped, hands now moving faster than she liked them to when scared. Here, she said, jabbing at a page. It's only mentioned in passing because the text is about prohibited soul magics generally, but Harry read the line, Horcrux. The word sat on the page with obscene simplicity. A Horcrux was what dark scholars called an object containing a severed fragment of soul, designed to tether the maker to life even after mortal destruction. Hermione closed the book with sudden force. That's it, she said, if your theory is right. Founder relics, trophies, distributed hidden objects, not treasures, not weapons, but Horcruxes. Harry stared at the closed cover. He should have felt triumph. The theory had become language. Language made war possible. Instead, what he felt first was violation, not abstractly, physically, because the connection inside him was no longer merely a wound or an old magical contamination. It was evidence. The scar on his forehead had always felt like more than scar tissue. Now the logic snapped into place so hard it made him cold. Hermione saw something change in his face. What? Harry did not answer. Harry, he looked at her. If he can split it once, he said carefully, he can split it more than once. Hermione's expression changed at once, and because she was Hermione, she did the arithmetic before panic could make her clumsy. How many murders do we know matter to his history? Not enough. Too many. That isn't. She stopped. You think the diary was one? It was. She absorbed that. The ring, Harry said slowly, thinking aloud now because the structure had stopped needing permission. Something from his father's side, maybe. Slytherin's line. The locket, if he found one. The cup of another founder if he wanted the set to mean something. Something of Ravenclaw's, perhaps, if he decided all founders ought to answer to him. Nagini, maybe later, because by then his standards might be looser if utility and symbolism overlapped. Hermione stared. That's not analysis anymore, she said quietly. That's a hunt. Harry looked at the rain. Yes, they did not do the next part warmly. That mattered. Because it would have been easy, narratively satisfying even, to have the old almost friendship finally bloom into easy alliance at the precise moment the theory turned catastrophic. But their relationship had not been built in ease. It had been built in respect, interruption, and years of carrying different forms of loneliness through adjacent rooms. So when Hermione said, "You should tell Dumbledore everything," it did not sound like trust. It sounded like procedure, and when Harry answered, "No," it did not sound like adolescent rebellion. It sounded like judgment. He needs to know. He needs to know the theory, Harry said. He does not need to know how much of it came through the connection. Hermione went very still. That is not your decision alone. It's my mind. That isn't what I mean. I know. The old ghost moved between them then, the friendship that might once have turned this into shouting, tears, quick forgiveness, some simpler bridge between moral certainty and strategic caution. They did not have that bridge. What they had instead was better suited to war and worse suited to comfort. Hermione folded her hands again. "If you keep using the connection this way," she said, "you may stop being able to tell which conclusions are yours." Harry almost laughed. She did not smile. And because she deserved honesty at least in this room, he gave it. "Sometimes I already can't," he said. That made her flinch. It was a small thing, almost invisible, but Harry saw it and hated himself a little for being relieved that something could still shock her where he was concerned. "What do you do?" she asked. He considered, then answered as practically as possible. "I inventory, anchor, seal, sequence. Afterward, I write everything down immediately and compare wording. If a phrase comes too easily in language he'd use, I strike it. If the emotional tone arrives before the fact pattern, I discard the conclusion and start again. If I lose continuity for more than a few seconds, I stop for a week." Hermione stared at him with a look that was not pity and not admiration either. "You've systematized self-contamination. I've systematized survival." The line hung there. Hermione looked away first. When she spoke again, her voice had gone quieter, stripped of argument but not of fear. "You are always working." Harry, who had no idea what expression crossed his own face then, said, "Yes." It sounded stranger aloud than it ever had in his head. Because it was true, he was always working. He had been working since the cupboard, since the hat, since Snape's first questions, since Draco's handshake, since Tom Riddle's diary made him see the pattern in himself, since Sirius died and refused to become a lesson. Always working. The room went still enough that even the rain seemed to soften. Hermione said very carefully, "That isn't normal." Harry almost smiled. "No," he said, "probably not." They gave Dumbledore the theory the next day. Not the whole chain of derivation. Not the fragment protocols. Not the nights Harry spent staring at the Slytherin common room ceiling building and rebuilding internal doors, while the connection pressed at him like a second pulse. Hermione wrote the magical explanation. Harry supplied the pattern of likely objects and the distributed logic. Together, they produced a document too rigorous to dismiss, and too incomplete to reveal the cost at which it had been built. Dumbledore read it in silence. The office that evening smelled of fire and old paper and the peculiar brightness of a room in which realization had arrived before anyone officially admitted it. Fawkes shifted once on his perch. The silver instruments on the side tables whirred and clicked with maddening innocence. When Dumbledore finished, he set the pages down very gently. "This is excellent work," he said. Hermione's mouth tightened, as though praise from him now had to pass through several layers of political filtration before becoming meaningful. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore looked from one of them to the other. "You reached this conclusion independently." It was almost admiration. "That made it worse," Hermione said. "We reached the theory." Harry added, "The theory's all that matters." Dumbledore's eyes rested on him a beat too long. Not because he disbelieved the sentence, because he knew it was untrue. Derivation mattered. Derivation told you what damage the truth had done on its way into the room. But perhaps this was one of the rare evenings on which Dumbledore chose not to demand total asymmetry. He said only, "Then we proceed," which was the right answer and still not enough. Afterward, on the spiral staircase down from the office, Hermione paused halfway through the turning gloom and said without looking at him, "You know he suspects." "Yes. And—" Harry rested a hand briefly against the cold stone of the inner wall. "And if he wants confirmation, he can ask directly for once." Hermione looked up then. The old ghost was in her face again, the almost friendship, the years of divergence, the recognition that they had grown into people who could save one another and still never become simple. "Will you tell him?" Harry thought of Dumbledore's distance, of Snape's hard-won instruction, of Voldemort in the graveyard saying true things in order to purchase surrender, of the diary, of Sirius, of the private labor of staying Harry inside a mind built partly around another man's damage. "No," he said. Hermione nodded once, not agreement. Acceptance of the answer's present reality. They kept working, not together in any warm domestic sense, not over tea and easy trust and the illusion that good causes repaired old absences. They worked like people who had found in each other an instrument too rare to misuse and too dangerous to leave idle. Hermione took the theory into bookwork. Genealogies, founder artifacts, lost family lines, museum thefts, old vault inventories, obscure references in dark magic scholarship. She built a lattice of possibility around the categories Harry had given her. Harry worked the other side. He used the connection less often now, but more precisely. Each session had purpose. No wandering, no curiosity for its own sake. He was learning not simply what Voldemort valued, but how that value felt in sequence. The cup was not merely Hufflepuff's cup. It felt like conquest through inheritance. The locket was not merely Slytherin's. It was private legitimacy, old blood consumed rather than honored. The ring carried family disgust fused to pride, paternal hatred converted into lineage theft. Something of Ravenclaw's, yes. Because taking the other founders completed a symbolic annexation of Hogwarts itself. Nagini, perhaps not first, but later, when utility, intimacy, and control blurred enough in Voldemort's thinking that a living creature could become vessel without violating aesthetics. Sometimes the impressions came so cleanly Harry could write at once. Sometimes he emerged with only emotion and no object, or object with no explanatory logic, and those sessions were the worst. Because ambiguity invited contamination. Was the revulsion toward a cave his? Was the cold satisfaction at hidden water his? Was the contempt for old family vaults his, or only borrowed through the line? He learned to doubt every first answer. That, too, was labor. One night in November, he opened the connection after inventory and anchor and found not object tapetite but memory bleed. Brief, vicious, almost useless, a flash of a coastline, stone wet with salt. A hand, his, not his, touching a locket with something like reverence and triumph. Harry came out of the session on the floor of his dormitory, breathing too fast. With the absurd sentence, we hid it well half-formed in his mouth. He bit his own tongue hard enough to taste blood and sat there until the room stopped tilting. Afterward he wrote the coastline down and then crossed out the pronoun we, so violently the quill tore the parchment. Theo, who had entered sometime during this process, and was standing in the doorway with his usual expression of dry concern disguised as irritation, said, "Either you've lost your mind at last or your revision process has become dramatically performative." Harry looked up. Theo's eyes flicked once to the torn parchment, the blood on Harry's lip, the too careful spacing of the objects on the desk. Then he said, more quietly, that one was bad. It was not a question. Harry, who had never explicitly told Theo about the connection and was no longer certain what Theo had inferred versus deduced, answered with equal economy. Yes. Theo nodded once and shut the door behind him before crossing the room. "Tea," he said. "And then either you explain nothing in a coherent fashion, or I tell Granger." Harry almost laughed. Blackmail. House values. He handed Harry a cup 5 minutes later and sat opposite without speaking. That was friendship in Slytherin when friendship refused to call itself by the softer name. Surveillance converted into care by repetition. Harry held the hot cup and thought, dimly, that there were worse things than being known by people who never said "I'm worried," but still altered their route when they heard you stop moving. The map of Horcrux Logic solidified by Christmas. Not complete. Never complete. But enough. Enough to know the war had a shape smaller and more obscene than armies and prophecies and public battles. Enough to know Voldemort's immortality was not a mythic abstraction, but a series of physical problems distributed across the world like landmines under history. Enough, also, to understand the cost of using the connection as instrument. Harry sometimes woke with thoughts already in motion and had to stop, inventory. Ask whether the contempt he felt for some weak man in the prophet was his own contempt or merely the residue of Voldemort's mind having brushed his in sleep. Once he found himself touching an old-school goblet in the common room and experiencing, for one sickening instant, not ordinary tactile awareness, but an evaluative curiosity about whether silver would hold enchantment well if cleaned of lineage first. He jerked his hand away so violently Blaise looked up from the sofa. "Haunted cutlery?" Blaise asked. Harry said, "Something like that." Blaise watched him for a moment longer than the joke warranted and then let it go. They all let so much go, Harry thought sometimes, out of discretion, out of strategy, out of the strange Slytherin conviction that if a person had not asked for intervention, they had, at minimum, earned the right to finish whatever private war they were fighting before the house made comment. It was infuriating. It was also often mercy. The chapter's real climax came not in revelation, but in exhaustion. Late one night, after a session that yielded nothing but rage and a strong sensory impression of damp stone, Harry closed the connection, checked the doors, failed to feel fully separate, and sat for nearly an hour at the lake window in the common room while everyone else slept. The water beyond the glass was black and depthless. The green reflections of the room trembled across it like things trying not to be real. Harry rested his forehead against the cold pane. He inventoried automatically. Harry Potter, 16, Slytherin, December, Hogwarts, tea 2 hours ago. Conversation with Hermione in the corridor after dinner about founder Vault records. Blaise made a joke at breakfast about prophecy and poor grooming. Ron still pronounces thalassokinesis as if it personally offended him. Anchor, Sirius's handwriting, Snape's correction. The patch of green light at dawn, seal, doors, hinges, locks, sequence complete, and still the exhaustion did not lift because protocols were not cures. They were maintenance. They kept the self from bleeding out under constant pressure. They did not restore anything. They did not return one to innocence or rest. Harry stood there in the lakelit dark and understood with unusual clarity that the work itself had become part of him so early he could no longer tell where vigilance ended and personality began. He had never stopped working, not really. Not since the cupboard, not since the hat called resistance a house assignment, not since every adult with power had decided some part of him must be managed, delayed, protected from, sharpened, or used. The thought should have made him feel tragic. It did not. It made him feel tired. That, more than pain or danger or prophecy, was the truest cost of Horcrux Logic. Not simply learning how Voldemort had survived, learning how much of one's own life had already become an anti-Voldemort architecture long before the word for his survival entered a book. When Hermione found him there at dawn the next morning, because apparently even ghosts of friendships learned patrol routes eventually. She did not ask what session had failed or what object had surfaced, or whether the theory now favored cave, cup, locket, ring, snake, diadem, or some yet unnamed vessel. She took one look at him and said, "You didn't sleep." "No," she considered him for a moment, then very quietly, "You can stop for a day." Harry looked at her. The line was almost tender, which made it harder to answer. "If I stop," he said. "He doesn't?" Hermione's face changed, not because she had never considered it, because hearing it in plain language stripped the abstraction down to its ugliest truth. "No," she said. "I suppose he doesn't." They stood there in the green half-light without speaking. The ghost remained between them, but so did respect. So did the work. So did the fact that when Harry handed her the next set of notes later that afternoon, cave, coast, damp stone, the emotional profile of the locket, the probability that one Horcrux might once have been a living diary and another now a living snake. Hermione took them with steady hands and began turning them into theory rigorous enough to survive contact with war. That was what they were to each other in this chapter. Not warmth, not ease, not the lost children who might have become uncomplicated friends in another sorting, another story, another school. They were two minds standing in the aftermath of different lonelinesses, building the logic that would one day let a monster die. And for now, in the wintergreen quiet of Slytherin and the brittle lamp glow of Hogwarts libraries, that had to be enough. Chapter 12. The walk into the forest. Harry Potter knew he had to die before anyone ever told him so. That was the truth of it. Not in the melodramatic way stories like to arrange such knowledge, where prophecies shimmered in candlelight and wise old men pressed terrible destinies into trembling young hands. Harry's life had never been kind enough to dramatize itself so neatly. He had worked it out the same way he worked out everything that mattered, by pattern. by elimination, by asking what remained when all the more comforting answers had been exhausted. It had happened in 6th year, not all at once, but with the slow, precise horror of a lock turning one pin at a time. The diary first, of course. That should have been enough for anyone who understood what it had really been. Not a haunted object, not an enchanted notebook, but a living fragment of Tom Riddle anchored outside the body and given teeth. Then the theory, Horcruxes. Then the connection itself, which never behaved like an ordinary curse and never had. Then the simple, intolerable logic of distributed anchors. If Voldemort had made multiple Horcruxes, and Harry could feel one of them from the inside out, if his scar did not merely hurt near Voldemort, but responded to him like a line under tension, if thoughts bled through not only as visions, but as affinity and pressure and unchosen recognition, then there were only two possibilities. Either Harry's mind had become magically entangled with Voldemort by the failed killing curse in some unprecedented but survivable way, or Voldemort had left something of himself inside Harry the same way he left himself inside objects. One possibility was improbable, the other was obscene. Harry trusted obscenity over improbability where dark magic was concerned. He had known then, not with complete proof, not with language he could hand another person and ask them to ratify, but with the inward certainty he had learned to trust above comfort and below panic, the kind that came when enough ugly things aligned and there were no innocent structures left to blame. He had not told Dumbledore. At first because he wanted more evidence. Then because he wanted a way out of it. Then later because he saw Dumbledore watching him with that old impossible sadness and realized, with a sick clarity that hurt worse than confirmation might have, that the headmaster already knew too. Not knew Harry knew the thing itself. That had been their last true asymmetry. Harry spent most of 7th year deciding what to do with that knowledge, not whether it was true. He had moved beyond that. Too many patterns converged. Too many details clicked into place once seen through the right lens. The soul fragment connection, the way Voldemort's mind felt not merely external but adjacent, the old wrong familiarity in the scar, the logic of Nagini and the diary and every dark object tied to murder and survival. No. The question was not truth. The question was agency. If the final Horcrux sat inside his own scar and blood and mind, then one thing followed with the hard elegance of mathematics. Voldemort could not be killed while Harry lived. There was no strategy that avoided that line forever. There might be routes around it temporarily. Delays. Sequencing choices. Better and worse moments, but all roads ended at the same gate. Harry would have to walk through it. He had a year to think about that. A year of war, concealment, travel, theft, destruction, and the strange private labor of carrying one's own death as a future task. A year of planning around it without ever permitting himself the vulgar relief of pretending it might not be required after all. A year in which every survival decision carried its own bitter irony, preserving the vessel until the right hour to destroy it. He did not become noble about it. That is important. Harry did not spend the year in a state of saintly acceptance. He did not smile softly to himself in tents and ruined safe houses thinking, when the time comes, I shall give my life. He hated it. He tried in long, tired private hours to find technical escapes. Could the fragment be extracted? Could killing intent be directed only at the soul piece? Could some ritual of separation do what murder did without requiring the body to cross the line with it? He turned the problem over like a blade looking for weakness. Every time he ended at the same answer. The anchor had to break under Voldemort's own hand. That was the symmetry. That was the horror. That was why no one else could kill Harry for the purpose and make the war finish cleanly. Voldemort had to destroy what he had left behind. There was a sort of hideous justice in that. Harry did not take comfort from justice anymore, so when the Battle of Hogwarts finally reached the point where logic narrowed into necessity, Harry was not discovering the truth in shock. He was arriving at an appointment. The castle around him was breaking in all the ways old institutions broke when history stopped being willing to wait politely in the wings. Stone trembled. Corridors smoked. Screams and spells, and the thunder of shattered wards rolled through rooms Harry had known as classrooms and common routes and places to linger between impossible years. The great hall had become triage, command center, chapel, battlefield spillover. The night outside burned intermittently red where curses struck the grounds. Somewhere in all of it Fred Weasley died. Somewhere else Colin Creevey came back under a sheet. Lavender brown bled into gray stone while people who were still children knelt in blood and lamp smoke and tried to hold the world closed with their hands. War, Harry thought with a distant, exhausted part of himself, always looked less symbolic up close. He had already seen the diadem destroyed. He had already watched the final external pieces of Voldemort's soul come apart one by one through fire, fang, blade, old history, and exacting persistence. The map of Horcrux Logic he had built years ago had long since turned into action and ash. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diary, the diadem. Nagini still remained, somewhere in the chaos near Voldemort, Serpent and Vessel and moving line of failure not yet cut, and then Snape died. Harry was thereafter, though not in time to stop it, not in time for anything useful, which was a recurring and ugly law of the war. He found the silver memories gathering on the floorboards with the blood, heard the rasping command to take them from a man who had spent 7 years teaching him doors, because someone had to, and understood with a numb old clarity that even now the adults around him could not stop communicating through inheritance. He took the memories. He viewed them in the pensive because war, like institutions, always insisted on sequence, even when sequence had begun to mock itself. The memories told him many things: why Snape had loved Lily, why Dumbledore had used that love without despising himself enough for it, why the old man had planned and delayed and waited, why Snape had watched over him so closely and so badly, why the sword had appeared where it did, why so many small mercies in Harry's life had arrived in forms sharp enough to pass for dislike. But they did not tell Harry he had to die, not really. They confirmed it, yes, gave Dumbledore's private phrasing to what Harry had long ago already known. Snape's voice saying, bitter and aghast, that Harry had been raised like a pig for slaughter might have shattered another boy. Harry heard it almost with tenderness, because it wasn't new, only verbal. The grief in it, though, Snape's fury at the old man. Dumbledore's terrible certainty, the adult knowledge that love and strategy had finally become indistinguishable in the ugliest possible way, that settled deeper. By the time Harry emerged from the pensive chamber, he was not reeling. He was clear. That was almost worse. Ron and Hermione found him by the broken stair that led toward the headmaster's office. Their faces were gray with battle light and ash and too many losses already borne in one night. "What did he show you?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at her, at Ron, at the two people who had stayed, however crookedly, however belatedly, however damaged by all the roads not taken and all the roads forced anyway. For one soft, impossible second he wanted to tell them, not the technical truth alone. Not only I am the last Horcrux. He wanted, with a force that startled him, to tell them everything. The year of knowing. The hours of deciding. The ugly old inward appointment finally arrived. He wanted to be less singular for exactly 30 seconds and let someone else hold the shape of it with him. Then he saw what that would do. Ron would try to stop him physically. Hermione would try to stop him by argument. Both would be right in the ordinary human sense and wrong in the structural one. He would either have to lie or fight them or bear their grief before the act itself. And this, he knew with the last of his remaining selfishness, he could not do, so Harry gave them only what the moment required. "I know what to do," he said. Hermione's face changed in a way that told him she heard the omission at once. Ron looked between them. "What does that mean?" "It means you have to find Nagini." There it was. The division of labor made final, not because Harry thought them less capable, because the tasks had at last separated into humanly survivable and not. Hermione took one step closer. Harry. He had spent so many years reading the architecture of rooms that he knew exactly how long he had before she said the right question. He moved before she could. He embraced them both at once, roughly, hard enough to hurt, because if he did not do it quickly and inelegantly, he would not do it at all. Ron froze in shock for half a second, then clutched him back with both arms and a broken noise that might later have become a word if the moment had allowed language. Hermione buried one hand in the back of his robe like she was trying to hold him to matter itself. Harry let that exist. Not as strategy, not as farewell speech disguised as affection, just as fact. Then he stepped back. "Kill the snake," he said, and left before Hermione's face could fully become understanding. The corridor to the castle doors seemed longer than any he had walked before, though he had crossed worse under heavier things. Portraits watched him go, some silently, some weeping, some too old, and painted to understand the modern specificities of catastrophe, but recognizing sacrifice when it passed, because sacrifice was one of the few human structures art had always known how to imitate badly. On the grounds, the air smelled of pine, mud, smoke, blood, and old magic torn open. The forbidden forest waited. Harry had always thought the forest's darkness was misunderstood. People called it ominous because that was the easiest adjective for ancient things that did not care if you survived them. But the forest was not ominous. It was indifferent. It had watched founders and wars and centaurs, and acromantulas and children with lanterns and corpses carried out under moonlight. Tonight it watched a boy walk toward his own death and made no symbolic gesture about it at all. That, bizarrely, helped. The path down into the trees gave Harry too much time to think, which was dangerous now, not because thought might talk him out of the act, but because thought had too many habits. It kept trying to turn the walk into sequence, to evaluate leverage, to sketch contingencies in the dark. He stopped once under a beech tree blackened at the roots by stray curses from the battle. No. That was the point. He had spent 7 years becoming the most calculated person in Wizarding Britain, and the last thing required of him was not one more brilliant arrangement. It was the refusal of arrangement, to die on purpose, without leverage, without a fallback, without forcing the universe to reveal a hidden second mechanism before he committed. He knew, abstractly, that old magic of sacrifice might do something. Dumbledore's memories had as much as implied it in that maddening old man's way, all gravity and omission braided together until prophecy sounded like ethics and ethics sounded like weather. Harry had his own theories too. He would be lying if he pretended otherwise. The graveyard had taught him enough about blood and old laws and magical reciprocity to suspect that deliberate self-sacrifice under the right conditions changed battlefields in ways brute force did not. But suspicion was not a plan. He did not know he would come back. He did not know the forest would spare him. He did not know anything solid enough to call it leverage. That was why the walk mattered, not because he had no fear. Because for once he was doing the thing without converting fear into method. His fingers closed around the snitch in his pocket before he consciously remembered it was there. I open at the close. He had known for months, maybe longer, what it must contain. Dumbledore, for all his defects, had never lacked symbolic literacy. The resurrection stone inside the snitch was so exactly the sort of final gift he would choose that Harry had almost resented the elegance of it when he first suspected. Now, in the dark at the edge of the forest, he drew the snitch out and held it between blood-stiff fingers. "I am about to die," he said to it. The metal split. The stone fell into his palm, small and absurd and heavier than such objects had any right to be. A cracked black surface like fossilized night, not beautiful, not sacred in the sentimental sense, just old, just final. Harry turned it over once, then once more. The forest changed, not visibly at first, more like depth giving way in the world. The darkness under the trees seemed to deepen and soften simultaneously, and the air acquired a stillness that was not silence but suspension. Then figures stepped out of the night as if they had been standing in it all along, waiting for the stone to permit recognition. Lily first, Of course, Lily first. Not because Harry loved her most, how could he love what he had barely known? But because some structures in the heart were laid before memory and never entirely left undone. She was younger than he had pictured her and sadder, and more alive in expression than any statue or story had ever managed. Her green eyes met his, and for one dangerous instant Harry almost lost the ability to stand. James came beside her, hands in his pockets in the old, impossible posture of someone trying not to look too much like the dead. There was joy in his face at seeing Harry, yes, but not triumph. Not paternal satisfaction. Something rower. Relief, maybe. That recognition was finally mutual before the end. Sirius stood a little apart, black hair stirred by a wind that did not touch the trees. The sight of him was a wound reopening so completely Harry had to stop breathing for a second. Not because Sirius was idealized now in death. He was exactly as Harry remembered him best and worst, intent, flawed, too bright in grief and affection both. Cedric was there too, that hurt in a different register. Cedric did not belong to Harry by blood or family or the road not taken. He belonged to the short, bright possibility of uncomplicated friendship, to the hand extended in the maze, to the knowledge of what kindness had cost when set beside ambition and war. Seeing him there completed something in Harry's grief he had not known remained incomplete. None of them rushed him. None of them delivered the kinds of speeches dead loved ones in stories were forever giving the living. They did not tell him to be brave. They did not tell him it would be all right. They did not even tell him he was doing the right thing. He had that already. Courage was not what the stone gave. What it gave was permission. Permission to stop managing the feeling. Harry had been carrying his grief like a disciplined soldier carries wounds through a march. Wrapped tight, pressure applied, movement prioritized, because there is still distance to cover before blood can become personal. Sirius. Cedric. The parents he had never known except as absences shaped into names. All of it had lived in him for years, under strategy, under work, under the endless labor of staying useful. Now the dead stood before him and usefulness fell away. Lily came close enough to touch, though the touch itself felt more like memory acknowledging matter than flesh. "My poor boy," she said, not because he needed comforting, but because the truth deserved saying somewhere before he died. That was all it took. Harry began to cry, not silently, not beautifully, not in the clean, heroic way films and songs gave to warriors before sacrifice. He cried like someone who had not allowed himself to in years. His shoulders shook. His breath broke. Sound came out of him with no discipline in it at all. He bent around it, one hand over his mouth for a second, and then not even that, because what would be the point? No one here needed him composed. No one here needed the version of Harry who could convert pain into sequence before it spread too far. Sirius stepped in then, and Harry looked at him through tears and said the most useless, honest thing he had said all year. "I should have—" "No," Sirius said at once, and for the first time in Harry's life Sirius used that tone not like rebellion or fire but like a hand laid flat against a wound. "No, not now." Harry cried harder. James's face had gone wrecked with it. Cedric looked down in that quiet, decent way of his, not intruding on grief that wasn't his to edit. Lily kept one impossible hand at Harry's shoulder. He did not use the moment. That is the point. He did not harvest wisdom from it in real time. Did not ask the dead how to do it, or what came after, or whether he would hurt, or whether sacrifice worked the way stories claimed. He did not turn them into counsel or symbols or leverage. For 1 minute, maybe 2, he let them be exactly what he had not allowed any of them to be in years. Loss, specific, unstrategic, loved and gone. Then, as grief does when actually felt instead of managed, it changed shape enough to breathe through. Harry wiped his face on the back of his hand like a child. "I know what I have to do," he said. Sirius's expression tightened, but he nodded. James closed his eyes once. Lily looked at Harry the way only mothers in impossible stories and impossible moments sometimes could, not trying to stop, not pretending there was no horror left in it, just seeing him all the way through. Cedric, quiet until now, said, "I know." Harry let out a ragged breath that was almost a laugh and almost another sob. "Sorry," he said, because it was absurd and true. Cedric gave that small, honest smile Harry had once so badly undervalued. "Still apologizing for surviving longer than the rest of us. Very you." The line broke something open into warmth for half a second. Enough. Harry straightened. The stone figures moved with him, around him, not blocking the path but joining it. Not because he needed courage borrowed from the dead. Because no one should walk alone to the end of themselves if company, even impossible company, can be had. "Does it hurt?" he asked at last, hating how young the question sounded. "Less than you think," said Sirius. "And more quickly," said James. Lily only said, "We'll stay until we can't." That was answer enough. The deeper forest held its breath. Ahead, voices. Harsh, triumphant, tired. Snatches of speech in the language of men who think the war is already over because they can see the shape of one victory and mistake it for totality. The crunch of boots on leaf mold. Nagini's soft movement in some reinforced protective sphere. Voldemort's voice, unmistakable now in the dark, high, cold, almost conversational in its certainty. Harry stopped just before the clearing. This was the line. The point beyond which there would be no more time to inventory, no more room to look backward except as ghosts did, he thought, with one final flicker of his old reflex of possibilities. Could he speak first and buy seconds? Could he goad Voldemort into overconfidence at the right angle? Could he arrange the body's fall, the wand's drop, the visual of surrender so that some later witness? No. He let it all go. That was the sacrifice, too, not merely life, control to walk into the clearing and offer nothing but the act itself. No hidden knife, no second game, no insurance purchased with words. The one thing he had spent 7 years never doing. Harry turned to the dead. They were already fainter. Not gone, but thinning at the edges where the stone's mercy gave way to the world's. Sirius met his eyes. This time neither of them looked away from the road not taken. It stood there between them, acknowledged and unnecessary to argue any more. "You were enough," Sirius said quietly. Harry almost broke again. Almost. Then James stepped in and put a hand, or the memory of a hand, against the back of Harry's neck, exactly where fathers in stories and real life alike sometimes did when there was nothing to fix, and no time left for pretending otherwise. Lily kissed his forehead where the scar lay. Cedric, absurdly and perfectly, gave him a nod as though they were at the maze again and about to take the cup together because fairness required it. Harry put the stone back in his pocket. Then he walked into the clearing. The Death Eaters turned first, startled by movement where none was expected. Some actually recoiled. That pleased a part of Harry so old and petty it almost made him feel human in a lighter way. Voldemort stood near the center of the clearing in the dark robes he seemed to think made him less corpse-like and more kingly. Nagini floated beside him in the protective sphere. Around them, the remnants of battle glimmered, torchlight, wandlight. The ugly half-chance of exhausted followers made triumphant by proximity to power rather than any inward courage of their own. Voldemort saw Harry and went very still. That stillness passed through the clearing like a command. No one moved. Harry came to a stop 10 paces away. He did not kneel, he did not bow, he did not speak first. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed with something not unlike admiration and not unlike hatred. They had been looking for each other for too long now to be simple. "So," Voldemort said at last, "you came." Harry heard beneath the words the old graveyard recognition, not the proposition this time. That had passed. This was something almost stranger, the acknowledgement of a long logic reaching its inevitable result. "Yes," Harry said, no speech about sacrifice, no denunciation, no naming of love or prophecy or destiny. All of those would have been true enough and useless here. Voldemort studied him. Harry knew what he saw, no visible plan, no army behind him, no attempt at bargaining, no leverage. For the first time in their war, Harry stood before him offering only the thing itself. Understanding flickered in Voldemort's face. And because Voldemort was still Voldemort, he interpreted that understanding wrongly. He saw surrender, not moral surrender, structural surrender. The choice to stop contesting, which to men like him always looked like agreement with the architecture of force. "You have learned at last," he said softly. Harry almost smiled. There was something fitting in letting Voldemort die, still misunderstanding the most important thing about him. "No," Harry said, "I'm just done letting you choose the terms." The line meant nothing to anyone else in the clearing. To Voldemort, perhaps, it meant less than Harry intended and more than he liked. The red eyes sharpened. For one fraction of a second, Harry thought the old man's proposition from the graveyard might rise again. The recognition, the argument that corruption named cleanly became permission. But no, that phase had passed too. They were beyond persuasion now. Voldemort lifted the Elder Wand. Around him, the Death Eaters held breath like worship. Harry stood still, no wand raised, no shield, no plea, just the body, the fragment, the refusal to turn the moment into another design. Voldemort's voice rang clear in the clearing. Avada Kedavra. Green light hit Harry full in the chest. There was pain, not in the bodily sense people imagined, not a lance or a burning, more like the sudden violent severance of a cord stretched taut for years through skin and soul alike. A tearing, a rush of cold and release, and unmaking so absolute that for an instant Harry knew exactly where the foreign thing ended, and he began because the curse had found it and destroyed it on its way through him. Then nothing, or not nothing. The strange, bright station of afterward, if afterward could still be called a place, waited with its blood-streaked boards and impossible light, and the old man in ugly robes looking exactly as guilty as the architecture of his choices had always deserved. But that belonged to the next part of the story. The walk into the forest ended in the clearing, in green light, in the deliberate choice of the most calculated boy in Britain to do the one thing calculation could never quite survive. He died without leverage. And because of that, for the first time in years, he was free of work. Chapter 13. The Serpent's crown. When Harry returned from death, it was with less revelation than inconvenience. That was the first strange truth of it. No choir, no certainty made warm. No triumphant understanding of sacrifice, so pure it erased all uglier questions. There had been the bright station of afterward and Dumbledore in his strange old liminal pity. Yes. There had been explanations of blood and tether, and the fragment Voldemort had destroyed in his own triumph, and Harry had understood enough of the magic to know that the old man was not inventing comfort where there was none. Voldemort had taken Harry's blood in the graveyard. Lily's sacrifice lived in that blood. Voldemort had tied Harry to life by the very logic of possession he had always mistaken for mastery. The curse in the forest had killed what was foreign and spared what it could not fully unmake. Harry had listened. Then he had chosen to go back. Not because he had suddenly discovered a taste for martyrdom rewarded, because the work was unfinished and the dead, however much they loved him, could not finish it for him. When awareness returned to his body in the forest clearing, the first thing Harry felt was the ground. Damp leaves, roots under the shoulder, the weight of his own limbs like something borrowed and reluctantly reissued. The second thing he felt was absence. The fragment was gone. Not the scar that still marked him, a white stroke on the skin. Not the pain entirely. There would be pain for a while yet, in the nerves and the magic and the way his mind had organized itself for so many years around resisting a presence now suddenly absent. But the inward pressure, the old wrong adjacency, the hateful familiarity that had lived beside thought like a second pulse, gone. The silence inside him was so complete it almost frightened him. Then he heard Hagrid crying, and the war came back. He did not move. Voldemort's circle stood around the clearing in varying attitudes of exhaustion, awe, and the stunned, greedy satisfaction of followers who think they have finally been justified by proximity to a victor. Nagini floated in her enchanted shield sphere. Bellatrix looked half devout, half hungry. The trees beyond the circle watched all of it with forest indifference. Harry kept his breathing shallow and let the body remain slack. He had no plan beyond the next minute. That mattered. It meant he could not ruin the moment by over-designing it. Voldemort ordered Hagrid to carry him back. That was useful and unbearable in equal measure. Useful, because Hagrid's great shaking arms and blinding grief made everyone else less attentive. Unbearable, because Harry could feel the giant's tears dripping into his hair and had to lie there, while love made a spectacle of itself around a body pretending not to feel it. Narcissa Malfoy's bent form came close in the forest when Voldemort ordered confirmation. She leaned over Harry, pale and precise, and smelling faintly of smoke and expensive soap even in the middle of ruin. "Is Draco alive?" She whispered so softly the words almost failed to become sound. Harry opened his eyes just enough for her to see. "Yes," she drew back, face unreadable. "He is dead," she said aloud. And that, Harry thought dimly as Hagrid lifted him again, was how empires actually lost. Not always in heroic final stands, but in the quiet treachery of people who had finally found one love they prized more than obedience. They emerged from the forest like a funeral arranged by nightmares. The defenders on the grounds saw Hagrid first, then the dangling body in his arms, then Voldemort behind them and the Death Eaters fanned at his back. The cry that rose from the castle side was not one sound but many: disbelief, rage, collapse, the immediate refusal of 100 people to inhabit the same reality at once. Harry did not look. He could not have borne their faces if he had. Voldemort stopped at the edge of the grounds where battle had churned the grass into mud and ash. Dawn was beginning at the horizon in a thin, merciless line. The sky above the castle looked bruised. Broken stone and bodies and abandoned shields caught what little light there was and gave it back without warmth. "Harry Potter is dead," Voldemort called. The words traveled. Somewhere in the silence that followed, a woman screamed. Somewhere else a voice Harry recognized as Ron's broke into raw denial before Hermione's voice cut across it in something low and desperate and humanly useless against the fact presented. Voldemort smiled. He always smiled most when reality briefly resembled design. Then he began the next move. He offered mercy to the defenders if they would submit. He offered survival in exchange for kneeling. He named Harry proof that resistance ended where all resistance must. It was the old graveyard proposition enlarged for public administration. See how the structure resolves if you stop lying to yourselves about force. What he did not understand, what he had never understood, was that the work Harry had done before the forest was already changing the field under his feet. The sacrifice mattered. Dumbledore had not been wrong about that, though Harry would always resent how often the old man had trafficked in truth that looked too much like strategy until the bill came due. The defenders at the castle had Harry's protection on them now in the deep old magical sense. Not invulnerability, not invincibility, but a binding of choice and blood and deliberate self-offering that made Voldemort's spells slide wrong at the edges. The work of years mattered too. The DA. The lateral networks, the habits of initiative seeded in other people so long that they now operated without waiting for instruction. That was why Neville stepped forward, not because he had become someone else. Because he had become more entirely himself in a world that no longer rewarded waiting. Voldemort mocked him. The Death Eaters laughed. The old sorting hat was forced down onto Neville's head and set ablaze in a moment designed to be symbolic enough for later retelling. Harry lay still in Hagrid's arms and knew, even through the smoke and grief and the ugly theater of it, that Voldemort had made a small but decisive mistake. He still thought symbols worked best when controlled from above. Neville tore the hat from his burning head, drew the sword from it in a burst of fire and silver, and cut Nagini apart in one clean, savage stroke before half the circle understood movement had begun. The scream that followed did not come from the snake. It came from Voldemort, not aloud. Not in language. Harry heard it in the air of the magic itself, a tearing, a sudden incompletion. The final external anchor gone. The structure of immortality collapsing not in grandeur but in sequence, one problem at a time until the last problem became a body. That was when Harry moved. He slid from Hagrid's arms as the giant bellowed in shock and joy together. Cloak and curses and wandlight exploded all at once. The defenders surged. The Death Eaters, already destabilized by the snake's death and their master's moment of visible damage, fractured along the lines Harry had spent years learning to see. Fanatics rushed inward. Cowards looked for exits. Contingent loyalists hesitated just long enough to matter. Draco Malfoy, across the grounds near his parents, did not raise his wand at Harry. That mattered too. The battle resumed not as heroic second wind, but as system failure. Molten spells crossed the courtyard. Giants howled. Centaurs loosed from the tree line. Acromantulas descended in a tide of legs and nightmare. The castle itself, old and offended and too saturated with its own history to behave like passive stone, seemed to choose its alignments in small, brutal ways. Staircases shifting, doorways jamming, walls taking curses and giving splintered death back. Harry fought through it with a clarity almost cold. Not because Sirius's death had finally become useful. It had not, nor because the forest had made him saintly. Because the silence where the fragment used to sit gave him room he had not possessed since childhood. His mind no longer had to maintain the partition against Voldemort's pressure. Occlumency now felt less like holding floodgates and more like using doors as intended. He moved through the battle and toward the Great Hall because the final confrontation, if there was to be one at all, belonged there. Not for symbolism, for witness. The Great Hall had always been Hogwarts' courtroom, chapel, parliament, spectacle arena, and slaughterhouse of institutional myth. If Voldemort was to fall, let him fall where the most people could see and the fewest could narrate afterward in cleaner lies. He knew by then that the actual duel would be brief. That was the irony of war at its end. The work most people called the final battle had usually been done long before the last wand was raised. This one certainly had. Harry had done most of it in year 6. He had been studying wand lore before that, though few noticed. The interest had begun innocently enough in the way most dangerous knowledge began, as methodology. If magic was structure, if objects carried preference, if wands were not mere channels but participants in spellcraft, then understanding allegiance was not antiquarian indulgence. It was battlefield logic. Ollivander had confirmed some of it under duress at Malfoy Manor. Old texts in the Hogwarts library had supplied more. Gregorovich's records, family anecdotes from pureblood houses, even remarks Theo made once in passing about inherited wands, taking offense at certain marriages, all of it built the same picture. Wands did not obey possession. They obeyed allegiance, and allegiance shifted most reliably not through ownership, inheritance, or even murder, but through defeat. That was the critical part, not killing, not taking, winning. Harry had understood the significance of that before anyone else in the story had language for it. On the astronomy tower, when Draco Malfoy lowered Dumbledore's wand with a trembling arm and accidental triumph, the Elder Wand changed masters. Harry had not seen that moment directly. He had reconstructed it later, through house intelligence, through the timing of spells, through Snape's face in the aftermath, and finally through the plain logic of wand lore once he knew what Dumbledore had been trying to arrange. The old man had intended Snape to kill him on agreed terms, and thereby perhaps protect the wand's line from Voldemort. But agreed killing was not conquest. Draco's disarming had mattered more. Once Harry saw that, he did something almost no Gryffindor version of himself would ever have done. He chose not to announce the knowledge. He engineered around it quietly instead. Through 6th year, he had already been nudging Draco where he could. Not kindly, not as savior, but along lines that made a frightened, trapped boy more likely to choose disarmament and compliance over murder by proving. Draco did not know he was being steered. That was the point. Harry's Slytherin network around him had encouraged fear of failure, yes, but also fear of overcommitment. When the Tower Hour came, Draco reached instinctively for the least irreversible victory available. Disarm, not kill. Claim, not complete, and that transferred the crown. Later, at Malfoy Manor, when Harry physically defeated Draco and tore the Hawthorn wand from him in the struggle, something old and invisible completed itself. Not because Harry named it, because Wandlore did not require naming to function. In winning Draco's wand, he won also the allegiance Draco did not know he carried. The Elder Wand became Harry's that night. He told no one, not Hermione, because she would have insisted on theory testing under impossible conditions. Not Ron, because Ron would have reacted as a decent person to dangerous technical knowledge, by saying it aloud at exactly the wrong time. Not even Dumbledore's portrait later, because by then Harry was done giving old strategists first rights over new asymmetries. He simply carried the fact. Voldemort, meanwhile, did what men like Voldemort always did. He mistook acquisition for mastery. He killed Snape because he thought killing the previous owner solved the equation. He took the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's tomb because theft looked enough like coronation to satisfy his aesthetics. He never understood that the wand's allegiance had already moved along quieter and less theatrical lines. That was the true Serpent's crown, not the wand itself, the invisible sovereignty of being obeyed by a weapon the tyrant thought he held. By the time Voldemort strode into the great hall at dawn, pale and furious and diminished in ways only the trained eye could see, Harry already knew the end state. The hall was full. Students too young to have survived this year and yet surviving it anyway. Teachers with blood on their sleeves. Families, fighters, ghosts, house elves, wounded bodies laid in rows under cloaks at one side of the room. The broken roof admitted the first real light of morning in long, cold beams. Dust moved through it like aftermath trying to become weather. Silence spread in widening rings when Harry entered from the far side. Voldemort turned. For 1 second the whole war became still enough to hear breath. Harry did not rush him. He did not circle. He did not give the room the performance a cleaner legend would have preferred. He came to a stop in the open space between the house tables and the dead. That was the important geometry. Behind Harry stood everyone Voldemort had spent years trying to turn into categories. Mudbloods, blood traitors, purebloods who had chosen decency, teachers, children, ghosts, goblins, servants, all the mixed architecture of a world too untidy for ideology to keep clean. Behind Voldemort stood what remained. Bellatrix had fallen already. The faithful were wounded, frightened, or compromised. Lucius looked hollow. Narcissa was no longer pretending her loyalties were vertical. Several of the younger Slytherins Harry had once quietly recruited stood in the outer ring, with wands raised and faces blank in the careful way of children who had learned neutrality until the last possible second, and now found there was no second left. Harry looked at Voldemort and felt, not hatred exactly, but completion. "This ends now," Voldemort said. "Yes," Harry answered. He sounded tired even to himself. That too was right. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. The Elder Wand was in his hand, pale wood against pale fingers, deadly and wholly wrong in his grip. Harry raised Draco's Hawthorn wand. A murmur passed through parts of the room that understood enough wandlore to feel the oddity. Why not his Harley wand? Because the Hawthorn had accepted him in one of the war's ugliest rooms. Because it made the point cleanly. Because Harry preferred a witness wand to a sentimental one for what came next. He could have explained none of this. Instead, he explained only what mattered. "You still don't understand wandlore," he said. Voldemort smiled in that thin, lipless way of his. "I have the Elder Wand." "You have the Elder Wand in your hand," Harry said. "That isn't the same thing." The smile sharpened. "You think to lecture me on magic. I think to correct a mistake you've been making for nearly 2 years." Across the hall, some of the listeners looked from one wand to the other without following. Others, McGonagall, Flitwick, Kingsley, Hermione through her blood and dirt and sleeplessness, perhaps even Theo somewhere in the wreckage of the Slytherin ranks, understood enough to go very still. Harry went on. "You thought Snape was the master because you thought Dumbledore's death settled the question. It didn't. Draco disarmed Dumbledore before Snape cast anything. The wand changed there. A tremor went through Draco where he stood near the broken wall, not movement, recognition arriving late. Voldemort's expression did not change. Draco never had the wand. He didn't need to have it, Harry said. He defeated its master. The hall listened so hard it felt like pressure. And later, Harry said, I defeated Draco. That landed not as public revelation alone, as recollection. Malfoy Manor, the stolen wands, the struggle. Harry could see in Narcissa's face the terrible perfect understanding of how many lines had crossed silently through her house while she thought herself still navigating a smaller family tragedy. So it answers to me, Harry finished. Not to you. This right here was where a more dramatic story might have turned ornate. Might have offered revenge, moral speeches, last temptations, or the kind of grand reciprocal hatred that flattered both participants by pretending their conflict had remained personal all along. Harry did not have the energy for that, nor the desire. He had done the work already. The Horcruxes were gone. The Ministry knew. The castle had withstood. The networks had held long enough. The wand's allegiance sat where Voldemort could not move it. The duel, then, was not climax but administration. Voldemort saw it too. That was why his face lost, for one narrow instant, the security of theater and showed something close to naked fury. Not because Harry had insulted him, because Harry had reduced him to the last fact. A man with no anchors left, holding the wrong wand. Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. The spells crossed in the ruined dawn. No priori incantatum this time. No singing beam, no prolonged contest for narrative weight. The Elder Wand simply refused its holder. The killing curse rebounded, exact and immediate, because the wand would not murder its own master. Harry's disarming spell struck true. The Elder Wand spun upward through the air in a clean arc, and Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, last and most elaborate version of the same error, dropped to the floor like an ordinary body finally introduced to its own limits. He did not burst into ash. He did not dissolve into symbolism. He fell. Dead men, Harry thought distantly, ought to look like men when they are finished. The hall remained silent 1 second more than seemed possible. Then sound returned all at once. Shouting, sobs, disbelief. The collapse of held breath across hundreds of chests. The first movement toward the body from those who needed to verify. The first movement away from it from those who had built years of fear around the idea that even dead it might still be performing. Harry caught the Elder Wand in the air. That in another story would have been the coronation image, the victor holding the dead tyrant's wand while the hall understood itself suddenly reordered around him. He knew it even as the wand touched his palm. The Serpent's crown. Any pure-blood chronicler with a taste for melodrama could have dined on the phrase for decades. Slytherin's son in all but name. The political creature who had walked through shadow, prophecy, war, and sacrificial death to emerge with the Elder Wand in his hand and the wizarding world at his feet. Harry looked at the wand, then he lowered it. That was the real climax of the chapter, not Voldemort's fall, not the duel, not even the war's end. What Harry did with what he had become. In the hours after the battle, people kept offering him vertical power. Not in those exact words, of course. Wizarding Britain rarely spoke plainly when prestige could be dressed as duty. Kingsley suggested the Auror office with the careful tone of a man offering respect disguised as vocation. Several older members of the Wisengamot, already calculating reconstruction. Let it be known that if Harry wanted public office later, the path could be arranged. A full quarter of the country, once it had slept, wept, buried its dead, and begun gossiping again, decided he ought to be minister the moment the law could be persuaded to stop pretending age mattered. Harry considered each version exactly as seriously as it deserved. Auror would make him an instrument, minister would make him a face. Headmaster, had anyone been absurd enough to imply it, would have made him a monument. Any formal office would place him inside the vertical architecture he had spent his adolescence learning how to survive without ever fully trusting. He did not want vertical power. Vertical power lied too much to itself. It believed titles were the same thing as reach and law the same thing as legitimacy. It made men like Fudge. It made even men like Dumbledore build asymmetries they could no longer morally distinguish from care. Harry wanted something else, lateral power, not because it was cleaner. It wasn't. Lateral power was murkier, harder to regulate, much more dependent on memory, trust, pressure, and chosen restraint. But it was honest about what it was. It moved between systems instead of pretending one system ought to own the whole problem. At 19, Harry Potter was the most politically significant figure in Wizarding Britain without appointment or election. That sentence would have appalled the ministry and delighted every historian too cynical to be surprised by facts. He had a network of ministry contacts built not on patronage alone, but on years of making officials remember that he had been measured when they were absurd. Amelia Bones's old line had endured beyond her death through proteges and clerks and junior officers who had watched what seriousness looked like under pressure. Kingsley was now minister, but Harry's relationship with him remained deliberately oblique, cooperative, not subordinate. Percy Weasley, to almost everyone's astonishment including his own, became excellent at moving paper when it mattered and terrible at lying to Harry about what paper existed. The Slytherin faction had matured too. Not as a school clique, that would have been ridiculous by 19, but as a cohort. 3 graduating classes now occupied junior posts in the ministry, St. Mungo's, Gringotts liaison offices, private law firms, family vault structures, and foreign desks. They did not all answer to Harry. He would have distrusted any network that simple, but they answered his letters. They took his meetings. They warned him when old families began repackaging the war into inheritance claims and respectable prejudice again. The intelligence network spread outward almost by accident and then by design. France threw Beauxbaton's alumni who remembered the tournament and later the rebuilding accords. Bulgaria threw one thin line connected originally to Crumb, and later to people who understood what British magical politics did to its neighbors when left uncorrected. Former order couriers, goblin contacts, cursebreakers, healers, journalists who hated one another but hated being lied to by ministries more. Harry did not command them, he convened them. That distinction was the whole office he eventually built. No prior tradition had a name for it, because magical Britain liked power to look like castles, departments, benches, or hereditary vaults. It did not know what to do with an office designed explicitly to sit beside existing institutions rather than inside them, drawing authority from memory, evidence, and the simple fact that when Harry Potter requested a meeting, saying no had become unusually expensive. The building he chose for it was not impressive. That was the point. An unremarkable brick structure on a side street off Diagon Alley where the rain stained the stone the same weary grey it stained most London things. No crest over the door. No grand atrium. Just an ordinary brass plate that changed twice before Harry settled on a title sufficiently boring to pass without causing an editorial craze. Office of Settlement and Continuity. No one liked the name. Harry kept it. Sounds like insurance paperwork, Ron said the first time he saw the plate. Good, Harry answered. Hermione, who by then worked often enough with the office to be publicly associated and privately irritated, said, "It sounds deliberately anti-charismatic." Exactly. The office had no formal authority. That line mattered. It had to be true. It could not arrest, could not legislate, could not sentence, license, appoint, or command. What it could do was worse and better. It could collect testimony across departments. It could compare what the ministry said publicly to what its own documents admitted privately. It could broker settlements before scandals became permanent. It could warn, quietly and with alarming specificity, that a certain junior official's career might not survive certain kinds of procedural sloppiness, once certain kinds of correspondence reached certain desks. It could keep memory where institutions preferred amnesia. Most importantly, it could do all this laterally. not by claiming supremacy over departments, courts, hospitals, schools, foreign offices, or private houses. By moving between them, carrying context from one room to another, until context itself became leverage. Harry chose restraint there with the same deliberation he had once chosen death in the forest. The Serpent's crown, if he wore it at all, would be made of refusals. Refusal to become minister. Refusal to become the war's symbolic policeman. Refusal to let the Elder Wand remain a public instrument of myth. He returned the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's tomb after using it exactly once for repair, and without announcing that even. Wandlore taught enough humility to know that some forms of power demanded circulation only if one wanted more graveyards later. He did not tell the papers. He did not tell the ministry. He let the country believe whatever version of the wand's fate made them sleep. Some mysteries, Harry had learned, served restraint better than explanation. By 19, he had become good at the office in the way he became good at everything that mattered. Quietly, methodically, with too much prior pain underneath the competence to ever mistake competence for innocence. He listened more than he spoke. He let silence work. He never threatened first. He almost never needed to threaten second. The scene that ended the chapter began on a wet Thursday afternoon in October. Rain marked the windows in gray vertical lines. The street outside was ordinary with such commitment that one had to assume Harry paid extra for the lack of character. Inside, the office smelled of paper, ink, damp wool, and tea forgotten just before it became cold. Harry sat behind a plain desk with no crest and too many files. Not stacked carelessly. Filed. Cross-indexed. Annotated in the small, precise hand that had once mapped dragons, prophecies, and soul fragments because no one else was going to hold the shape of things if he did not. On the wall behind him hung nothing but shelves, and one framed copy of the charter. Kingsley had finally signed after 3 months of protesting that none of this is remotely constitutional, and then admitting that constitutional arrangements had not exactly covered post-war Britain's needs. A junior ministry official sat opposite him, very junior. 24, perhaps. Ambitious in the narrow, frightened way of men who had planned for promotion through competence, and now found themselves one signature away from scandal, because the file they altered under pressure had left a visible seam in the wrong place. He had come in with all the signs Harry knew too well. Over-preparation, shallow breathing, the instinctive effort to smile at someone whose reputation had long ago ceased to be primarily about comfort. Harry had greeted him politely, then said nothing. The silence lasted long enough to become its own document. The young man shifted once, twice, then seemed to realize each shift worsened the matter. Rain moved at the windows. Somewhere in the outer office, Theo, who had somehow become terrifyingly effective at appearing disinterested while noticing everything, turned a page with soft, deliberate clarity. Harry looked at the file in front of him. He had already read it twice. He knew exactly what had happened. A compensation order for families dispossessed during the war had been rerouted under quiet pressure from an old family connection. Money delayed. Evidence recategorized. One widow in Kent told to wait 6 more months because paperwork takes time. A former Death Eater cousin's estate, meanwhile, moved to protected review within the week. Nothing dramatic. That was the problem. The great evils always returned as administration once they were done wearing masks. Harry let the official sit with that for another beat. Then he folded his hands on the desk. The young man straightened as if braced for a curse and hated himself for it. Harry, 19 years old and older than that in every way that mattered, looked at him for a long, quiet moment, and then very softly began to explain what he would like to happen next.